young, trying to find where we belong. Never.
What up, chat? How are you doing today? How's everybody doing today? On time for once. What's that supposed to mean? I'm always on time. Always on time. I'm always on time. What is that supposed to mean? She ready? Think she'll kill me if I play a rivals match? Oh shit, I think she is ready. You started at midnight yesterday? I didn't start at midnight. What the hell? What time zone are you in? Midnight. It was midnight when I started. Just my game opens on the wrong monitor, of course. Well, let me fix the thingy before I join a call with her. It was basically midnight on East Coast. It was like 11. 11 is not midnight. We round down. We don't round up. We round down. We round down, not up. Close enough, son. Close enough and close. Why is his hair sticking out? Oh, I think I slept on it. A piece of my hair sticking up. Ugh. Alright. Where's she at, bro? Just lock your hair? How about you lock in a 10 billion month sub? How about that? Is there a new second patch? They lowered the max health gauge? What? From 200 to 190? Due to this change, maximum the health star show for rage activations lower. What the fuck is this Tekken change? What's up, Eli? Are you ready or what? Look at this Daredevil skin. Yo, chat, do you guys see this Daredevil skin? Matthew Murdoch. This skin is sick. This is a sick skin, no? Oh, you're ready.
I'm ready.
I'm about to send you something. No gooning.
No gooning.
Yeah, no gooning.
Were you gooning to it?
No. What? No.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding, dude.
No. That's not my style. I don't swing that way. I don't know about you, but I don't swing that way.
Sure. Alright, am I ready to connect to Parsec or no?
Oh, wait, where's my Parsec?
Oh my god.
Oh, here we go.
Hold on. I didn't
just
get
hit her
to
face.
react
I
yet.
bet y'all a big smile just hit her face. You just know she's gooning, bro.
No.
No, she says. I didn't play the full thing? Oh, hold on.
I just think it's a really, really nice skin.
Uh-huh. Sure.
Hey, this is from that little short comic with Jeff.
Is it? There's
Yeah, there's a
with
short
Jeff?
comic with Jeff.
Never seen
where
it.
basically Jeff was he was accused of breaking a statue, but it was actually Dee Dee.
What? It's pretty funny.
Chat,
What's
have
up,
you guys
Tenda?
seen that? Also, hi, Infrastrat.
Boom.
Hi, Walla.
Yeah, you can connect though.
And she streams from console? Oh, okay. How are you doing, Walla? I need to look at that emote. It's either going to be Jubilee, Elsa, or Storm. Jubilee would be fun. You already Marvel comics, but not the Sonic. No, wait, hold on. It's every now and then. I would see the Jeff comics. I think I used to follow the Jeff comic.
Does your
Instagram
controller
page.
work? Press A.
Yes.
Nice. Okay. I think we do continue. Couch co-op. Yep, that should be it.
So. Okay.
Whose turn was it? Whatever, it's about to tell us.
My turn.
Oh, yeah, it has to be.
Playing Jacob right now.
Is everybody ready to start or what? Anyone needs to grab a drink or something? Are we good to go?
Grab your drinks now. Grab your popcorn.
Popcorn.
Did I say drab or grab?
I don't know. You said like a mix of both.
Oh my god.
I don't know what you said. You just wake up or something? You couldn't have known.
Dude, I don't know. Sometimes I can't speak.
Jeez, how much sleep did you get?
Bro.
What?
I did not wake up early like I wanted to.
Bro, I mean, that's fine, no?
No, it's not fine.
What do you possibly have to do in the morning after cleaning? Like what? That you can't wake up?
I don't know. I want to live in the morning, you know? I want to experience.
In the morning? I guess I'm too nocturnal for that. Ooh, your boyfriend's on screen.
Oh.
Man.
Oh yeah, you went to go look for Emma.
Sucks ass. Emma, is that you?
Jacob's like a big idiot.
I mean, yeah. What do you expect? Don't forget, do you want to look at the cards again or what?
Right?
Yeah, do you want to look at them again or?
Yeah. Oh, no. I want to look for them, not again. Because there's nothing for Jacob that I recall.
Yeah,
I
there
think,
wasn't.
actually, it might be the Hermit. Damn, there's a lot of cards. Oh,
There's
wow.
22 in total. We missed, I think it's going in order. We missed like 3 or something at the top. It's going in order by chapter.
I think this is for Jacob.
That one? Oh, well. Oh, yeah, we can't look at the vision. I forgot.
Yeah. I remember in his
up,
character description, he tends to reflect on himself when he's alone and reflect on his mistakes.
True. I don't know why.
Right now he's isolated. He's alone.
Oh, you never sent me that zombie thing or whatever.
What zombie thing?
Said he was gonna show me like it was like that My Little Pony thing. Oh wait, no, it was like, what was it?
Oh, I didn't. I need to.
I forgot what it was.
I need to. Yeah.
Oh,
MLP
Sonic.
infection.
Yeah.
Oh, and the Sonic infection. Yeah. I recommend learning him. Tabs. I'm thinking about either playing the Strats or Mag. Okay.
You eat it.
Popcorn chicken.
Popcorn chicken. Ooh.
Dude, I've eaten so much fried chicken this entire month. I think I have like fried chicken oil in my blood.
You need. Oh, that sounds dangerous. You need to work out. What the hell? Oh
man.
nah.
Hermit who gives chase can guide you to safety, but that all depends on your actions, not his. Not his. Oh damn! I got claw marks on the back of my back.
Damn.
Oh, this is the island where. Oh.
No. So that means there's a. Yeah.
No.
Lock in. You know what's coming. Well, you know what's here, so you know what to do.
I'm gonna fall off this.
Fried chicken oil? Yeah, in my blood. Hi, Addie. How you doing?
Predicts? Oh, okay.
I've been in so
sure.
much fried chicken, Addie, is what I was saying.
Hold on. Nothing wrong with some fried chicken. If
Having
it's
it every
eaten
day?
in moderation.
Okay, not every day.
Yeah, I've been eating it every day.
You?
No. Well, I'm gonna go for grilled, but that's less calories. But that's just sometimes I get fried. I got fried yesterday.
If I eat any more fried chicken, I think I'm gonna start hating it.
Impossible.
It's gonna be really sad.
Impossible to hate fried chicken.
Sad.
You're getting disowned. Your mother's gonna disown you. Could you possibly hate fried chicken? All right, there, chat. Your preg's up. All right, you can go.
I'm having some much needed R&R. What do you mean, Addie?
Damn, I should have picked up Wingstop before I came home.
Oh, Wingstop sounds so good.
Yep, that's why I ordered it instead. Cause I forgot.
Gel. Fucking hell.
Oh, Wingstop is so good. Do you like flats or drums more?
Flats.
Thank God. See, chats? Flats are better.
Wait,
Flats are
someone was
better.
saying drum?
Flats have more meat. It's easy to pull apart. It's easier to eat. Like flats, chat. Traitor.
They have more meat, but
Even if it's
I
easier
think
to
I
eat.
just. Oh,
Less
what's this?
bone in the way. I'm trying to get to the meat, chat. Yeah, nobody has time for the bone. Unless you eat the bone, but I don't know. It's up to you.
I think I just like to fight with my food. That's why I like flats.
I think with drums, you fight way too much compared to flats. Flats, you always
Really? I
win.
don't
Drums,
think
you don't
so.
always win.
I think drums are easy.
Drums don't have more meat, but aren't as good. Still, regardless,
I
flats.
was gonna talk about. Yeah.
Flats is just it's too much. It's too easy with flats, bro. I got me nice 10 flats coming. What flavor do you guys like from Wingstop, chat? This time I went hot honey
I'm not
rub.
mad.
Wait, no, I went lemon pepper and garlic parmesan this time, chat. What's your favorite Wingstop flavor?
Buffalo, but I'm kind of expanding. I really like mango habanero too.
Yeah, that's what I want for the sandwich. I'll eat that later.
Wait, which side did I come from?
I don't know. We were talking about
Am
food.
I
I
walking
lost track.
backward?
I was talking about food. I lost track. Just keep going. I mean, it's got to be
Oh,
somewhere.
wait, I can't tell if I'm walking backwards or not.
Go to the tree house. Is another. Which way has the tree house? It's got to be the other way, right? No, not that way. The other way.
Hold on, let me check if there's a card over here.
True.
Bro, tap into KBBQ, brother. Ooh.
KBBQ does
Oh,
not
lemon
near
pepper
me.
is also really good.
Yeah, I went lemon pepper and I went 5 of each. Lemon pepper and garlic parmesan this time.
I think lemon pepper is the only one I. Well, okay, I can't say that because I haven't had many other flavors.
I used that one that was really good, but I forgot what it was.
Oh, you
Stop. It was a wing flare. It was really good.
Hey, you guys think a werewolf could swim?
I would hope not. Are they wolves?
Well,
They're
he
not
has
wolves
to.
though.
Well, he looks like one.
Yeah, they look like one, but they're not actually wolves. I think.
It looks like it's turned daytime, huh? Or is it still dark? Bro, where the fuck? Oh my god. Isn't that the treehouse over there?
Oh wait, yeah, that is. Okay, well, I don't know where you're going then. Just keep going. You'll be fine. Just
I
explore.
was thinking I was gonna be with the monster. Dogs can swim, but can that dog swim?
Chat, if you ever go to
know?
Wingstop, try out hot honey rub seasoning on the ooh,
Ooh.
on the fries.
Oh,
Justice. An
an
eye for an eye.
Not exactly in some cases, but cause and effect, actions and consequences. There's a balance to everything, and we all play a part in making sure the scales aren't tipped.
To every action has a consequence. That doesn't really help much until we see the video.
I could keep walking over here.
Your trader drums are better? Nah, flats are better. I mean, I don't mind either, but drums are just better. Boneless. I mean, I don't mind boneless either. I used to be obsessed with boneless when I was a
Okay,
kid.
wait, are boneless even wings?
No.
That's just like chicken nuggets.
Yeah, those are just nuggets at that point. I used to be obsessed with boneless when I was a kid. I would always take boneless. I mean, now I
never
don't
liked
care.
boneless.
I don't care which one, but you never like boneless? Damn, you weren't a kid. You really are old.
What are you talking about? I've had chicken nuggets. They're the same thing.
Why just you don't like it?
Huh?
Why do you not like it?
I mean, I don't like it compared to wings because it's not a real wing. You know?
Wings just a title. Eat the damn meat. Oh, what the? You died last time? No one died.
Why are you naked? Don't.
Oh, God, Emma! Ah, Jesus Christ!
Oh my God.
Damn, my Jacob never found them.
Oh, my God, no way. Am I glad to see you?
She's probably like, why are they? Oh.
What?
Oh,
What the fuck?
Jesus Christ! Ah!
You left me back there, you asshole.
No, you swam away.
Emma, come on.
You swam away. You. Oh my God.
What the fuck is going on?
Look, I don't know, okay? Some, like, bear attacked Nick and Abby back there.
Yeah, me too, but it definitely was not a bear.
What?
Wasn't a bear, that's for sure.
When?
Why?
Sorry, I'm just...
I just think
I'm glad you're okay.
I can't believe she
barely.
punched
I
me
mean,
in the face.
The thing that attacked me at the treehouse was like...
Hey,
What?
shit,
Was
you
it
almost
what?
wanted to punch me in the face yesterday.
like out of a horror movie.
Oh.
I mean, oh shit.
Okay,
No, no, no. It wasn't
well, it was
justified.
probably just like a bear trying to defend itself, you
Oh,
know?
don't be a dick. You know it wasn't a fucking bear.
No, you're right, you're right. And now we
Oh,
have these
okay, I
fucking
don't know about
the
that.
hunters running all over the place. So that's a fun new wrinkle. They did this to me.
That's a lot of blood.
Yeah, well, it's not mine.
Got quite the funky bouquet.
Mm-hmm.
No offense.
Yeah,
Okay.
what bear looks like that?
Okay, we've got to get out of these woods.
Yeah, no
you
shit,
see?
Sherlock.
I was up there.
You know,
Looks weird.
Jacob,
We're
you
playing
don't
the
have to be a
Quarry right
dick
now.
about literally
How's NYC?
everything.
Dick? Excuse me.
Wait, what'd she say?
Excuse me. She just called me a dick.
For what? Oh, I mean,
I am offended.
Hey, I'm trying to keep us alive.
I've been doing pretty good by myself.
What?
I can't lie, she has.
I don't need you to rescue me. I'm not gonna suddenly fall in love with you just because you're my knight in shining armor.
Okay,
You
so
know-
then why was she mad that
I wouldn't be
Yeah.
Apparently, I
surprised
left
if
her on
you
her
set
own.
This all up.
Oh my God.
She had no true
what?
feelings? Whoa.
What?
Was that an act? That sounds like an actual bear. This time. Oh, never mind.
Wow.
Oh,
Sorry!
she's gonna be so mad. She's gonna be so
She
fucking
really is
mad.
gonna be so mad. Yeah, he said that so casually too.
Sorry, I'm out of here. Which one you gonna do? All right, hold your breath, I guess. I don't think it's gonna find it because of the scent.
Shoot, but I'm running out of breath.
Just keep holding it to the end. Wait, don't let go. Not yet, not yet, not yet.
Oh, I'm dead. Bro, no way!
Whoa. Wait, were you supposed to let go and re-hold it, or? Wait,
If I die.
I don't know if you're gonna
Blaming
die.
you.
I genuinely don't know if you're gonna
Oh
die.
my god.
Did I so? Did I so?
You said hold it to the end.
I
Oh my fucking
mean,
God.
I mean, I don't think it's gonna get you because of the scent.
Pet him. Pet him.
I don't think it's gonna kill you because of the scent. You have the blood on your face. Yeah.
Oh my god. I was gonna accuse you so bad, send you to court or something.
What the?
Oh my god.
Yeah, you don't have faith in me? That's crazy.
Hi Samantha, how are you?
You have faith in me?
His ass is not blending in.
Yeah, he is
So,
because of
okay,
the
I
blood.
guess
The blood on the scent that he poured on him. Those things are definitely probably blind.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. He's probably blind.
That predict would have been fat,
Even said
bro.
blind.
Bro,
Oh my god.
y'all need to have faith, chat. You think I'd do her like that? When have I ever done her wrong? No, if it turns around right now and kills you, I'm gonna cry laughing. But it's not gonna do
He
that.
said he never done me wrong. Let's be
I never have.
Be so real. Be so real. You have.
We won yesterday,
stole my
and I
fucking
was
kill.
saving you.
You
I
still
was
stole my
saving you
kill.
from harm.
No.
I was being a
what
nice
harm was
gentleman,
there?
trying
What
to
was the harm?
What if the
What
penny
was the
just
harm?
randomly just threw some mines on the floor and just killed you or something?
Awareness. Apparently, my white fox is not aware.
I
that the
was
penny
aware
was
that
not
you were in
attacking me.
harm.
Right?
I'm supporting you.
Not. I was not. Harm. You like ulted without needing to ult, you know?
Mm-hmm.
He could have just stayed there.
Yo, what is he doing? Oh, those are a lot of bear traps.
Ooh.
Yo, you better watch your step. Why would he?
Shit!
Yeah, that's his fault. Do you see them on the floor and you're still gonna? Oh, free.
Pry open or pull free?
Pull free would rip your fucking leg off, no?
Yeah. You think he'll smell my scent now?
I have no clue. Either way, he has to open that shit.
Ah, shit!
You're loud as fuck, dude.
Did he get it
Shut
out?
up. He didn't get it out. He just opened it.
Look, you could.
Oh! Oh.
Well, I mean, at least I'm not dead.
Yeah, true. Oh, it's your turn again.
God, give me
Yippee.
a break.
Bro,
Give
of
me
course
a
you're gonna play
fucking
more. My
break.
character is gone, remember?
What character?
The girl from the start. Remember she got injected by the cop? Remember?
That was your character?
Yeah.
Oh, that was, yeah.
That's why you've been playing more than me. Because I only have 3 characters to play with at the moment. I don't know what happened to my other character yet. Yeah, continue to carry me. Ooh, and my Wingstop is almost here. It's gonna be perfect. I love being in the backpack.
Is she like one of those hunter dudes?
I don't think so.
I think that's the girl in the photo from the cops. I mean, not the cop, the sheriff's office. The other workers. I don't know if you remember.
mean the daughter and son?
Yeah, I think that's the daughter. I think, but we could check after this, or you can check right now. Actually, I think. Let me check.
Was it evidence or clues?
Should be clues. Yes, it should be that girl. I think younger, a younger looking camp leader, Chris Hackett, and his 2 kids. Yeah, it's Hackett's kids. I think that should be Kylie. I would like to say. She has black hair as well. And she's
It could have been your
Hackett.
character, Laura, too. Because I remember, there was a
They
girl
have
that
black
ran
hair.
into the pool. But there's another girl there. It's
The girl I
either
was
another
running
girl or
from?
the same girl.
Or the 2.
No, she ran into the pool.
She had the eye patch, right?
Yeah.
I don't think that's her, but
Oh,
we'll
I
see.
guess the girl didn't have the eye patch in there.
Yeah, we'll see. Let me continue.
Should we do something?
What can we do? She's dead.
I mean, with the body.
That's Kaylee Hackett.
Oh, there you go.
Mr. H's daughter? I thought she went home with her brother.
Kaylee. Yeah.
What did I get?
It's in a shop. I seen his undies. Oh, he was swimming, Samantha.
Oh man.
That's
Poor
about it.
Kaylee. Nick.
Lemon pepper and garlic parm. Ooh, tasty.
I'm gonna intervene. Hell the fuck no.
You all right
You better
there,
get
bud?
away from her.
Yo, why you doing my character like that? Yeah, fuck off. Stop cockblocking my character.
Whoa, dude.
Stop
I'm a
cockblocking my
cockblock
character.
as much as I want.
Fuck
He
off.
doesn't deserve any of this. Fuck him.
Bro,
Hey,
he just want to nibble.
It might be your turn.
Nick, what the hell? Get
Little
off.
nibble.
Watch out! I said get off!
No!
Yeah.
Abigail, no,
Yeah,
she's on
do
our
him like that.
team. Abby, no.
He's not on our team.
Bro, you can't swim? What the fuck?
Are you okay? I just wanted him to stop.
Dude!
Bro's tweaking.
Nah, fuck Nick.
Bro, my character.
You're okay.
How could you?
I got you.
Come on, Nick.
What did I do?
Abby, appreciate your support.
Right. I don't know.
Y'all think it was the chemicals in the water?
Hmm.
He's so cold.
Okay, let's get him in the pool house. Dry him off.
Bro's tweaking.
Damn, I guess everyone's dumb. Do they not know why this is happening?
Oh shit, it's my turn. Wait, my
Yeah,
food is
it's
here.
your turn.
No, my food just came.
Go get your
man.
food.
No, I wanted to eat while watching you suffer.
Oh, you wanted
I can't do that now. What? Be right back.
I guess I'm just entertainment to watch because I'm suffering. Chat. Oh, I didn't share any chicken. Pop chicken, but I got Chewies. And tulips. Y'all want some chewy? Chili's big back ribs are they're okay. So I went to Chili's for the first time like 2 months ago. Their wings were actually really, really, really good. Their baby back ribs were not that good. Oh, okay. Thank you, Rock. I hope your day goes well. I do have, yeah. I cannot eat and talk at the same time. My bad. But I did want to point that out. Solar, how are you? Hey, Dennis. Infer wants to go get some food right now. He better share, chat. He better share. Did anyone die yet? No. Not yet. I was actually worried I was gonna die with Jacob. I think Jacob might be cool for the rest of the story. Right now we're at the part where Nick got pushed into the pool.
Okay. We all ready or what?
Yep. It's my turn to enjoy watching you suffer.
Wow. That's crazy. Be your own friends, chat.
It's a... It really is.
Just try to rest.
I'm sorry. Hold on. Let me look at that thing again. What am I looking at? Okay. Pay close attention. Knock before demon unleashes. Pick up the... What is that? A shotgun or something? Ooh. Man, feasting.
You need to act before the demon's unleashed.
Quit moving so much. It's pretty clean for what I could tell. I mean, it's not bleeding. But you need to see a doctor.
Oh, yeah. He lost his arm. I forgot.
Look,
Or hand.
this is all I've got left in the nurse's station.
Ooh, fun.
You better hope we find you some real help before they wear off. We need to be keeping a record of everything that happens. For the police.
Smart girl.
Dead girl in the pool needs some explaining, huh?
Easy, man.
Maybe like photos, whatever we can. I've got a funny feeling the cops are not going to want to believe
something
any of this
doesn't seem
crazy
right
shit
about the
unless
girl
we've
in the
got some
pool.
hard proof.
From now on,
Well, I mean, it's a
your
dead
phone,
body.
when you see something, take a photo or a video or whatever.
But a girl ran into that pool area.
Well,
You okay
from
over there,
or
Abby?
to something like that.
Why don't you look around and see if you can find anything to help make Nick more comfortable?
All right.
And the dead girl wasn't there before.
Where are these cards at, bro? I know y'all got one for me. I hope. Another creepy camera angle. There's gotta be a card or two in here somewhere. I'm searching every room.
I'll search every crevice and corner.
Ha-ha.
There you go.
What does this one say? The moon.
That was easy though. That was the easy one.
The moon. How poignant. Tonight of all nights, to harness the fear and anxiety and turn them into intuition. If you can do this and plan ahead, your cunning might just save your life.
I feel like that one's for Caitlin. That might be for Caitlin.
Which one do you want to pick then?
The moon haunts you. Don't know.
We can decide later.
We'll see.
If we can't pick, we can just flip a coin. Or something, I don't know. Or let chat pick. Yeah, that's it. Silent Hill camera angles. Oh wait, I just went in here. Nothing over here. What's this? Fuck is that?
Well, that's not creepy at all.
Spooky drawing. Screwdriver woman in woods. Ghost story seems to really left a mark.
So different, like 12 hours ago.
Literally.
Hi, darkness.
Yeah, that's it over here. Something else I can get over here. Guns right there. What's this?
I wonder where Caleb is.
I do wonder where Caleb is as well.
Wait, did they say that? Kaylee never left with Caleb or something?
Something like that. Well, we don't know yet because, well, we saw them at the start of the game and then they disappeared. So
They probably could have been together, or he did leave and she was just left behind.
Guess we'll have to wait and see.
Summer camps on haunted hills and lakes. Sometimes they're not haunted before they are.
One die outside of forced deaths? No. There ain't shit in here. What? What am I supposed to get to help this dude? Like what? Ain't nothing
Well,
here.
maybe interact with them first.
Here, that better?
Thanks.
Hey.
Yo, something is not right with that boy.
Dude is real sick.
Did you see how he freaked out in the water?
Yeah, he was like, it was like a
Fish
fish
out of water.
out of water, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
You know, something was weird when I tried to clean his wounds,
Set him
too,
on fire?
at the lodge.
What do you mean?
Well, all of his clothes were bloody, but I couldn't find where he was bit, or scratched, or whatever. He just kept moving around, like he didn't want me to see how badly he was hurt.
Huh.
Rabies?
Rabies.
He's not talking in the mouth.
I think Abby would beg to differ.
Point.
Yeah, isn't aquaphobia a symptom of rabies?
Aquaphobia.
Hydrophobia, yeah. But I think it's more about a fear of drinking, not just getting wet. This was
Oh
like,
yeah, I don't think
like
they
my
could
cat in
drink
the
water.
Mm.
yeah.
They either can't drink it, like their body is just not allowing them to drink water. I don't think it's a fear of water when they have
Abby.
rabies.
Yeah,
Can I ask you something?
of course.
Do you like me?
Oh fuck you. And he's probably trying to like set her up again.
Please, just tell me.
What do you mean by like? Define your definition.
Really enjoyed spending time with you this summer.
That's such
Such a
Such what?
vague answer or what?
such a cop-out answer.
Pop out answer?
You know what he wants to hear.
Abby,
What?
I've got something to ask you.
How is he
Yeah.
still?
Okay.
Why don't you like me, Abby?
What?
Cause you're a player.
You're different.
Wait, be careful, be careful.
Nick.
What's up, Dennis? Into the pod.
You don't like me at all, do you?
What do you mean?
Tell me the truth.
I am telling you the truth.
God. I sure know how to pick 'em.
Wow.
What?
You're not really very smart, are you? Poor stupid Abby.
Bro.
Easy pickings.
Easy. What?
Right off the bone.
Wow.
This isn't you.
Off the bone.
This isn't you.
Damn.
Whoa, Abby.
Abby, everything okay?
Holy shit.
One hand? Easy pickings?
Girl, you better run. Oh.
Hey, does it count if I kill my own character?
No, man.
Team. Does it count if I shoot my own character, chat? Like, how does the predict work there? Just wondering.
It should work. It should count. It should count. Your character's still dying,
Play
right?
goes touch the aqua before the demons are
Right?
unleashed. Each one of us have one. Who knows you're pure of heart? Oh
Trying to scam
man.
him or something?
Let me see what happens if I don't shoot him.
You didn't shoot him?
No.
You're supposed to act for the demon unleash
If
it.
it was you, I wouldn't shoot you.
I don't know. I mean, if you're a
Would you want me to
might
shoot
be
you?
Danger. For the critics, no. But realistically, probably.
No.
Oh, dude, you're fucked.
Ew. Ew.
Oh my god!
I'm dead. Oh, I'm dead.
You're dead, bro!
Damn. Damn. Yikes.
So you'd rather let Nick live and her die? Oh my...
Well, you see, it's my teammate. I wouldn't want to... It's a bird now. Oh, it's my teammate, you know? I wouldn't want to just shoot my friends, you know? You see...
That it's a bird now?
It's a bird now. You see, it says Abigail. It's a fucking bird. It doesn't show her anymore. You see, if it was you, I wouldn't shoot you. Or chat. I wouldn't shoot you guys, yeah? You know? Right or wrong?
See Abby live.
I don't know what, okay, well, to be fair, she dropped the fucking gun. That was brain dead. Right or wrong? I don't know why she dropped the gun.
Weren't you supposed to unleash it? Or like, not unleash it, like shoot it?
Yeah, I didn't want to shoot yet until he transformed. Am I right or wrong? If he transformed, yes, we're gonna shoot him, obviously. He didn't transform.
He was gonna transform regardless.
You don't know that, though. You don't
We
know
do
that.
know that. What is
Well,
this guy on?
I don't want to shoot him while he's human, though, you know? You know what I'm saying? Like,
No, I don't know what you're saying.
I don't want to kill him while... Because if I'd have shot him there while he's human, they would have been like, oh, you killed him. What if he could have been saved still? Exactly. But if I'd have shot him when he was a monster, that's different.
So you're caring about the wrong things, though. Your life is at stake.
Okay, yes, but no one told her to drop the gun. Right? Am I
You
right
should've
or wrong?
known that about your character. That's your character.
What
You
the
should've
fuck?
known that.
I'm supposed to know if she was stupid enough
You
to
need to
drop the
know.
gun when he transforms.
They got character descriptions. Nick even called her stupid, apparently.
What?
You know, you gotta read the signs,
Okay.
understand what your character's gonna do.
Okay, first off.
He lost. Haha. He
Okay,
lost.
first off, I know this part. I remember he does transform from last time I played. But he was only saying those things because of the demon or the fucking werewolf bullshit taking over him. He obviously didn't mean that shit. Easy.
I don't think like he said
Whatever,
any
bro.
word, I mean.
She's dead. Go ahead and pay out. Can't save them all.
Man, I
Because
really wanted
I
him
know
dead, though.
he transforms there. I just don't remember how it went. Because he transforms no matter what you do. I just don't remember how it went. Anyways, your turn. He called you easy pickings. I was shoot. Chat, if it was you guys, I would have waited. But her dumbass dropped the gun. I don't know why the fuck you dropped the gun. Just let him just run up to you and eat your
mean-
fucking head off.
You're the one controlling her, right?
Yeah, if I was controlling her, I would have not dropped the gun. The moment I saw him transform, I'd have
Oh.
blasted his ass in the face.
Wait, so how many monsters do we think there are right now? Like 3?
Should be 2 now, no?
Oh, damn, she's on her own again. Oh, she must be super pissed.
The fuck is him?
Could have blasted him just for being named Nick, not gonna lie.
Damn, y'all hate Nicks? What if my real name was Nick, chap?
I do want to see the other ending with Abby living, though.
Okay. So,
Pay out? Oh, hold on.
I were a counselor at an off-season camp, partying around a bonfire, and it started to rain, and there were monsters.
I paid out.
Go
Big bucks?
How much was the payout?
to the
How much
lodge.
was the payout, chap? Because I already closed it. Yeah, I can check it. So I'm probably got a lot, I think. Or maybe not, because I think a lot of you guys voted on me dying first. And for selling, I didn't sell. I was using logical reasoning.
That was not logical reasoning.
If it was you transforming, I wouldn't have shot you. Does that make you feel better?
I guess.
Stories again.
I guess.
I guess.
I would have
mean,
waited for you to transform
very
first.
I
like.
forgot about this stuff.
I know.
We officially suck as counselors.
Damn.
You sold, I didn't sell. No one told her dumbass to drop the gun.
I want to see this.
Mug got
Hi, Mom.
150K.
So fun. Damn. Wow. Mr. Hackett is teaching us so much about nature and being safe in the woods. My friend Josh said he saw a ghost. I think he's lying just to scare me, but I drew a picture of her anyways. She looks quite angry, but I think sometimes when people are angry, they are just sad instead. We're going sailing on the lake tomorrow. I can't wait. Love from Rowan. Well, this must have had change of heart, said not to send this letter home. Ghost stories are only stories after all. I can't go in there.
Really logical to not shoot a guy who didn't get a wall. Okay, when you put it like that, okay, sure. But what if he could still be saved, chat?
You think that guy could have been saved?
No, I know he doesn't get saved because the last time I played. But still.
You just prolonging his suffering. Isn't that sad?
What I can't, it's hard for me to say to you without spoiling.
Only one left.
I already just mistakenly said he couldn't be saved, but
Alright, so I got fireworks.
he kissed the girl in front of you. That doesn't mean anything. You get a new girl. Go on.
Damn, like that? Crazy.
Oh, he cheated. Well, not cheated, but you get what I mean.
Nah, he played her.
Yeah, you played her.
Sad.
Yeah, you said it.
Abby did not deserve that.
Well,
She had a long life ahead of her. Look what you did.
well, I blame her for dropping the gun.
Dropping the gun. You know, Abby's very,
What?
she really likes Nick. You think she wouldn't drop the gun?
Yeah, so I was okay. So my excuse is that I was playing it like I was playing Abby. Abby would drop the gun.
Gotta get out of here.
Is that a valid excuse?
So you didn't care about Luke saving her, huh?
No, I'm playing it as.
Fucking logical.
I can't win with you guys.
Nah.
Oh wait, the chapter didn't end.
Us.
Oh wait, it didn't.
Chat is always right.
Hmm.
Chat is always right.
What the hell? You hear what they be saying about me? Chat is always right. It's crazy. You gonna turn a blind eye to what they be saying about me? Call me all types of harsh words and
Shoot,
stuff.
there's several ways to go. I don't know where to go.
Nope, trust your
Wait,
judgment.
how the fuck am I supposed to know where
Lodge.
Lodge is? Where am I right now? I'm
You're at the
I'm
fire
right
pit,
here.
so it's to the right. Oh wait, no, Lodge is.
Oh, does it show where they are?
That's where the island is. Yeah, you see Emma's right there at the camp. I had a photo of
Yeah.
her. The Lodge is. Should be to the right, no?
God, I can't move. Oh, I'm such an.
We'll just scroll up on the left side.
Yeah, I was trying to move with the
Oh,
on the map.
I know what you mean. Oh, there's a dead person there. I wonder who.
I wonder who.
I wonder who.
I wonder who.
Quite unfortunate.
Yeah.
Yeesh.
Rip, Nick. I'll plant a tree in your name or something, but this buckshot got your name on it.
Wonder who died.
I'm just looking for any more cards. I'm being watched though, so I'm afraid Emma might die right now. I'm so scared.
No one's gonna die. Relax.
You don't know that?
Oh, I know that. My character died because of
Okay.
incompetence. My character was incompetent. Totally wasn't my fault.
Wait, where the fuck am I going? Oh shit.
It's Black Panther from Rivals. You better get one shot.
I'm not going that way.
What if you have to go that way?
I mean, there's another pathway too.
Chad, that's really how
unless
BP
I
players
can't go
be
that
though.
way.
Just sitting at the high ground waiting for the supports. Nice little 250 HP kill. Looking like fresh meat.
No, I guess there really is nothing. Wait, so there's this way I could go, and there's that way I could go, and there's this.
Easy pickings. That dude's an asshole.
Rain must have done this.
Two potential ways to go. Let me see camp. So I can't go this way. I can only go this way. I'm guessing they both lead to the lodge. This one might lead to the.
I don't think
Actually,
it
that
matters which
one.
way you go, but
You sure?
I don't remember. Too much of a blur.
I think it matters. Two paths, you have to choose one. I think it matters.
Oh, did they
I'm gonna
say
go
you
up.
had to pick?
Well, no, but you have to pick.
Oh,
Clearly, you have to pick between one of the two.
I feel like one's gonna lead to like a dead end, and you got to turn around or something. I don't know. Who knows?
This shit looks like a dead end.
Fuck is that? Oh, maybe there's a cart back there. Were you too scared? Yikes. No, never mind. There's definitely no card back here.
Yeah.
Props to you though for having balls. Whoa. Ooh.
Fuck. Okay,
Sure you
so
wanna go
the
this way
monster
still?
was actually, I don't know, the monster was looking at me from below, so that's why I went up top.
So it goes. It doesn't matter which way you go. Face your fears.
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna hope there's no cards here. I would hate that.
Wait, you too scared or what? What do you mean?
Well, no,
'Cause
it's
you don't
just
wanna
too much
explore?
exploring to do.
Fair enough. Well, you gotta figure out where to go now then.
It's a dead end right here. Oh, her camera's not working for me.
One of the two shotguns. The other one, Caitlin donated to the friendly local. She says. I should
I'd
say,
say he's pretty friendly.
a lie donated. Yeah, it was pretty friendly. I think.
I have nothing to defend myself with.
Yeah, you do.
What?
Flash
oh, the
on your phone.
flashlight? Yeah.
Still probably a bear spray, I think. There gotta be some
I
left.
think I have more
Oh,
burst
she's here.
spray.
Uh oh.
Oh.
That was an old lady
What
over
the
there.
fuck is that on the right?
That was Granny.
Cut you.
Yes.
No.
You heard him? He cuts you, you know what'll happen.
I've never done this before, Pop. Let's do it fast. That's it.
What is he doing? Well, hurry up.
Should I run?
Up to you.
Oh shit. What?
Uh-oh.
Oh god.
Got a taser? There's nothing left in the taser. Oh, the firework! Oh, she got it like that? Quick draw. Good thing you got that firework.
This makes you want to go hiking? What?
Ryan! Abby!
Go, your friend's dead.
This doesn't feel safe.
Sadly, because of someone.
I don't know what you're talking about. Wasn't there something in the chimney? Or noise in the chimney?
Abby?
I don't think the chimney would be stable enough to have a monster in it, though.
Probably.
But it could be.
Ryan?
Fuck, I would hate to be alone in a house and play hide and seek with it.
You don't like big houses?
Being alone in a big house is kind of scary.
It's scary. I wouldn't want to live in a big house. If I can't clean it, it's too big for me.
Don't tell me it's behind her.
What if it's in the car with her?
Thank God.
Yo, you barely played.
Is it over?
You barely
Yes!
played.
Yes.
What? What?
Oh my
She had a
God.
Mickey Mouse firework from earlier. You should have died. She had a Mickey Mouse firework she carried from earlier.
You know, you're right, DC, but you said this one made you want to go. This game's making you want to go hiking, right? My werewolf.
Jesus Christ, everyone's covered in blood. The headless.
Look, your decision made everyone extremely depressed.
I mean,
Reflect on your decisions.
we gotta have hope.
We just gotta focus. We can still get out of this alive together, okay?
Oh, not all of us.
This fucking kid.
Yeah, no shit.
Dumbass.
Why is your character such a dumbass, bruh?
It's kind of funny.
Who the fuck is that?
Oh, shit.
Where the fuck is Chris Hackett?
Who? Who is it?
Who's there?
I need your help. Please.
Who are you?
My name is Laura Kearney.
So?
Don't let me in. It's not safe out here.
Yeah, there's a crazy woman with a gun killing people.
I'm not killing people.
Holy shit, Laura Kearney? You're Laura Kearney?
Yes?
You were supposed to be working, helping out in the nurse's office, right? And you never showed up?
Where did Nick go?
You and the guy, what's his name?
What's his name?
Yes,
Max.
Yeah. Mr. Hackett said that you had changed your mind last
Don't
minute.
worry. We just gotta have hope.
I think that we should listen to her inside.
Let's do it.
Okay, I'm gonna open the door slowly. Just keep your hands up, okay?
Okay.
God damn. She's been through some shit.
He really has.
Nick Fury.
Here
What's
we
up,
are
Granny?
again. Just
You and me.
you and me.
Chat with
Why
John,
don't
be
we
alone with
take
Granny.
another look at what you've found. justice. An eye for an eye. Not exactly in some cases, but cause and effect.
Okay.
Actions and consequences. There's a balance to everything, and we all play
What
a part
power?
in making sure the scales aren't tipped.
What's this one? The moon.
The moon. How poignant. Tonight of all nights, to harness your fear and anxiety and turn them into intuition. If you can do this and plan ahead, your cunning might just save your life. Now tell me, would you like to delve deeper into one of many possible futures?
Yeah.
You can do it.
Make your choice.
What you feeling?
I feel like the moon is for Caitlyn, and I want to understand the cunningness part, but the first one is too vague for us to understand.
Take it.
Do you have any thoughts on these two tarot cards?
There's never a thought in my head, dude. I don't
That
care.
helps. That helps. One of this is for one of your characters.
My characters will all survive this. I don't know about yours. Abby betrayed me. Don't.
Abby betrayed you. You betrayed Abby, bro.
She was incompetent, so she had to go.
It would suck if this is for one of the characters that are dead. You ignored the hint. He really did.
Hint Schmidt. We don't need those.
What is this? Cause and effect.
Y'all really gonna trust an old lady giving hints?
Yeah.
Wow. Y'all trust anyone.
For real. I'm having a hard
Yeah,
time deciding though which
You want
one.
me to pick for you?
Sure. Hi, hamster.
Justice it is. Oh.
Oh, that's for your character.
Off you go then. Chop, chop. One down, remember. Isn't that terribly exciting?
Look, he got a
Isn't that
baddie on the
terribly
card.
exciting. Isn't that terribly exciting, chat? Let me look at it again. Where the fuck is it at? Oh, it's right here. Hey, it's the cop. Oh. Not exactly in some cases, but cause and effect actions and consequences. There's a bonus to everything. By making sure the scales aren't tipped. Oh, so she just shoots him.
How does this help you though? Oh wait. For some reason, I thought that was the past.
It looks like the past because of her head. She doesn't have an eye patch on.
It does. Oh, you're right. Ooh, this.
Very vague.
I guess.
So,
Well, it said cause and effect, right?
Why didn't you come?
Put
So
this on my
I
channel?
guess you gotta pay attention to what the effect
We did
of this
come.
would be.
One night early.
Pretty sure justice is.
That was our mistake.
Well, I'll explain it later because I don't think I can explain it yet because I think it's a spoiler. Wow. Okay. Who died? Like my character killed. Oh, gospel.
Me. He killed his own character. Chat. And hamster, how are you doing?
Oh, we're here. That's not Emma Frost. Wrong girl. This guy is crazy.
I wonder if Max became one of the monsters.
Max!
Hey. Come here. Come on. Get in there. Fucking do it.
Uh-oh. Woo.
Yep.
Yikes.
Oh, you got buffalo wings. Damn. Oh, that sounds so good.
God damn.
You goddamn kids.
God damn. Whippersnappers. June 25th.
What have you done to Max?
Shut up.
Oh.
You can't just...
Could this have been avoided? Like, if you went to the
This is an
motel
interrogation.
You didn't have the option to go to the
I
motel.
ask, you answer.
I thought you did have the option to go to the motel.
Nope. They picked in a cutscene.
Name.
There's absolutely no option. They pick it and they choose to go to the thing. That intro, that prologue intro thing happens regardless.
Okay. You should have told him to eat shit.
Laura Kearney.
Oh, you're right. I should have actually.
Who are you traveling with? And what is your relationship?
Max Brindley, he's my boyfriend.
Where were you headed last night?
To Hackett's Quarry summer camp. You already know this. What have you done with Max?
No.
He does already know this.
I ask, you answer.
Oh my god.
That's how this works.
Well, I'm not saying shit until you tell me where Max is.
Said so.
You can't keep us here. I
Crap
know what
ass
this
cop.
is. This is an illegal detainment. They are waiting for us at Hackett's Quarry, and pretty soon they're gonna figure out we're missing. I want a lawyer.
Huh.
Oh my god. That's not
Finished.
gonna help her.
You finished.
Guess that sheriff's badge doesn't mean a whole lot if you don't believe in the law.
Excuse me?
We didn't do anything. You locked us up. Explain that to me.
Lady, I don't
Saul?
think you have any idea what kind of shit you just stepped into. There is shit, and then there's shit.
What?
Please, will you just stop fucking around with me and tell me what the fuck is going on? What the hell attacked us last night, and why did you arrest us, you goddamn maniac? Take me to Max! Right now! What?
Oh, just like that? I'm free? Old ass. Oh, fuck. Yo!
Not the smartest.
Bro!
Try that shit with me.
What do you think you were gonna do? What do you think you were gonna do?
He like 60, bro. 10-piece combo his ass.
Hey, you
You,
asshole!
you did not know your characters well enough.
What the fuck's going on?
Max!
I know you hear me! Fuck.
Okay, I thought Max turned into a monster. I guess not. Must someone do
Submissive.
something?
Max! Are you okay?
Yeah. I mean, I'm kind of all mixed up, but more or less intact, I think. Laura?
Yeah?
Why am I naked?
Oh.
What?
What?
I mean, after we got attacked, the next thing I know, I'm waking up in a jail cell and you're gone, and now you're back again, and I'm super naked, and there's blood and stuff everywhere. I mean, what the fuck happened?
Yeah, so our host was very keen on getting me to confess, but I honestly couldn't tell you what I was meant to be owning up to.
Jesus. What he used to try to get you to talk? The pincher, the blade? 3-hole punch?
No,
What?
he wasn't torturing me.
Who does this guy think he is?
Well, Sheriff of North Kill, apparently.
North Kill?
Yeah. Max,
What?
did you even look at the map? Hackett's Quarry in North Kill, that's the town.
Oh.
Oh. But
And it gets better. I gotta look at his name badge and...
oh. The fuck is that? Some clothes? Shit, can I get some?
Get dressed.
What's he giving you?
Not gonna be the guest of honor at Fashion Week, I'll tell you that much.
Hey, did I say you could talk to each other?
Bruh. I'm pissing
I
off.
wasn't aware we needed your permission, Detective Dick Whippet.
Yeah, it's a free country, Officer Oat. For brains. Shit.
What is he doing?
Buddy. Hands through the bars.
Don't forget cause and effect.
Come on. Your turn. Let's go.
I'm not going anywhere, we can talk right here.
Come on.
Hey! Hey!
Let's get the fuck off!
Come on. Move.
This is a corrupt ass cop.
Good boy.
What?
Say good
Hey.
boy.
Stop struggling.
Hey, leave him alone.
Yeah, leave me alone, asshole.
Both of you shut up.
Fuck you!
I said shut up!
Hey, hey, you can't treat us like this. You're hurting it. Hey. Okay.
Shit, what now?
Okay. Think, Laura, think. There's gotta be something in here you can use.
What's the fucking apartment?
What was that? Ooh, kind of sharp. A spoon?
Ew. Spoon?
I'm making fun of her forehead. I keep making forehead jokes. Y'all gonna have a brick. We bought them by 20s. That your 20s.
Not a chance. I need some sort of lever. While the town of North Kill lay there sleeping, the hag in the woods started weeping.
Weeping.
As the bodies decay, the wolves hunt their prey, and the sheriff continues his creeping.
Interesting. Wait, what? Oh. Why is it so dark?
You could probably use this spoon for that.
Got it.
Oh, nice.
World. I'll let the Witcher, whatever the hell, read it.
Is she gonna take the spoon?
I hope so. Nothing else I can interact with in here.
Yeah, this ought to do it. Yes.
I honestly think that did nothing.
Okay, what now?
Watch it, man. I bruise easily.
Give me a break.
Hey, the second we get out of here, you're toast, motherfucker.
Sure. Second you get out.
What's that supposed to mean?
What the fuck is that supposed to mean? Hey! What the fuck is that supposed to mean,
Have you already
asshole?
played Laura?
Oh, what do you mean?
Hey, you can't just leave us in here!
Hey!
What do you mean by that?
Have you already played Laura?
First time we played was the start of the game.
No, from the last time you played.
Yeah. This cutscene's inevitable. Because it's the past.
Well, I mean, the last time you played the game, if you played Laura or not.
Yeah. Oh, as my character? Chat was Cam's character? Was his character? I don't remember whose was whose. Let me look at this card again. I don't remember.
It was the world. Oh, that
No,
one.
this one. Justice an eye for an eye. Exactly. In some cases, cause fair, accept consequences, balance everything. Serious.
Are you okay?
It's just a foot.
Yeah, I don't remember that
heal.
Laura.
I meant the interrogation.
Oh. Yeah. Can't break old Max. Many have tried, many have failed.
I'm being serious, Max.
He just asked a lot of questions. A lot of weirdly specific questions about us and where we were going and why and how I was feeling this morning, and I don't know. Nothing I said made him seem any less annoyed.
He asked how you were feeling?
Yeah. Why, he didn't ask you?
No.
Huh. Rude.
I mean, he did get attacked.
Yep.
And those suck. No blankets.
Oh, hey, did you get a look at his name badge?
She is in the summer. It's pretty
It's
hot.
not really Detective Dick Whippet?
It's Hackett. Sheriff Hackett.
Whip it.
You think he's related to Chris Hackett?
Oh my god, like the Chris Hackett?
Yeah.
Who's the Chris Hackett?
Bro.
As in
My God.
camp leader Mr. Hackett of Hackett's
Bro.
Quarry, remember?
No.
What if this for real?
Last night feels like a lifetime
That
ago.
bread.
The fuck does that mean, though? You know? Where we set up?
Maybe it's some kind of crazy camp counselor kidnapping ring.
That's... I mean... What?
Well, I guess Sheriff Hackett's not exactly acting like a typical kidnapper, but he's not
Join
acting
late?
like
Did
a
I
typical
lose
cop
something?
either.
What do you mean? Someone
How do you know
died?
how
Yeah.
kidnappers act?
Abigail died.
I'm just trying to get us out of here, and I can't get us out of here until I have some clue of why the fuck we're in here.
She died because of incompetence.
I don't know. What if we can't make sense of it?
What? Well, you have to.
Sometimes things just don't make sense. What then? We're just stuck in a backwater jail cell for the rest of our lives?
Okay. There's a reason why I didn't shoot, but I can't explain it yet because it's a spoiler. Because that's what you guys really want to hear.
This isn't forever.
Like my memory's all scrambled from playing it last
hold us
time.
here forever.
You didn't seem too convinced of that.
You gotta stay positive. You can't think like that.
Why not? Might as
He's
well
not
just
very
accept
positive,
it, right?
though.
Oh, fuck that.
Overthinking? No, I'm over
Think
remembering.
about the rest of the summer, Max. And school.
Well, same thing, but
I mean,
Does that make sense, chat?
yeah.
Can you over-remember?
Same thing, but it'll make sense when we beat the game. Well, I'll explain it when we beat the game.
So he didn't shoot because he wanted her dead.
No.
Yeah, no, you can explain after.
It'll make sense later.
What? I'm gonna what?
Hold on. Can't hear. Oh, okay, now I
I
can
saw
hear.
the letter, Max.
What are you talking about?
The rejection letter for college. I found it in your bag.
Life's short if it come to
You're
it.
poking around in my stuff?
Oh.
I can't believe you didn't tell me.
It's not like that, ZK.
I was embarrassed.
Wait, your grades were good and you wrote a great essay?
Yeah, apparently not good enough.
Fuck. You've been making plans, Max. What the fuck?
I don't know. What do you want me to say?
What the fuck? Ow. Hit my fucking hand on my mic.
I'm sorry, Max. This really sucks.
Hey, it's not the worst thing to happen this summer. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have kept it from you.
You know you can talk to me about anything, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Okay, let's
Now
just
we're gonna get out of here.
focus on getting out of here for now.
Great. Sign me up.
We need to go over it from the beginning.
Like from when we left home?
Like from when we ran into the cop.
So after we ran into that... whatever we ran into?
Yeah.
Whatever
Actually-
we ran into.
Yeah, that's when shit started getting weird.
The dude acted super weird when we said we almost hit an animal. You remember that? It was like he already knew or something.
Yeah. Yeah, that was really sketchy.
What if he's not even a real cop?
You guys are still
Well, he's
talking
gotta be
about
dirty,
it.
but... I mean, I think he's a real cop.
Would you have blasted him
We're in
alive?
a police station.
I mean, yeah, but
Well,
there's
actually, I know the
like-
answer to that. No.
Nobody else around.
She would have blasted his ass.
Oh.
Yeah, that is concerning.
Yeah, I would have.
Especially the whole Hackett thing. Let's just go with the idea that they're both in on it.
Okay.
So we're supposed to meet Chris Hackett at the camp, and instead, there's nobody there, and we get attacked by something, and then the cop shows up.
That part's all fuzzy for me. Like, I remember the steps and a smell like wet fur and a dog collar with the name Ian on it.
Ian?
Ian.
Ian?
I don't think it was a dog that attacked us. Whatever it was big. Like, person-sized big.
Yeah, it really did a number on you. Like, I'm surprised you're not more messed up. Like I vividly remember the thing's teeth ripping into you.
What is messed up about that is... Laura, I don't have a scratch on me.
What?
Hey, okay, so weird question. Do you remember before we got lost?
You got lost?
Well,
You.
Yeah, but before that,
Yeah.
I was all like, whoa, look at the moon. It's so big, so cool to see a full moon in the middle of the woods. And you were all like, yeah, no shit, Max, it happens once a month.
Yeah, so?
Right, so, you know, full moon.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
What if,
Okay. No. Stop.
I'm just saying, you know, maybe there's a slight chance It was a werewolf.
Are you out of...
Oh.
Goddamn mine? Werewolves? Seriously? What the fuck? What's so funny?
I said literally the exact same thing.
Okay. Do you got anything better? I mean, like zombies, aliens, time-hopping Draculas?
Ryan, right?
Yeah?
You want answers? I've got answers. Interrupt me again, you're on your own.
Tell him.
Damn.
Would it really be so crazy? With all the shit that we've been seeing with Nick? With the thing on the roof? Okay, it would really start to explain a lot of stuff.
Dylan.
I'm just trying to keep an open mind, okay?
Yeah,
This
well,
is like
one of you guys
your
is
ghost
dead,
stories.
and
How's this so
someone's
different from
hand
your
is
ghost
literally missing.
Those are just campfire stories. Like, there has to be a rational explanation for everything, for all of this.
Okay, you were not talking so rational when you separated my hand from the rest of my body.
You told me to.
If it's bite with which you're faced, cleave limb from torso with great haste.
What?
You did the right thing.
See?
See?
She's got a whole poem about it.
There's more to all this than you think. Just let me finish, then you can decide for yourself if you believe me or not. I don't care. But I think you should hear all of it.
Ooh, rest of the story. Story time.
The next few weeks were long.
For
The cop kept
weeks.
us fed and let us take showers, but aside from that, we barely saw him. Max and I, we talked a lot. As much as we could about what happened that night. It was like trading conspiracy theories. We talked about the cop, the camp, the accident, the woods, the thing in the basement, what happened to Max. We just kept going over it all again and again, and nothing was making sense.
Jeez.
All we knew is that we needed to get out of there. I can't take this anymore.
Hmm?
It's not that bad. They're probably in the same crap at camp.
No, I can't take being in here anymore.
Oh. Yeah, well, that part's pretty tough.
We've got to do something. We've got to get out of here. We need a plan.
We keep saying that, but it's been weeks, so, you know, let me know if you have one.
Well, this
That's
guy is
really
useless.
not very helpful, Max.
This guy's useless,
You're
bro.
forgetting something.
What?
Just the ETBT tiny detail that I may or may not be a fucking werewolf, Laura.
Keep it down.
So what can we do, really? We run off into the sunset only to be stopped when I turn into a nasty-ass monster and kill you and eat you, and then I run off alone into the sunset with little bits of you stuck in my teeth?
Okay, stop. Just one problem at a time. All right, we don't even know if that's what's really going on, and we won't until we get the hell out of here.
Okay. Well, it seems to me that we only have two real options. We can play nice and try to get this guy on our side.
What, so he'll let us go?
Or we try to catch him off guard and make our escape.
Okay, so let's say we get on his good side. What then? Brunch and mimosas every Sunday till he sees the error of his ways?
Yeah, I was being rhetorical. The dude doesn't have a good side to get on. I mean, he don't even talk to us half the time.
I don't know, I think we could crack him.
Laura, I think he's just biding his time until he can figure out a way to get rid of us. Permanently.
Bro, chat, stop. This is 2021.
Oh.
We could
I
try.
think we should try. I mean, if he was gonna kill us, we'd be dead by now.
So what's he waiting for?
Look, if this doesn't work, we try to escape. Deal?
Yeah. Deal. So, All right, how are we supposed to get this guy to like us if he won't even talk to us?
I don't know. I mean, he's got to have a weak spot, like something we can use.
It's gotta be something.
It's not like we don't have time to figure it out.
Yeah. Okay.
Cops are corrupt. You might take the bait.
Hey, T-Money. Can I call you T-Money?
T-Money.
Why?
I think we could go for another
You
40 minutes.
You call me
Hop on
Officer
rifles.
Hackett.
Bet.
Hackett? Like as in Hackett's Quarry?
What's it to you?
Just interested is all. Feel like we hardly know you.
Well, let's keep it that way, okay?
Oh, come on, T-Money. Lighten up, man. No reason we can't be buds, right?
Lighten up,
I can
T-Money.
think of 7.
You're right. We've been just awful, and we really want to make it up to you.
Oh.
Oh.
I wouldn't buy
I
it
see what you're
either.
doing.
Bro.
Well, it's not gonna work. You think we're just
You know,
gonna
if
be
you were
besties,
more
and I'm
compliant,
gonna let you
he
walk
probably
right out
would've
of
fell
here.
for it.
Not gonna happen.
Asshole.
Max!
Asshole.
We know what's going on!
I was supposed to know this was their future plan.
We know Max is a werewolf!
Cause and effect. You gotta think about the
Full moon's in a
causes
few
and
days,
effect.
right? What then?
No, ma'am. You don't know the half of it.
Why doesn't he
Explain
just
it.
say the half,
Explain it then.
I said,
Should have gatekeeped.
take your fucking clothes off.
Oh,
Fuck
that's.
off! Get back!
Max, what's going on? Get the fuck away from him!
Come here.
Get off of me!
Shut up. Have a seat. Quit squirming. Said you want to be a vet, right? Call us an internship.
Internship.
Wow. That would
You're not
suck.
gonna believe it until you see it for yourself.
Just fucking ask next time then, dude. Jeez.
Don't get too close.
T, come in. What's your position? Over.
Mm-hmm. Just wrapping things up here.
Call for help. There's like no one to call.
Down to 20. Over.
I mean, you're supposed to yell when he has his mic thing on.
What's gonna happen?
Yell. Well.
Yeah, because he's reporting to his other
I'll tell you.
officer.
It's not gonna be
So
pretty.
if you're speaking while he's speaking to them, they're
Don't
gonna
worry.
notice something.
I'll be back at dawn.
Yeah, that too.
I mean,
You're
that's
really
what it
gonna
was.
leave me here?
You'll be fine. Just don't get too close.
Yeah, he just needs to let go of the button and mute everything.
Max, tell me exactly what you're feeling.
Laura, I don't feel so good.
Not good like how?
I don't know, just bad.
Bad.
Come closer, let me see your eyes.
I think I better stay back.
Max, I
Oh
need
no,
to
a
observe
creepy
you.
granny ghost leads to werewolves.
Is this fucking close enough for you, bitch?
Oh. He's hulking out.
This is a two-player game, yeah. Can you play with more players, Infer?
I don't know. I think. I know with other games you can.
Tell me what's going on.
Damn, fangs. That is so
Dude,
gross.
that looks so painful.
Woo! That eye is gone.
Wait, I thought she was tied up.
I think she was like, well, yeah. I think she got too close.
Fuck! You think she could be infected though? I don't
That?
think so. I think it has to be like a mouth bite.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And even if, I mean, the eye's gone.
Yeah.
So much for depth perception.
At least cool scar though.
Cool.
Oh my
What
God.
the hell? You lose an eye for that? You're crazy.
Let's see what that bastard cop's hiding.
Where the fuck did he go? Did he still not come back?
Oh, he's got a report for duty.
Damn, don't get that close. I just wanted to look. Sheesh.
Is there a tarot card in your room?
I highly doubt it. Unless it just spawned in. Oops, I want to get the spoon. Continue looking. I don't think I can get it yet. There's nothing I can really get, it seems. That was out here. Nothing in here. Remember the cards? Yeah, I remember. Ain't shit out here though. Got it.
Oh.
Chariot. Mm-hmm. Take a look at that later.
Two cards.
Yeah. Locked.
What's he hiding?
Everything is locked. Password? Oh no. Phone?
Hello?
The fuck? Password is password.
That makes sense. Okay.
What? What makes sense?
Earlier in the story, they said that the granny lost her son and that every She would take like
Not so much a hint as
every
a slap in
kid
the
and
face.
turn them into her son or something like that.
She would take
So
every
I guess
what?
that means I would turn them into a werewolf. Am I too far from my mic?
I just didn't hear that last part because she was talking at the same time as you.
So Granny would take one of the kids and turn them into her son. That was a part of the scary stories. So that means everyone that was taken is probably turned into a werewolf.
Anne Radcliffe and Edward Benson.
Good observation.
Wonder who they are.
Missing cat, missing dogs. No.
Arum scarum. There's really nothing else I can interact with in here.
She feels like a witch, so makes sense. Yeah, definitely. Oh, definitely, Yuri.
Fuck. What? I didn't press that. What? I can't skip that. God damn it, it's making me do it again. Hint. My birthday. It's such a dumb hint to pop up. Like what? Okay, there's nothing else in this room. Anywhere else I can go?
Is there upstairs?
Yeah.
Fuck. I'm gonna need to rest soon.
Yeah, she is probably getting tired. Oh boy.
I wonder where this facility is located.
56.
Mama's boy.
Where did the time go?
56.
Oh, that's the
That
password.
means he was born in 1965.
Quick maths. Anything else in here? Nope, can't go back there. Would hint their own password? I don't know. Syringe.
This must be
Same
what
one
he
he
used
used
to
on her?
knock me out.
Nice.
You
I
can
can
use
hide
him.
this in my cell.
Perfect. Is it loaded though? Look
looks
pretty
like it.
empty. Maybe. Full moon. Birthday beers.
July 7th.
I think that's it. Alright, that's it.
I need to lie down.
Shit, I gotta hurry up. Getting tired. Wait, what are we doing on Rebels today? What did you say you wanted to do?
Just alts.
Alright. Got an itch for Magneto again, huh? Or who is it this time?
Locked.
It's either gonna be Mag or
I guess I can't leave Max.
Strat. So I'd probably play either
keep
Luna, Loki,
snooping,
or Jubilee.
Bet.
I
But I'd
can go
have
back
to
to my
switch
cell
by
and wait,
Jubilee
I guess.
keybinds for
Thought
my
you-
main to my alt.
Just wanted to finish the game at stream. Let's see.
I need the rivals.
Oh, I'm not playing. I don't mind. So I was gonna play. I was after this regardless. What the hell? Oh, here it is. All right. W.
Fuck yeah.
Heard this shit? We gotta shut it down.
There's a music file?
Weren't hikers at all, but ghost hunters who went in search of answers and fell victim to the mercy of the Hag of Hackett's Quarry, never to be seen again.
Like us. Except for the fell victim to the mercy of the blah 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 part.
We're more like, ghost investigators?
Spectre sleuths?
Sure.
So, what happened next?
Well, according to reports from the local paper, the North Kill Gazette, some hay bales caught fire during the opening night, and that spread pretty quickly. Before they knew it, the whole place was up in smoke, including the show's leading lady and her alleged baby boy.
Ooh. The fuck?
Ooh.
What is happening? What? Oh, is she getting tired or what? Or what the fuck? Oh. Trippy. Alright, let's get out of here.
I thought she was gonna call on the phone. Surprisingly not.
I've exhausted this.
I wonder if Silas was the name of her son.
I need to sleep.
Wait, do you even have a kid?
Of the granny's son.
Oh, Granny. I'm like, put the syringe in. All right, sleepy time. So don't we have like 3 cards now or something? 2, 3, something like that.
You want to tell me what happened?
I could ask you the same thing.
Why didn't you run?
We've got unfinished business.
Like what?
Like how you're gonna tell me exactly just what the fuck is really going on here.
Why would I do that?
Because I could
Why
be
not? Like what?
But I'm not. Because I have to help Max. Maybe I can help you too.
Turn around, hands against the wall.
Seriously?
I am too tired to argue.
But... Me too. Happy?
Officer Dickword. Bro.
Brew some coffee.
He's back to normal.
What's this? An education.
What?
Watch.
Day 29, damn.
So the summer camp should be ending soon, right?
Nice job cleaning up.
Something like that. Yeah. This is all happening
It's
while
harder than
summer
they make
camp
out in the
is
textbooks.
going down for sure.
Especially when nobody's helping you.
You're the doctor.
Animal doctor. And no, I'm not. And I probably never will be. Stuck in here forever.
You know, just because you know doesn't mean you know.
What?
What?
The fuck are we talking about?
I'm not. This isn't what it seems to be.
You're gonna have to be more specific.
You and Max are in just as much trouble as I am.
For what? Fuck do we do?
My family? We didn't mean to hurt anybody.
Oh my god.
We're just trying to survive like everybody else. Do you understand?
Not really.
We're gonna end this thing once and for all.
We?
Yeah.
So, how is your family involved?
My family is down at the bottom of a well.
What?
Family is the most important thing in the world.
Are they dead?
Seems
Are
so.
some of them dead?
But if your whole family,
Yeah.
like
Whole family.
every last one of them decided to jump down the bottom of a well and they're all just
Oh. Yep, they are.
hanging on the end of a rope, how can one person be expected to pull them all back out? You can't. So you pull on that rope and you're just gonna fall right down at the bottom of the well with the rest of them. And what's the point of that?
Right, so you're the one at the top of the well with a rope? And
Yes. I thought that was obvious.
yeah, okay, yeah, I got it.
No, it's just an analogy chat.
Let's see how smart you really are.
Excuse me?
What is this?
Information.
Well, what does it mean?
Read it.
When full the moon above shines first, the beast internal shall outward burst. One by one leads lambs to slaughter. It stalks your breath, but shuns clear water. And should you yourself be cursed, armed with silver and the first, when moon is full before its wane, rend the beast that cursed you slain. No longer shall you face your blight, or fear the dread of full moon's light.
Yeah.
He refuses to get to the point? Yeah,
Keep
he does.
reading.
Take gun? I kind of want to keep reading it.
And if it's a bite with which you're faced, cleave limb from torso with great haste. Perchance you'll save your cursed soul before infection takes its toll.
Starting to get the picture.
You could have just said this.
It's not a lot to go on. And frankly, it's shit. Why did they have to make it rhyme?
Yeah.
I don't know. But it's all we have to go on.
Kill the werewolf that bit you and you'll be cured. It has to be silver, has to be full moon. Seems pretty straightforward to me.
If you can kill the werewolf, and that's a big if.
I just want to cure Max.
It's not as straightforward as you think.
If you knew all this, why didn't you just kill it in the storm shelter when you had the chance?
It's not so. I was when I.
Straightforward?
No, it's not. They're not so easy to hit. I was trying to protect you too.
So what's the plan?
Well, that's where I'm hoping you'll come in.
Me?
Yeah. Cause your studies.
I haven't even started.
How are they hard to hit? They're fast
Well,
as
you're
fuck,
the best
bro.
option I got.
If you're in shock and there's like a whole monster
Been
like
hunting
that
this
on you,
damn white wolf
it'd be
under
kind of hard to
the woods so
aim.
long I start to think it doesn't exist, you know? Maybe it doesn't matter because maybe there's another way. Whatever
That'd be
you
easy with a
believe,
shotgun, but he also had
do
2
some
people he
science.
had to
And
protect
You do science.
and had to drag one up from down the stairs.
True.
Look, take some time to think about all this.
I mean, I don't know how she
You could
dropped him.
1v1 the werewolf first.
Well, we saw the last person that tried to 1v.
Seen enough.
Never mind.
Yeah.
Bro, she dropped the gun. What y'all want me to do, bro?
Oh no, shoot before you drop it?
Dude, okay. The reason why I did not shoot him was because since I played last time, I know that, like, they don't stay this way forever. You can change them back.
I don't think I'd believe a word you
Which
just
is why I
said if
didn't
hadn't-
shoot. But I forgot that that could happen. She
hadn't
just
seen that.
dies there.
You want to save Nick? You wanted to save that guy? Fuck that guy.
You're right. But
He did
that's
not
why I didn't
deserve to
shoot.
save you.
But I didn't account for the fact that she would dead ass drop the fucking gun. I didn't know she would do that. Like, I know the writing on the thing with the devil and shit. Yeah, I know that pertained to him. Like yesterday or the day before yesterday, I was literally playing stupid like I didn't understand it. Because since I played the game already, I know what that meant. I just didn't want to say it because it'd be spoilers. But I forgot that she literally just dies there. I don't remember if she even died there for me. I don't remember. But like, that's why I said my brain's all mixed up. Because it's like merging the two fucking thingies together. And like, I don't remember
You forgot
where.
her head fell on the floor.
I don't think she even died on my part for that, but I don't remember. It's too much of a blur.
You're good.
So that's why I didn't shoot, because I know that he's savable. But like, I didn't think right then and there he was gonna fucking instantly kill her. That's why I waited for him to transform first. Then I was gonna shoot. But she just dropped the gun. I'm like, what? Why would you drop the gun? Whatever. Anyways, let's keep going.
I believe him.
You can't tell me you really trust that guy now.
I didn't say that. I said I believe him about the werewolf stuff, not the science bit. I don't know what he wants.
Dead now? I mean, yeah.
It's a dirty line, kidnapping cop lore. We should be careful of anything that fucker says.
I think if you shot him, he just runs away. I don't remember what happens.
Well, fuck him. He's had his chance to fix this. We're getting out of here and we're gonna fix it on our own.
Hey, Laura?
Yeah?
I saw what happened. What I did to your eye.
Yeah.
Is it bad?
They make you aim the gun, yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
But yeah, I definitely should have shot him, since like
I'm so sorry.
couldn't be saved. But I mean, well, he technically could, but you get what I mean.
It wasn't you. I know it wasn't you.
I know. But it was.
We're gonna fix you, Max. Promise. I promise.
He said, let me in there. Chris! I know they're in there. Who? The counselors that didn't show up. How'd you find out? Bobby told me.
Said you scrapped an abandoned car. A while back, I worked out the rest.
Damn.
Shit. Why?
Why'd you think, Chris?
Jesus, Travis. You're still here? That's fucked up.
Fucking bet one of them, Chris. What's I supposed to do?
What was that?
Oh my god, he bit one of them.
Now y'all get the rope analogy, chat.
You shot.
They're at the bottom of the well.
Telling Mom.
Thank your lucky stars it wasn't silver.
What's your plan?
Wait, is that
Can't keep him here
Thacket?
forever.
Handling it.
That what?
Is that Thacket?
Thacket.
You know Hackett and Thacket?
Yeah, I mean,
Thacket?
was that his name? I don't remember what his name was, but good
I
show.
mean, they're brothers, right? Probably.
Should be something Hackett. This is Chris's kids. That's Chris, no? I forgot his fucking name.
If you'd done your job, they wouldn't have been at the camp that night. You ever think of that?
If I'd have done my job, you'd all be in prison. You ever think of that?
That was all Bobby and Caleb, and
Or
you
those
know it.
hikers and that fucking journalist.
Damn it, Travis. What are we gonna do now?
Whatever happened to we're all in this together? Shh, man. Let's go to my office. We shouldn't talk here.
Now I don't remember how this part goes,
Max!
but
What is
we'll see.
Travis was just in the hall talking, the cop,
So,
with Chris Hackett.
was he here to let us out?
No. He's the werewolf, Max. Chris Hackett is the one that bit you down on the storm shelter.
Holy shit, that's... Who would have guessed?
So who's Ian?
I mean, I guess thinking about it, I could.
So if I had to guess or remember correctly,
It all
you remember that
Ian
thing in his
the
office,
Mickey
the door going downstairs in his office?
Yeah.
I think that's where he hides when he transforms.
sense. That's why Chris's car was at the lodge that night.
Yeah.
Travis was protecting him. That's why he followed us, and that's why he didn't kill the werewolf in the storm shelter, because it was his fucking brother. God, it's so obvious.
Yep.
If Chris was the one that bit me, then...
Yeah, then that's our cure.
Make peace as a werewolf.
That's how we fix you.
When no one
Jesus,
dies.
Laura, are we
That's
thinking the
another
same
way.
thing?
So he has to kill him if he wants to get cured. The secret sex dungeon? Yeah, that's where he hides at.
Tomorrow we're getting out of here. I'm gonna get Travis's gun and kill Chris Hackett.
So yeah, that's why I didn't shoot him. Because I remember that he's savable, but I just don't remember how. Because technically you can save anyone. Which is why I guess I got Abigail killed, but I didn't want to kill him because he's savable.
That he likes Nick more than Abby.
No, I just didn't know he was gonna fucking insta kill Abby.
Laura!
Now this part, I don't remember how this part goes. So I like, let's see what happens here.
Fuck.
Woo. We're out cold. Easy picking.
You killed Abby for easy
Bro,
picking for real.
I'd be trolling, Chad, but I wouldn't go that far. Come on. Come on, Chad.
You did just get her killed. I'm pretty sure you would go that far.
No, that's not me. Y'all know me. Dexter Morgan. Dexter is so goated. Okay, so I'm guessing this card doesn't happen anymore.
Which one?
The Justice one. I don't think this happens since I syringed his ass. Let's see. This part doesn't happen anymore. Damn, I should have chose Moon for you. But I couldn't have known.
Yeah, we wouldn't have known it was for Laura. If I knew it was for Laura, I wouldn't have chose that one.
Well, maybe I should consider
You're just going
acting
back
as
into
my
her
major.
past.
I wouldn't go that far.
So yeah, now that you guys know how the fucking werewolves works, can y'all leave me alone by Abigail now? It was justified.
no.
It was justified. I was trying to save both of them.
Justice! Chat! This lady, this girl
No,
died.
I mean justified is in my memory. Is I have two memories fusing together right now. It's like it's hurting my brain.
Forget the past. Stick with the present.
Nick wouldn't have died. Yeah, I know he. Well, no, I don't know that.
He must have some.
I don't know if he would have died because he was in human form. He wasn't in a werewolf form.
I mean, he recovers fast, right? Because he couldn't find any wounds on his body.
But I don't know. I don't know where she.
That's what Caitlin said.
Yeah, but I don't know if she would have aimed for that. That shit would have one tapped his ass. I don't know. I don't know that part.
He has.
I never like replayed the games. Yeah, I know. I know if you're werewolf, you regen fast, but like, I don't know if she would have blasted his head off. He only dies if you shot the head. Okay, so how was I supposed to know to not shoot the head unless I already played the game?
It's Abigail. I doubt she's ever shot in a gun before.
If it was you, I know you would have shot the fucking head. You would have blown his shit smooth off. Especially the way you hate him, you would have blown his shit smooth off. I know you would have. I would have blasted his shit. Because if she aimed for the body, one of us would have been like, "Why'd you aim for the body?" So there's no winning with chat here. There's really no winning. Someone's on my ass regardless. If I do or don't shoot this guy, someone's on my ass.
You are in the wrong, Infer. There's no way getting out of that.
That's crazy. Wow. I see how y'all do me. What the fuck is this? See, I don't hate Abby. I like Abby. I think she's cool. She's one of the cooler characters. I don't like her hair color. She has like that nice little red hair. I like it. I think she was a cool character.
That's all you liked about her?
There's nobody in here.
No, I liked her personality and stuff too.
What the fuck?
Y'all antagonize me.
Personality.
Y'all antagonize me right now. I think she's a sweet individual.
Shotgun shells.
Yeah, now she got no head, bro.
That's where he was last month.
They are gaslighting the shit out of me. Let's hurry up and finish this chapter so we get on Rivals.
Well, I guess I won't be needing this anymore.
Abby was useless. She was moral support.
I just realized something.
Nick was the opposite.
Abby wasn't useless. Don't say that.
We're free.
Nick had no moral support. He's just a cook.
Not until Chris is dead. Hold on. We're not free. We cannot risk you transforming.
We're not free until Chris Hackett is dead. And it doesn't look like we've got much time.
I know.
Gotta
you're
kill
right,
Jacob.
Let's just take the win for now.
Now the issue with this is that since we know this is a
Celebrate when it's
flashback,
over.
we know he doesn't die. We know Chris doesn't
We're going
die
straight to
since we
Hackett's
see him in
Quarry,
the
and we're ending
future.
this tonight.
So I don't remember how this part goes.
It could be he doesn't die yet.
What do you mean yet? Because this is taking place during summer.
Planning to kill him.
Oh well, yeah, of course, but we don't know what happens to Alex or whatever his name is. No, Max.
Alex.
Yes, I said Max. I said Alex.
Oh, okay.
Max. My bad. I'm trippy.
And I made my way here to camp. Left Max at the island.
Oh, is
Seemed
that
like
it?
the best place for
Okay.
him. So
Oh, she left Max at the island.
He's alive.
Yeah, sure. He's over there. That was the one that Emma was fighting.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay, that part makes sense. This island. Remember the island she ziplined from, chat? As Emma? Yeah, that's Max. Can we get like a diagram or whatever of the fucking which zombie is who now, or we're not allowed to get that? I don't think they give you that. Like a fucking chart or whatever. Nope.
by water and all.
Yeah, because they can't swim, so that's why. Yeah.
That's it.
It's a good spot for him
That's
to be
the
at.
Story.
She locked him
All
at the top
jump in at the same time.
hut thingy.
Wait, the island? Like our island? Like the one in the lake?
Yeah, why?
Because Jacob, he went back there looking for Emma and he hasn't come back yet. Neither of them has. Oh, shit.
Well, they're both off the island now, so they're good.
Honest. How would she know they're not there now? I don't even know how she knows this, but fuck it.
Well, if they were there, they're not there now.
What's that supposed to mean?
Oh, they're zombies now.
Don't make me spell it out for you. I've
I
just
said
come back
vamps.
from there. and
Werewolves.
there's
My
one
bad. I
werewolf and no
can't think.
people.
Oh, fuck.
all I know is I have to do this. I have to kill Chris Hackett before it's too late.
Like, who you killing now?
After you saw me at the pool.
Wait, what?
After
What?
Hold on.
She said, What the?
Back to the island expecting.
Whoa!
Wait a moment.
Whoa! None of my characters. Oh,
Hold on.
you are scary.
I'm a backtrack and not comment.
Whoa. Who's that? Oh. Okay, so this is what happened with her and the other girl, black hair. What was her name? I'm so bad with names. Wow.
Yeah, actually, surprisingly.
Surprisingly. I talk to so many different people every day. There's just no way.
You're like Alex, Max, I mean.
Alaya.
You said a couple of names that were. Oh, hell no.
Alaya.
Max?
ABG, call her ABG. What? What the hell are y'all talking about?
Max.
Can I call you Butter? Like butter?
Butter.
Like Buttercup?
Butterwork. I actually have a coworker, her name's Butter. Because she was born on Thanksgiving. I guess Butterball.
You are now my coworker named Butter.
Yeah.
Hello?
Well, her nickname's Butter.
I'm gonna call you Butter now. Oh shit. Hold on, I gotta lock in. Why you just sat there? Oh, she fighting back though. Hold on. Damn. Yeah, they take ages to get up. For some people that are so strong or whatever. Werewolves that are so strong, they take ages to get up off the ground.
We should go back.
But they can't swim, so.
I'm not gonna lie, I would have not taken the boat. I would have just dived in the water.
Damn, his head is big as shit. If that shit hopped, I'd fucking cry laughing.
That's a strange pose.
What? It's a werewolf pose, no? When they like.
So the werewolf I
crazy
killed can't have been Chris.
Like
That
when they
wasn't
howl.
a werewolf. It was Haley Hackett, Chris's daughter.
Whatever I shot, that was no girl. Unless, I guess, it turned back after I shot it when I went to the island.
Wait, so how come Max didn't kill you then?
Oh, she's bitten? Oh, fuck. Damn. Fuck it, I'll show the bite.
He tried. I got away. I need to end this.
Damn, so that shit did bite her. Oh, fuck. I forgot my characters are like this.
We don't have much time.
Cut her arm off? Oh, shit. Right. We can pause here, or it's up to you?
We should pause.
Bet. Well, let me pause, though. Hold on, let me ready up. The fuck was that room? Was that some bullshit? Cut her arm off? Oh, it's too late for that. It's too late for that. You gotta kill the person at that point. Anyone dead yet? Nah. No one's dead. No.
Give me a couple minutes. I gotta go.
You're fine. Take your time.
Might get some more snacks too.
Shit, give me some. What the hell?
No.
Look in Excel. Yeah, I just replied to what you just sent me. You're fucking stupid, Devo. You're stupid, bro. Oh, let me upload today's video chat before I forget. Oh wait, I just logged on the wrong account. Smite 2, nope. Nope. I'm not playing that. Tell them how you murdered a girl after calling her easy pickings. I would never call a girl that. What the? Easy pickings is crazy. Oh no. Y'all think I'm cruel. That's the problem with you guys. You guys think I'm cruel. I don't want that, bro. Oh god. Come along to Smite 2, bro. That game can't be good. There's just no way. Though I do miss what I miss from that game. Miss Mercury. What about Abby? What about Abby? Chat, I just didn't want to shoot Nick or whatever his name is. Chat, if that was you guys, I wouldn't have shot you guys. See, it's making sense in my head now. Like, oh, but in you guys' head now, at least it should. That's of why I didn't shoot. I just couldn't explain it because of spoilers. But now that you guys understand now, I can explain it, which I did. It's a lie. Was that a lie? I literally played this game already. I skimmed my playthrough yesterday, so I like know how this goes now. I just don't remember if she dies if you don't shoot him there. I just don't. I don't remember that part because I don't. I can check what I did. Let's see. I gotta find the playthrough. Found it. Okay, let's see what I did the first time I played this game. At that part, was Abby Cam's character or mine, chat? Why is this? Oh, oh, here it is.
Yeah.
What's up, Tento? How you doing?
What, dog?
Okay, so I remember he tosses her regardless. He calls it easy pickings.
Oh my damn! What the fuck?
This is no face cam days? Oh, it was. Let's see. Picks up the shotgun. I did shoot him. So yeah, the first time around I shot him, but I know he transforms after this. I think he just runs away. Maybe I don't remember.
Yeah, he's been hit full transformation. Yup.
Yeah, he transforms. He jumps out the window, runs away. Like what? He transforms, jumps out the window, and runs away. You killed her. That's how I wouldn't have known if she died there, because I never saw that part. I aimed for his head though, so how do you not? I guess it wouldn't matter if you aim for that. Double code revealed it to you? Yeah, I know that, but that plus of what I remember of the past, it's too trippy. You got a shoulder, I guess. I got something. Did it get a new update? Because I swear I saw that part before. No. Queries didn't get updated. I'm just replaying it for fun. Just replaying it for fun. Dude was on autopilot. I would say this. As fun as it is replaying these games, that's like the one problem about replaying these. Like, since these are decision based, I don't remember which options lead to what. I know how the stories go, but like playing it a second time, I might forget what option might lead to what. So I might forget the right or wrong option to press. Because some of these decision games are pretty bad. Some of them are garbage, like Devil in Me. That game was so bad. It was hilarious though, but that was one with the thing that was teleporting chat. That one was buns, but and some of the deaths are unfair. That's why like these games get a lot of criticism, because some deaths in some of these games feel very unfair, or like it doesn't feel like you had much of a impact on whether a side character can be saved or die. Yeah, like the screwdriver one, that one was ridiculous.
Okay. I'm back.
Oh,
Chat.
you're back. Nice.
Helpful tip: if you are short, do not get the washers that are like, you know, cylinders going up.
Yeah.
Get the one that are going to the side like this.
You don't have the
Because-
ones on like the floor, like separate.
What do you mean?
You don't have like a washer and dryer separate, right? Don't get that one. Oh, wait. So why'd you say get the ones that are going upwards?
So there's two kinds of washers. There's ones that's like you could put in horizontally, and there's ones you throw in vertical. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, so don't get the vertical ones, because when you're short, it's fucking hard to reach the bottom of those, and it hurts too.
You don't have like a stool or something?
I knew you were gonna say that.
You can't be that
I do not
short, bro.
have-
Those things are
I
not
don't
that
have a
tall.
stool.
You can't be that
But
short.
they're pretty deep. They're pretty deep.
You are not
I
that
have
short.
to. I mean, I could send a video of me digging in my washer. I have to put my whole chest.
I mean,
up
you don't have to do that. I mean, you could just send a picture of the washer so I can analyze if it's. Regardless, it doesn't even matter. There's no way you're that short, first off.
Okay, well, personal experience, I'm having a difficult time reaching for my laundry all the way at the bottom of the vertical ones. Just don't be short. Cool, I'm gonna get heels. Hopefully they'll help me out. I'm
Heels to put clothes in a washer. Uh-huh.
Death, join us.
No, I'm not. I'm not
Charles.
tall, but I'm not short either. How tall is she? 3'11"? Whew. Something like that.
What does TIL mean? I'm not 3'11". Why'd you say oof?
I mean, that's what Chef said. I'm just. I mean, hey, I don't judge height. That just caught me off guard. 5'7"? No, I'm not 5'7". I'm like 5'10", 9-ish, somewhere around
6
that.
feet tall, that's propaganda.
6 feet is tall. That's probably 6 feet is like above
Are you
average.
saying 6 feet is propaganda? Saying that it's tall is propaganda?
Brother's tall.
I mean, it's tall to me. It's tall to me.
I think
Hi,
anything is
Ramen.
tall to you, but yeah, she's gonna kill my character. Oh man.
I'm gonna switch to the other call. Death, are you live right now?
All right.
Yeah, me and Samantha are close in height. I'm
Oh,
totally
oh,
not
boy.
gonna do that.
Bro, last night it was a misunderstanding.
No.
Last night was a pure
No.
misunderstanding. You just didn't you just misread the situation.
He gleefully takes my final hit. Melee.
Take small.
Specifically a melee. Who normally
It's a
melees others people?
It's why fox. She has claws. It's a fox. What else would a fox do?
Sure.
It's a fox. Like, she has
You
claws.
could have thrown your little air bubbles. No way. No way you're
Air
you're
bubble ball
awake
thingies?
state for that long.
Have forced my hand.
Perhaps. I don't know. You have to check. I'm not.
Because you don't want to answer it, right? Because you're lying. You're lying. Okay, let's go in.
What, Shaggy? What? Please don't go. I'm assuming you're gonna say please don't go live.
Don't go live is crazy.
You're not live, Death?
I mean, I am live
Oh, you
now.
said you
but
will
said,
be.
Please... Yeah.
Okay.
My mod just said please don't go. Oh wait, no, that was from.
Which
Oh, that was
hero
from
do you
1
think
a.m.
you wanna
Wait, why
be
the fuck did you
today?
send that at 1 a.m.?
Who do I play today?
I have wind,
Yeah, sorry, how's it going? How'd your interview go?
Are we on defense? Oh, it's Dom. Damn it.
I sent you
Yo, Iron
the
Fist, oh, yeah.
Death.
Who am I gonna banish
Oh,
from
yeah,
this
yeah,
match?
I want to play Dom. God damn it. I want to do 3 tanks. I was gonna run 3 tanks. Oh well. Gnomes. You call them gnomes? That's crazy. I think I'd get smacked if I called a girl gnomes. A gnome. Oh fuck.
Oh, who said that? Scat?
A gnome is crazy.
Said that? Whoa. Hold on. That is crazy.
I didn't say your name.
Samantha, get him for me.
I would even go that far. I mean, the worst I called her was like what, Tyrion Lannister, but like that's a cool character at least.
Oh man.
wait. I didn't,
Wow.
Wait, let me finish explaining. That's a cool character at least.
You see the bully
Gnome
and how
is
far
way
the bullying
worse.
goes, Death.
A gnome is way shorter, no? Like, what? How tall are gnomes?
Not. I think it sounds bad all around.
See? He's so mean. to
Gnome
me.
is 3'4".
Or villain. I'm not
How
judging.
tall is?
Can I tank?
Tyrion is 4'5". Gnomes are 3'4". Bro, that's like a whole feet, bro. Like that's not that bad.
Victory is
That's not that bad,
darkness that spawned me.
If you got an MA.
right, guys? What's with the side eyes?
Away from Infernasu.
Yeah, I can give the team up to Mag too.
What's with the side eyes,
Better.
guys?
I'm looking for a job. I'm happy for you. Yes. Everybody looking for a job.
Shit, I need a job. You're trying to hire me.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Helmet guards you from psionic abilities. Clever.
A J.O.B.
I've known many over the years who would wish to control me.
I see.
Have you used
You
the
do
MF
not
team
wish
up a
your
lot?
gifts to be used as a weapon.
Pretty good.
Oh yeah, it's fantastic.
I simply want
That was an
Great
Ewok.
places with my clone is actually
Battle
OP.
starts in 5,
Yeah, no, that's actually
3,
broken.
2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
I proudly wear the axe, even when it clashes with my own symbol.
I was not prepared to like immediately jump into DPS.
Why not?
Oh, you gotta play
DPS is
Psylocke.
always taken.
You want to play DPS? I can play tank today.
Oh no, a person wanted to play tank.
Oh. Yeah, I'll play next match so you can play more DPS.
What?
I hate Bucky.
What the fuck is that? Oh, they got a Wolverine. Hold
got Bucky.
Hold on.
They're down 3. They're down 3.
Alright, Infernasu carry me, please.
I'm about to fucking die though.
Adam.
I'm a low. Or really low.
Hey,
Mag
that
low.
is gonna be a tough mag game.
I killed what's his name again? Adam again.
Yoink. Huge.
Yeah, they all just ignored me for some reason.
This is the best part. Now, if you look at the stats, I'm 4-1, but I didn't do shit.
Also, that Bucky's really bad. He's the wrong team up, and when I was fighting him, he did like nothing.
Yo, how much ass have you been kicking to immediately have your ult?
I've been frying him pretty badly.
He has no passive.
The game just started, already got ult.
Let's respond to our challenge? Question mark?
Check your health, gang. But it gets all quick. Okay, well, I was like 1v3ing for a while, and I was slicing multiple people, so I didn't die. What is her name? Jubilee Feet Pics?
Wolverine in the back.
What's your average rival's name? No?
Ever someone in a live chat?
Huh?
Huh?
What?
Nothing.
Back to point. Oh, well.
Oh my god, he can't find me.
Damn it.
He can't find me, chat. Oh shit, there's hella.
I could use this.
Control lost.
There you go.
Did you guys kill any of them? Oh wait, no, you guys didn't.
No, I don't think so.
I was gonna spawn and kill someone. Fuck.
We can combo Silo.
Yeah. Our team's perfect together. Just wait for us, guys.
Here they are.
Who the hell are you? I'm gonna one-shot her. Or not.
Can we get mag bubbles though?
I was born ready.
Let's try to do that.
Yeah, just try to get friendly bubbles out for mag.
I rolled again.
Oh,
Whoa.
I'm just gonna get 2 taps.
Yeah, she headshot you. That's unlucky.
Just pop right over here.
Team up to us.
Fuck.
Maybe not. Yeah. Just back up. Let's go portal. Let's go portal on the left side. That's my fault. I went to get in position. I just got 2 tabs. Just hella things. Over here. I keep dying, Infernasu, I swear to God.
Huh? I'm the one that hasn't died.
Shit, you're right.
I have ult. I'm ready.
Ew.
That might have been overkill, but whatever. Let's secure the round.
Thanks, machine.
It's not overkill if we secure the round.
Hella's gonna have. Oh no, she's not gonna have ult. She's switched from Wolverine. Okay.
Sheesh, that was a lot of bleeds.
Wolf now.
Yeah.
Wait, I saw a duo. No more bathwater and rogue bathwater. Dude, is Gen Z okay? Y'all talk about like y'all are like freaky as fuck when it comes to like names and like comments and shit, but I swear none of y'all are getting laid. There's no way.
What?
30 seconds.
Like
Get ready.
the only people who talk about weird freaky stuff that much are people who don't do weird freaky stuff.
I cannot seem to
And Miss Quarry, yeah.
No, we are not.
We'll do more next stream, probably.
You ain't Gen Z? No, dude, I'm millennial. Born 1986.
Damn.
I am older than text messages. Yo.
I'm joking.
The battle starts in 5,
That's right. A guy with a full-time job, an old man with a full-time job, and turning 40 this year. He made it to eternity before you guys did. How's it make you feel?
Ooh, talk your shit. Talk that shit.
If this old man can do it, y'all ain't got no excuses. Lock in.
Fear the night.
There's also my mom. Yeah, I'm basically everyone's like dad.
Oh, top.
Got their healer.
No, they have no healers. Oh, we don't win this since we have no ults. Oh. Actually, we still win it.
What are you talking about? Me and you are alive on DPS.
Wait, this isn't. Wait. I forgot. Yo, we cannot be both on DPS on this account. What the fuck? I just realized what we're doing. This is this is not ethical.
This is yeah, you're right.
This is extremely unethical. No wonder I haven't died yet. We're both playing our mains.
I forgot how much fucking I've lost on this account. I was GM1.
Oh, Ghibli's won.
Yeah, this is literally smurfing, even if it is GM. I'll switch when I die, if I can somehow die.
I went too greedy. Fuck, I think someone just said.
Ghibli's full on anti-loot.
Nah, fuck, it's already too late this time.
More than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Almost dead again.
He needs to regroup.
Yo, watch out for the Ghibli fee picks.
No worries. Another unsuspecting foe.
Oh, I got him.
Nice.
Fear the night.
We need to ban Lost. We do. Can't believe he's a mod.
That's her name. I'm not just saying it.
More flanking.
Just, yeah, this guy that's ulting. He's a tried to kill him.
On point. Can someone get it?
Nah, we don't need point.
Oh.
I'm joking.
I'm bad at.
Got some, bro.
Damn, he was one hit.
Should be game, no?
Yep. In the portal in.
Too slow. Sure. I'm not GG in that. I did not mean to do that. I thought you were gonna play tank.
Someone actually asked to play tank, so I gave it to him. I hate when people are just like after the game ends and you lose and just like, oh, you shouldn't have made me DPS. Like, well, what? I would have taken it.
Here, this blade destroyed the team. I didn't mean to do that. Eternity. Whoa. I am not eternity. Whoa. Slow that down. I am not an eternity player.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
It's true.
I'm taking note from this kid. One above all? No.
Oh, we could triple tank, huh?
That's what I was gonna do.
Oh. Wait, hold on.
Whoa.
Holy shit.
We don't want to do this.
I have never seen this much people wanting to play tank.
Yeah.
This isn't right.
You guys are all gonna protect me.
Whoa.
Too lazy to hit
who was supposed to
turn, dude.
protect you?
I'm not too lazy. I just can't hit it.
Fuck.
Hard stuff.
I've never seen a Spidey be protected ever. to be honest.
Clay doesn't need to be protected.
No, don't ban Bucky.
He doesn't.
Don't ban
That's
Bucky.
actually
no,
why.
No. Wait.
Ban Black Cat and Thing.
Listen, we could ban Bucky last if you want. Just wait till they ban my. If they ban my Spidey, don't ban Bucky. Okay, we good.
I mean, you don't know that yet.
Ban Thing.
Wait, do we ban Thing or Bucky? Tell me right now.
Ban Thing. Thing would be better. If we're gonna run Rogue and whatever the hell else we're running. C&D? What in the
Bucky's
waste?
not even a threat though for
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Yo, you guys support it? Holy fuck.
Oh
man,
no.
It's gonna be rough.
Wait, is this really what we're gonna run? Jeff? Oh. Ooh. Ooh.
Rocket's better. There we go. I like
Ooh,
that.
Shit. Okay, that's a lot better. That's a lot better.
And does this guy not want a triple tank? I don't think there's anything wrong with
Hood or just giant.
Just take this reload, guys. Take this reload, guys.
Free low.
Just lost
faith. No, I hope we lose. Wait, no, I hope we win.
Oh wait, you're not on DPS? Oh fuck.
100 calories, second player. Yeah,
Oh.
right.
I actually would have liked if he triple tanked.
Yeah, I was gonna do triple tank on defense and like or switch the thing normal for offense.
Yo, I hear Bucky, by the way. They're on Bucky. Just letting you know right now, Thor. Whoever Thor is now.
The battle starts
They're on
in
Bucky.
5,
It's fine.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Is a better brand than C&D? Yeah, probably.
Wait, where's everyone at? What the fuck?
I was looking at food. I'm coming. Don't die on me, co-tank. Alright, I'm here. Hulk. Oh wow. Hulk is
Don't let
jumping
this
into
guy
our
dip
back
you.
line. Hold on. Hulk's jumping into our back line. Hold on.
Oh shit.
Trying to kill this guy. Think that guy's gonna diff me? I don't know. Better be careful when I'll call out when Bucky's pulling.
Oh, thank you. I was gonna say I can't really see him. All the fucking red.
There is red everywhere. Bucky's.
Right hand side.
He pulled me.
I already used this wall.
I used my own bubble. Bucky's pulling. He pulled me, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't do anything to me. Where'd he put this ult? Oh, that's not reaching over here.
Oh no!
Yeah, he put it at
overextended.
a spot that wouldn't reach us.
Oh, my fucking name.
Yeah, I pushed him too far when I hit the ult.
Yeah, I thought it was gonna hit us. The circle on the floor, but the circle was blocked by a wall. That missed on my screen, but okay.
Get behind me, Infer.
You can't
oh,
block
wait,
that.
I can't block that. I keep thinking I can.
Nah, I do the same. It's fun.
There's still a chance to stop
Oh, that's fat.
Oh no.
Oh, bitch. First time making a stream, all things I made a first time. Coincidence? Like not. Hey, congratulations. Fight is such a better elo than fucking Celestial, to be honest.
No, Spider-Man. Careful. This Spider-Man on your life. Fall back. Or someone's on you, whoever that is. Oh, it's Hood.
How did I get that?
Bucky hooked down. Ooh, my health bar. I'm trying to kill that Jubilee. Bucky's hooking. Hook down.
I am ready to put on a show.
Right back and I'll rock it off the last second. Oh, never mind.
I destroyed the bubble. Nice. Good shit. I said bubble. I meant to say shield. Well, same thing. Whatever the blue thingy that she gets is.
Where did he go? Oh, killed already.
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
Ooh, they C9'd or something. I don't know what they did. Yeah, over shield bonus health. That's what I meant to say. But she understood what I meant.
I don't quite have the muscle memory to like actually play Gambit efficiently, but I do okay.
We'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Hold on, guns out. Let's go.
I think you did pretty well with Gambit, though.
Oh, thank you. They're all right.
Yeah, it was good.
Spidey only got me with his ult one time.
I know. I was so sad. I tried to shield you.
I fucked up. I could have gotten away from it.
I was like, fuck. I failed my healers.
death on
I
Spider-Man.
failed them.
That's gonna work. Deadpool gets ult early.
What'd you just say? Wait, what'd you just say to?
So this can work because Deadpool gets his ult early.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah,
30
that's
seconds
what I
before you
thought.
attack. Get ready.
What?
I'm so confused. What is
What
he
is-
saying?
Yeah,
What?
that's
What is he
Is he okay?
saying?
Teaming up with someone who will let you embrace who you really are.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I was just messing around.
I mean, I'd love to get you in one video on. I'd love to. Yeah, it is
what?
fun. I would much rather play Gambit over Rocket because at least Gambit can fucking move. Breaking Rocket's knees and then putting
Knees,
Black
damn.
Hat in the game was a fucking dirty ass move by NetEase.
Well, Black Cat is more popular of a character. Yeah, still some skins.
Yeah, but like they broke his knees and then buffed the res beacon, which basically is just like, hey, just sit back as far as you can, right click, and then use a res beacon more often for your DPS, which are clearly going to die. Like,
Which hero do you think you want to be
I hate it.
today?
I hate every bit of it.
Hood on, guns out. Let's go.
Alright, let's see if we can get 3 tanks going. Oh fuck, it's Dom again. Never mind. God damn it.
If you want to play tank, I could play DPS or heal.
Nah, I just wanted to just fill in with 3 tanks. I don't mind it either. Doesn't matter. What do you feel like
I'm
doing?
gonna ban Elsa, Black Cat, and Thing. That rope short is hilarious. Thank you.
Which one you want to do, Eli?
Shaggy edited that one. The
What do you
bastard.
mean?
Tank or DPS?
Fight back, White Fox. Oh, White Fox is really good.
Either Eddie is fun to me.
Uses right click.
I'll stick with tank.
Right click accidentally.
For the so he gets to
Replace
team
it
up.
with White Fox. Yeah, that'll do
A
it.
gun strategist. Problem is they just put him in permaban. What do you mean gun strategist? I've never heard.
Like a hit scan strategist, like Deadpool.
Oh, that's what you mean? Oh, okay. I thought there's a specific meaning to that.
I mean, it's like 2-second invis and Black Cat unlimited invis is crazy. Yeah. What?
Don't feed the strays. He just lets DPS feed their brains out.
Okay. Oh, here Magneto got banned if you want to play DPS now.
They banned Mag. Interesting.
What do you want to do?
Oh, we kept Thing in the game. Fuck me.
Pick your
That's not good.
villain. I'm not judging.
I just play thing. It's just this. Oh, there's a torch too.
They banned Bucky. They banned Elsa. I guess I'll play heals. I'll play Luna.
Alright.
I don't get my team up. Fuck this.
I can
Shoot,
play-
I should
oh
have
wait,
changed
yeah, I
my
can't.
keybind to the Jubilee. Fuck.
You can't change it real quick.
I don't remember them very well.
Hmm.
Let me see if I.
Well, you have 40 seconds. So.
Yeah.
You have 40 seconds.
Wait. I'm good.
Oh, you ended up actually putting it in?
There we go. I haven't played her in a very long time though, so this is gonna be my warm up with her. What the fuck is wrong with my crosshair?
My empire will not fall. Not my doom's hand. Does this make me an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D.?
The battle starts
Thanks,
in
Spider.
5, 4, 3,
Switch for divers? Oh, yeah.
1.
I beat Cujo in a 1v1 as
All you need
Rocket.
to do is capture the mission area.
The hell?
Got it?
That was funny. So they all went that direction.
I'm on site. I have an Iron Man? Oh, this is gonna be hell for me. Cap is 1. Same thing with Dora. Thor's dead. Don't die to him. Don't die to him.
Flame Boy got me.
Oh, yeah, I can't peel for that.
2 flyers. Well, that's.
Damn, I don't know if I can play Iron Man here then. What? They have 2 flyers. I'm gonna go ahead. Or thing here. I can't even hit those guys.
Looks like we got ourselves a Richard here.
Whoa.
Oh, wow.
I think we're back.
What went out?
My entire internet looks like.
Oh, no, that's not good.
Every health pack is gone.
Yeah, it says you left the game. I mean, well, it says you disconnected from voice chat.
I'm on the bottom.
We're down 1 player. Just play safe.
I can't see you.
Bro, this fucking flyer is so annoying. But we've got to kill this Thor team.
Dude.
He's on dead in the air.
You confirm alternatively includes guns at 100% reduced bullet spread? I do not know that, actually.
Oh, shit.
You shot it from really far away.
Shit. Damn, they're on my ass.
I'm trying to save you. This Thor doesn't die because that team up is very fun to fight. Yo, can we get better DPS picks? Like nothing's dying.
I did everything. Our Scarlet Witch isn't doing anything.
You want to switch or something? Okay, well, Scarlet Witch and Mr. Fantastic is not. that's like the DPS lineup of all time. Like we have nothing for these flyers. Like go hit scan.
You switched to squad chat.
Did I? That's weird.
Yeah.
That was, oh, they banned Hella.
Like, can we get some hit scan? I'm like the only one killing flyers. Like,
and they banned Magneto. Fuck.
Hood on,
Do you play Phoenix at all in Infernasu?
Of course, I can play Phoenix.
Go Phoenix. I'll solo tank.
I can go Star-Lord. Star-Lord would be good for us too. Wait, is Punisher Ben?
Star-Lord? Yeah. Just
Wait,
go
why are
something
none of you guys
like-
playing Punisher? What? Or it's just like... Yeah, we just need pit scan. Like, just go like Punisher,
Widow? Oh,
Phoenix,
Widow, yeah.
Dude, there's so many options, yo. Or Widow.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Nice of y'all to show up here, but where the heck were you when me and Remy tied the knot?
Luna's 1. Luna's 1 HP under there.
Cap low.
Okay, Thor's
Someone's in the
dead.
back. Over.
Please don't die to Thor. Got him.
He's coming from me? Wait, where is he? Oh, wow. I did not even see him.
Yeah, flank torch is really strong. Be careful of it.
You know what? They
Where
should
is
not
my
make him
Deadpool?
blend in with the fucking with his
Fire, yeah, that shit's annoying.
My Deadpool is ult, but he's not on the point. Where was he? Like, you can't die. If you die with Deadpool, you don't have your ult.
So we gotta use it. We gotta use this Deadpool ult. Kill this cap. Oh my god. Okay, nice. This is the right one. Damn, that ult sucks ass. I died through this ult. That shit doesn't heal for shit unless he gets jackpot.
Widow is operational again.
Behold the god of thunder!
Where's Jubilee?
I was playing Jubilee.
No. Oh, I said kill this Jubilee.
Oh.
Yo!
I'm about to ult them from behind.
Why are we just staggering? Oh god.
Dead as fuck. They're all coming for me. Yeah, they all came to me.
No, not after everything I've been through. High voltage. Cosmic rounds.
Oh my god, this fucking torch.
No flame boys in the back.
Flame boy.
Yeah.
We have like it feels like we're down one teammate. Our Scarlet's not doing much, so just be
I feel
careful.
like we're down 2, I'm gonna be honest.
2? Ooh, 2 is crazy.
Our
Careful up
Charlotte
there,
died.
Duff. Yeah, she dies again. She keeps dying. Like, I don't know what she's doing. There's 9 Duffs. Oh my god, there's a fucking Thor on me.
I can't heal you.
Jubilee's 1. What is Luna was flanking? She has ult. Oh, I'm dead. Oh my fucking god, this torch one-shots me.
Back where I belong.
Rank is this? I don't know why this guy's on 1. It's
Hi,
GM.
Lambos. How are you? Oh, thank you for the keys and thank you for the follow. How are you doing?
Control lost.
I mean,
Scarlet Witch, can you just go triple support?
It's too late. The game's over.
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
That topped me off.
been chat.
Supernova!
Nice.
Yeah, I saw that.
So what? Lock in? So invisible woman. I'm locked. It's just it's hard to play with a Scarlet. Like I don't know.
That's fucking
Precision. Bro, it's not good positioning.
Got one.
You're a little outside my
Oh my god. They were both off angling.
the res at least.
We had the same idea.
They portal?
I'll finish the job this time.
I'm portaling. Oh wait, I can't.
No,
You're on.
I'm trying.
Yeah.
No winner yet. Going to overtime.
Enhanced ammo.
I've been blocking her.
Oh my, fuck this hero, dude.
Jubilee's low.
Oh, that's cool.
We gotta get their healers down from there.
I can't go anywhere. I'm dead. You have no supports. You have no supports, by the way. They have no supports. Might be winnable.
Okay, well we won somehow. I don't know how.
I wouldn't have died, but thank God my fucking wall grab or wall dash got messed up. That's awesome. Love this hero. It's so fun. So great.
Christ. Okay, can we switch off Scarlet now? Or like now can we switch off Scarlet? This is way too close. Oh.
This battle calls for special ammo.
I'm gonna go Star-Lord. I'm diving them. It's a lot more mobile because the torch keeps flanking me.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Don't have Magneto, so free Star-Lord again.
We find ourselves
Oh,
caught
it
in a
is,
battle
yeah.
between two dooms with no way of truly knowing which one of them is right.
We would be better off making a deal with
Ugh. Yeah, this dude just wants to play Scarlet. It's whatever. At least you're on Strange, so you give him the team up at least. But I don't know.
I'm on Rockets, so there's an okay chance.
Like partially
10 deaths
winnable.
with 2 fades, by the way. Yeah.
Thor's low.
I'm gonna ult as soon as I
Okay,
get
Thor's gonna die.
Stay on, stay on, stay on.
Oh my god.
Go to point, go to point.
I'm going for this Luna. Luna's down. He didn't get. Cap is on point.
Wow, that guy.
Yo, get Captain America on point.
How did he kill me? What?
I killed for that.
Oh, he headshot me.
I'm not gonna lie, Infernasu, I thought you were alright.
I was. He headshot me.
Thor up top.
Ooh, this
Thor on
Luna
right.
almost killed our Scarlet.
This Thor needs to.
Dude, Luna's.
I'm pressuring Thor. I'm pressuring Thor.
Oh, I need help.
Starting to work your way.
Thor's gonna die.
Got Luna. Oh my god.
Yo, everyone's critical.
The fucking Thor. I mean, not Thor. Fucking Torch. Got him. God, that guy's annoying. Better be snared.
Wolverine? Are you
Wolf
kidding?
is crazy. We're a solo tank. Have a heart.
Whoa! I just got cut by Star-Lord.
Are you good?
Motherfucker. No, I'm dead. You have one support and support pool right now.
Yeah, Star-Lord has holy fuck. There's a torch. Star-Lord has Snowflake. Careful. I'm really wanting him.
I'm looking for.
Torch dead.
That doesn't get him in his ult.
I think he flipped it. He flipped
Oh wait, he
it.
blocked it, right?
Yeah, he flipped it. That shit iframes.
Okay, that's my fault. That was a bad play.
Don't have anything.
Nah, it was a good play. It's hard to do.
Stay on the
Takes
right
like an
side,
iframe it.
I'm res.
Stay alive, stay alive.
Who's Emma?
Where's she getting healed from?
I don't know, but this star won't stop shooting me.
Watch out, Punisher's shotgunning. Trying to go for a heal.
They're trapped. This fucking Starlord won't stop shooting me. Oh my god. Who is that? Oh, that's Luna up there. I have ult when I get there.
I'm gonna try to block their heals. They have no heals right now.
I have ult after this. Stay alive, I have ult after this. You guys might be dead actually. Okay, I'm gonna just set my ult. Too much you guys are dead. Yeah, just reset. Yeah, we can just retake with my ult.
Oh, they're triple healed too.
Are you fucking kidding me? Okay, I have to go fast.
I think they used all their ults though.
Spider-Man's right here. Spider-Man's right here. Kill him. Spider-Man's one. Spider-Man's one.
You should be able to take over.
Pocket me. I'm gonna ult. Oh, I flipped.
You were in front, and then you went away.
I got one of their healers. They're down one healer. Just push them. They're down one. Oh, great. Fucking triple slot, bro.
Dude.
Don't you just love the fucking triple healer?
Their team's capture progress is
Okay, everyone.
You could just
Regroup and go to the right. We have like one decent shot at this, alright?
What a difference.
To the right, to the right. Wait, start with you by yourself.
Wanda.
Is she not in voice
Oh,
shot?
Star-Lord's up here.
It's fine, it's fine.
Be careful, Spidey.
Dropping the point, alright? Ready?
I got Spider-Man. Oh my gosh, she's 1 HP.
Sandy's down.
So that was one. That was dead.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
Are you fucking kidding me? She beats me.
Oh.
Wow. She froze me.
I need heals.
Wow, just wow. Yeah, she just freeze me and
I
just one
wanted to
shots me.
ult, but I didn't want her to freeze me. Oh, a stupid crack in the goddamn thing.
That sucks. Oh god.
I got
We
stuck
could have just won that if we
on
got
the
off Star-Lord.
fucking crack of the platform. That didn't let me get on the point. That actually makes me so mad.
I am avoiding the Wanda and the strap pool because I don't want to play with a strap pool on my team.
Oh, that was winnable.
It was extremely winnable. It is very annoying.
Oh, wait, don't queue up, don't queue up.
Right in a match, what do you mean?
Oh, I already queued. Oh, did you not ban them yet?
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
It kicked me from the group when I DC'd.
Oh.
I ignored a resub. I did not ignore a resub. Thank you
Damn.
so much for the resub, Dizzle. I don't remember how I missed that. Or if I heard it.
I have muted.
You know,
Are you ready to hunt?
That sucks.
Now, who am I
Rip.
gonna banish from this match?
Got you next
Yay,
match.
internet. Yeah, it's fine. Spidey kind of rocked.
Who do we ban?
Tracer. Spidey.
Oh, they banned Magneto, damn.
Don't tell me they're gonna.
Was that a test message to Shaggy, or was that you actually sending something? I assume.
What character do you want to play? Or role?
Hero.
Thank you for all the content. My favorite Rocket OTP.
I
Thank
did
you,
want to
Dizzle.
play
Dazzle?
Mag.
Well, other than Mac, I guess.
I'll see what the team chooses.
Alright. Ban the Hood. Whoa, I'm not banning Hood. I'll play Hood if we need a second tank. That Mantis, don't ban Hood.
And they banned Venom.
Okay.
Oh,
You'll need a top-notch
Okay, these aren't bad bans.
Hood on, guns out. Let's go.
got Elsa.
Also, alright.
Yeah, better with my Elsa. I could do Bucky too.
Which one do you want to improve with?
Either.
Not
I
the
might
show,
go
not the
Bucky
show.
though.
Oh no! You're talking about the other show for Todd.
Let me see. Hold on.
You're gonna find out how much chaos I can cause.
Oof. You guys going through it, damn. Yeah, it doesn't really matter, I guess. I was gonna say get the team up, but yeah, you're the Elsa.
The team up with who?
I was gonna say you get the team up with Elsa,
Oh.
but I forgot you were the Elsa if you were Bucky, but it doesn't matter. They both of them base are good. I can go Dino for you, but it's kind of risky going Dino here.
It's up to you.
We'll do Dino for you, so you get 2 traps. If Dino doesn't work, though, I'll switch.
4, 3.
See if I get an easy grab on
What's the
somebody.
Hydra hero? Hold on.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Just don't forget you have 2 traps. Is that a Hella? Oh, fuck me.
Yeah, you can switch now.
It's too late. I'm already out here.
It didn't let me eat. Oh, okay. Come back. We don't have any healers. Except for Luna right now.
Grew so low. Oh, he got hooked. Got that guy. Oh my god, I fucking hate Hella, bro. I have ult, so I'll all in and switch to.
Oh my god.
Time for my biggest hit.
Luna has ult.
Got one of them. Got two of them. Oh, what the hell? Hood. Watch out for the
Hella
hood.
has ult too.
Bucky, hella Bucky.
So does Bucky.
Hella Bucky cloak.
Not me. I just got here.
Armed and dangerous.
Oh my god, I'm so damn good with the dino.
That had to be a lag.
Hmm? You?
Yeah.
Oh, that's not good.
Some weird movement going on.
Whoa. Okay, no, it's not just you. This server is fucked.
I'm watching another stream right now, and they're talking about server lag as well. I don't think.
It's been a thing. Our Mortar was complaining about this yesterday, actually. Yeah, my shit's overbending like crazy.
We need to kill this guy fast.
Hold on, the hell is ulting. Careful. Got hood.
By the eye of
I'm assuming Strange is gonna portal, right?
I'm ulting, but I'm alone. I'm dead.
My time to shine.
Natasha hooked me up to take them down. I see you.
Oh fuck, I can't see mine. He can't hit me. Oh shit, he can't hit me. I thought it was safe. I'm fucking destroying the ult, but I destroyed it.
Damn, I keep dying every fucking fight.
I'm dead.
The current score is
Damn, I tried to clutch up with DD.
0.
Killed two, but they just kept coming back.
Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. The right heroes could make all the difference.
They call me B-Tongue now, but Daredevil would. Hood on.
You would think he
You
would
still want to
switch
play
up.
Dino?
Yeah, fuck it. It was working low key. I was low key getting away with it. I was fucking him up. I kept grabbing like every time I died, I grabbed at least two, or got at least 2 or 3.
Oh no.
What? What happened?
Okay, we went.
Oh, he went healer? Okay.
Yeah, so I went Emma instead.
I think this will be better. We're gonna mount you? Yeah, it's gonna be kind of hard, but I think I'll be fine. I'm gonna at least grab like 1 or 2.
Using up all the heals, man.
It's giving you ult charge. What? Using up all the heals? What does that even mean? Give you ult charge, bro. There's 3 of y'all, bro. Y'all better make it work. Look, they have a dino too. That guy's dead. Fuck, he's back. Get a res beacon.
Oh, that blew up.
Careful, careful.
I'm trying to get back.
I'm trying. He's trapped. He's trapped. He's trapped. See?
Nice.
Got this guy. See, it's low-key working. I'm just grabbing him, throwing him at you guys. You guys just kill him. You push for me? Take space back. Take space.
Pushing.
I don't want to go that far in.
Yeah, they're Rocket and Cindy have ult.
Is that an Iron Man right here? Holy shit, bro. You guys are assholes. They don't like me.
Bro.
Oh, we can actually win this, not even draw. Because we got like a tick on the notch thing on the second one.
Hey, when you bring them in, I'm gonna use my ice shield.
Ice shield? Yeah. Mainly you should grab them. I'm dead. Okay, I'm not dead somehow.
You're not?
Us against the world.
Oh. I got Iron Man. There's Sandy in the back.
This is real firepower.
Got hella. Show ass over here, Rocket. Oh my lordy. I was trying to melt the hella ult. They used hella ult and hood ult at the same time. That is evil. That is evil. Two deployables on site. How are you supposed to cap a point with hella ult and hood ult on it? There's two turrets just blasting you. I guess I should just hid. Like, I don't know. Do I get off side and we lose, or I stay there and die and we lose? Hey, does Phoenix ult destroy Hood's ult like it does with Hella? Does anyone know?
Does Phoenix ult destroy?
Because you know how Phoenix's ult destroys Hood ult? I mean, Hella ult? Does it destroy Hoods?
Yeah, it does.
It does? Ah, interesting.
Yeah, instantly.
Let me at you in death.
Doubt it? No, that's so much. I mean, that HP doesn't matter. It's a deployable. Should. I mean, we can come to training and practice it if one of you guys want to come to training.
There you are. Double KO. You've been judged.
That's 3.
Yeah, Hood's like a transformation kind of
So I could
thingy.
counter his ult?
I think you could have if you went Phoenix.
Oh, I didn't know that. Wait, no, he said Emma could counter his ult.
How does Emma counter his ult? What do you guys mean with that? Oh, I guess your E. Oh, because your E does % damage, and he has a fuckload of health in his E. I mean, when he's in his ult.
Oh.
Oh, we can test it right now. Play Hood.
Step aside. The Hood's here to finish this.
Okay, come out here and ult.
Yeah.
Face oblivion.
You are nothing.
Oh, I'm on your team. I'm stupid.
Oh.
Alright, do it now.
You are nothing.
Oh, it doesn't. Fuck. That sucks.
You are nothing.
Yeah,
You
but
wanna
Emma,
get 3 shots on me first?
3 shots. No, that wouldn't destroy the ult. It wouldn't. It wouldn't matter. 'Cause it doesn't destroy the ult. Like Hella's ult, it just instantly deletes her ult. Let me try with Hella. Emma E. Should take a lot of your health. Oh, this crystal is so tanky. Damn.
Oh.
Yeah, that would hurt.
Just another broken toy.
That is good. Mag ult is a counter?
Yeah, mag
Oh,
ult
to the
fries
middle
us.
too?
Yeah, mag ult's fries and shit. You literally can't shoot. Yeah. You literally can't do anything with your ult. You have to just wait it out.
How much does it charge for you?
It's only like, but you play them out just so you can see it because you're playing mag. I'll do it. You play them.
Find out how much chaos I can cause. Well, look here.
So we're actually supposed to practice this, remember?
Ready?
Yeah. How much was
11.
that?
Oh. Okay, only charges 11.
Yeah, it's not that much. Oh, it's just the rapid fire thing. Hold on. Let me put it on here. All right, go ahead and do it. How much is it filling it up?
Oh, it's actually.
Is it slow?
It's faster than the gun, but it's not like super fast.
I was not expecting to expect that. I see.
I'll go to the bathroom. Queue up and up.
All right.
Yeah, so it actually takes some time.
Yeah, but if I was punished, I'd get my shit rocked.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you were ulting way too fast yesterday. I remember that. You weren't taking your time when you were ulting. But it's tricky with Punisher ult, but even in general, you were throwing it before it would even charge even a little bit. And like you would hit your mag ult yesterday, but you just didn't charge it or have it build up more, even if no one was shooting. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good.
I'll probably have to throw it faster in the range though, because other people are shooting.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we can test our ear actually. This up there. Hold on. They're shooting over here.
Hostiles up front.
Judge, jury, executioner. Oh, that got all of you guys. Okay.
Yeah.
Judge, jury, executioner. Judge, jury, executioner. Blaze of glory.
Rip.
Okay, you ready?
Yeah. Okay.
I just had someone leave me a comment on my video saying that they don't think I play enough of this game to be qualified to speak on the matchmaking. Like,
Yeah, what percent you gotta be? Eternity is top like. I don't even,
yeah.
I don't even think it's like just being in eternity, but you play this game a lot.
A lot.
How much hours do people need to be qualified? I don't know.
Qualified. Where's the cutoff?
Damn, how much y'all want people to play the game? Damn, people got jobs, bro. Jesus.
Right? Top 1%. That's the crazy part. Top 1% is like easy. Top 0.5% is a little bit of work.
How much y'all want us to play before we can talk about balance?
Like, damn.
It's atrocious anyways. Yeah. What's up, X-Mite? How you doing?
Jeez.
It's wild. I just got to get used to just ignoring a lot of like the really dumb comments.
Yeah. Sheesh.
Every now and then I do ban a few people from the YouTube comments, but
I only get weirdos. Usually, I always only get weirdos.
Ban Magic.
Played until death.
The only way you'd ban a Magic is you have a tracker, and I'm not fucking.
What until death?
Play until you're dead.
The orbital can already.
Only way to be qualified.
I speak on matchmaking if you don't have a job.
That's crazy.
Down. Yeah, right.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Oh, I see how it is.
We are on. Oh, we could do this. We're on defense.
Do you want support or do you want? Ah, fuck it. I got it.
I don't mind
Okay.
doing either. I mean, either. I'll just do whatever.
It seems to be diving probably.
I
Yeah.
do mod. I delete the entire chat. Black. Really?
Oh, YouTube chat is crazy unhinged. Oh my god.
My order
I like you.
My mind is
I'm not a
Really?
Thank God there's no unban requests on YouTube.
What's the
Chat
most
is
unhinged thing
infamous.
they've said? I'm curious.
I had someone write a whole fanfic about me. What else? What else? What? Chat, I don't even remember. Like, the fanfic was one, but
Whoa.
yeah, someone wrote a fanfic about me and my friend. Cause he owns the game. He owns ABA, and they wrote a fanfic about me and him. Like, bro, what? Yeah.
Rogue, the enemy team is gonna rage, but
The one with me and Par. That fanfic
The
is
content
creepy.
creator is fun.
I mean, yeah, there's your average racist, but like, that's nothing. It's just the internet. Yeah, I guess just mainly the weirdos. I can't think of the weirdest I've gotten.
Oh no.
That guy's dead.
Oh damn, this white fox is going. Ooh.
I'm just shooting. I'm
Honey,
just
how are
shotgunning
you
everybody.
alive?
They want me
Oh,
dead. Blaze
shit.
one, Blaze one. I
Dude,
just
they
shotgunned everybody.
really wanted you dead.
Yeah, because I was killing everybody with this shotgun. They hate me.
I re-upped.
You're both alive.
Smoke screen.
I'm close to ult since I was doing all that, thankfully.
Anybody else just see that? Am I crazy? Yo, we should
What?
I
Get
just-
him,
I
Angela.
like,
Get him.
I like dashed and I just fucking rubber banded all the way back in place.
That guy's dead. Calls him a bogey? Yeah. What's a bogey? Oh yeah, how's Chester been? You don't have to talk about Chester no more.
Judge, jury, executioner.
Where are you at?
I'm right here. Wait, why'd you?
Whoa.
I don't think you need to do that. You just, I don't know.
Hey.
Little watermelon.
Stole my kill, man. God.
Damn, who would do such a thing? That's
I
so
was gonna
cruel.
vibe out with Hulk right there. Everyone wants to steal my
So
fucking
he thinks
kill.
I'm not gonna fight him.
That's fucked up. I would
Support
never
player,
do
the number
that.
one thing that fucking Spider players never expect is for you to actually fight them.
Oh, that hit me. The fucking Spider-Man on me. Why?
What?
Why? Yo, you and the Bucky just nothing. We won the team fight already. What are you guys ulting?
I know, Ramen. I didn't get a kill participation for that, man.
That's when they aim for world be prepared with some funky shit.
Like, what are you?
Thanks, got no
ulting?
fucking love.
What do you mean? We love you guys. Don't say that.
Somebody say something?
Not when you kill kills. It
I would
doesn't seem
never
like
steal
it.
you guys' kills. What the fuck? I love you guys. Without you guys, we'd be nothing.
Oh, did I not? I fucking messed that up.
You got a TP, I think, Rasu?
Magic is not the only.
Did I not charge that? I think I hit it too fast. That was my fault. We're gonna bubble.
Spider-Man's
for
pulling me. It's gonna be a fuck TP.
Fine.
I got it.
Yeah, I had to send it.
Oh, fuck! I misjudged that. Shit.
Thanks for the bubble.
Spidey's tossing us up in the fucking air.
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
I'm going for the healer. Ghibli's down.
All right, Gambit.
Oh, they almost had it.
By the eye of Agamotto. An unseen.
Let me get that kill.
Get
Fuck,
it, get
bro.
it, get it.
Fuck! I'm in the fucking air. Oh my god.
The current score is 0.
What's up, C Hammer? How you doing?
0.
Like, no, actually, you fight back. It's hilarious.
Including which side you're on.
Well, it's usually a free pick, yeah.
You'll need a top-notch
On the bright side, a lot of winning.
Yo, I'm not gonna lie. The Bucky ult was bad, but the Angela ult was somehow even worse. Like, no offense to him, but like, there's like one solo Thor on the point, and then like Angela, it must have been. I'm gonna say it was a fat finger. There's no way otherwise.
You would think that, but like, he had so much time to read the situation.
Your favorite IRL shows? Like reality TV shows? Is that what you mean? Reality TV. I don't really watch.
I think any show would count now. Show.
Open your eyes.
Well,
Who is
I
it?
said IRL.
Oh, IRL.
Well.
Oh, I guess.
Unless you mean not animated.
With humans.
Bucky, always feels good going into a fight with you.
Keep your cool, Frank. We're the good guys.
I think mine's probably MasterChef. Or Cake Boss. I used to watch that a lot.
Okay, okay. So non-animated shows.
The battle starts in 5, 4,
Maybe like Game of Thrones and The Boys. I know those are already really popular, but
Did you ever finish
I really like those ones.
whatever that thing was called? Gen V.
No, I'm actually pretty close to finishing it.
Damn, what happened to you?
Our Cloak and Dagger didn't leave spawn.
Why?
I don't know.
Well.
Why?
Okay.
What happened to you?
I don't know. I got deleted, I guess.
Yeah.
A Jubilee.
I'm back though.
I'm gonna have to mark you down for trolling.
Oh, Ghibli's down.
Oh, I got the more. I didn't mean to get him, but I got him. Gambit's one. I'm dead. Fucking Strange was on me.
Oh, I shouldn't have killed Strange first.
I put you on to Gen V? Nah, the last season of Gen V is horrendous.
Come on, let me get a kill for this, please.
Or, no. Was it last season?
Yes!
Not the last season. The last season of The Boys is horrendous.
They're gonna portal.
Yeah.
Yeah, Gen V's not bad.
They have Adam now. Adam's one.
No, that's good. I'll pull out the shotgun.
Nice. Final score 1, 2, 0.
Nah, I don't mind.
I know you did.
Yeah, I do
Gambit's
like
my
it.
first Thor character. No, Gambit is fun.
Nice Gambit.
That's the time when you waste an ult.
With one person left.
That's the time when you know you can just throw that shit out there, alright?
Yup.
C&D, I'm serious. That can be kind of fun. C&D can be fun.
Can be.
When did I get 7 finals? Yo, I like this is always what's crazy to me is like anytime I'm on support, my healing stat is the lowest in the lobby. It's so dog shit. But it's like it's because I'm just killing people instead. But hey, you don't die, all right? And if you do die, there is no saving you anyway. So.
Damn, I haven't watched shows in ages. I've been on Game of Thrones for so long. I gotta finish this shit today.
Most people think. Oh yeah.
I've been on that shit for too long.
Guns out.
Question: do you use his self-heal card often, or do you save it for card management? I mostly save for a card management, but I probably should use it more often. The truth is, I don't have a whole lot of games on Gambit, so like I'm still learning him just like everyone else.
Who do you guys want to ban?
You.
Thane?
But I try to like, Thing and Black Cat.
You don't
Thing,
wanna
Black
ban
Cat,
me?
Elsa.
The advances.
It's gonna help you out, man.
Oh, thanks. Way different than yesterday's tone. I like that. It hurt my feelings
I
yesterday.
mean, you didn't help me out in my
I
tough
had to
times.
cry myself to sleep. And then someone was sending me some harsh messages when I was about to sleep.
Hey, troll gets troll. That's just how it is.
Some harsh messages. Very, very harsh messages, bro.
God damn it! You guys better ban Thing. I swear to God, I want to be able to play this game.
Yeah, I'll ban Thane.
As long as I just remember his card management being started sometimes, it is. It's very important. Card management is very important.
Troll get troll.
You can't just like spam your cards. I always try to have at least like 2
It's
in the
deserved,
chamber in
it's
case I need
karma.
to do something.
Whatever comes around goes around.
If I have 4 cards, I either want to use them to like amplify the heals, or I want to use them to do an anti-heal.
That's so-
If I have
Team to win this one.
Ah, victory is in my sight. Those who oppose victory is in my sight.
Who do I want to play?
like, because the last thing you want to do is like throw out like a heal boost when you really don't need it, and then all of a sudden you need to cleanse, you don't have it. You should only be using your card abilities if you have to. But at the same time, if you have 4 cards,
Did
then
you
they're
like
just sitting there
it?
not getting value. So it's like if you have 4 cards, then use one on an anti if your team is fine. If it's not
Hello?
fine, then use a heal boost.
What?
When can I get you to watch Breaking Bad?
I realize that sports are just about pumping heal all the time. Like
When I have time to watch Breaking Bad.
Yeah.
If time after this.
Now support.
No,
support should
my
not
sister
just
begs
in fact,
for me to play Genshin with her.
W Genshin. I haven't played that game in ages. Oh my god. W Genshin. Go ahead and spend that. Does she beg you to buy her stuff or?
No.
Damn. Shit.
Sometimes they
Way
ask
different
for,
than me.
like Mula for like, I guess Starbucks every now and then, but it's fine. I send them extra. I kind of double it whenever they ask.
Damn, I'm such a kind sister.
They ask for 5, I give 10.
Damn, why you gonna give us shit?
2, 1. All you need to do
This guy.
It's a valid question. Why you gonna give us shit?
You sound
What is that
greedy right
mag's
now.
name? You sound
Are you
what?
ungrateful for what I already give you?
What?
Like that
You-
caption?
What are you?
You're
Oh
so
god!
ungrateful.
You harassed me yesterday.
Ungrateful.
You literally harassed me
You
yesterday.
harassed me.
They're down one. Walk up.
Oh, you're the one that brought it up first.
They're down one. Just keep pushing them. Just keep pushing them. They're literally falling back. Moon Knight's dead. Keep walking. Keep walking. Gambit's 1. Gambit's dead. Jubilee's 1. Nice. Anyways, what I was saying, you literally harassed me yesterday. I had nightmares in my sleep. I had night terrors.
Hey, you started it.
Thanks for the boost.
Yeah, but you're like the bigger adult. You're supposed to like be like.
I hate that fucking hero.
You know how like they say the adults.
No, I need to give you a taste of your own medicine.
Oh no, you're supposed to be an adult. You're supposed to like let it go. You
That's
know,
how you gotta
you're
learn.
like grown.
No, you won't learn if I don't teach you.
What the hell? You're supposed to be the adult here. You're supposed to
What
be like
the
the
fuck? Why do
grown.
they gotta whoop?
Move again. Good luck to you
Dude, they
too.
fucking hate mag players.
Mag is broken as
It's always
shit.
a whoop, it's always a fucking bucky. It's always dick.
Yeah, I'm about to ult after we kill this wolf. Okay, I'm about to ult. I'm at 90. Just keep walking. Just keep walking. I'm about to ult them. Okay, never mind. I'm ult after this. No, I'm still doing it. Okay, I'm dead. My fucking HP was too low. Why did it kill me? Oh, Jubilee lasered me.
I'm an X-Man. We always come back.
This character sucks, Chuck.
Propulsion beam.
Probably regroup.
Yeah, fall back, fall back, fall back.
I said fall back. You're out on those. You lucky I bubbled you there.
That was you. Is that you that saved my life?
Well, I bubbled. I bubbled Infer, but
Thanks.
I was helping with kills.
They're low. I'm with you. Well, at least I'm trying to be with you. I got her.
Down. She had ult.
Gambit's one. Gambit's one.
Mag's at ult.
Oh, I fucking overextended. I was trying to kill Gambit. He was one.
I can't get you. Shit. I should have been up front with you guys. I saw Bucky. Got distracted.
It's okay. It's okay.
Still got some.
Why is that his name?
Did that like it was nothing. The BP punch was a little lucky. I won't lie.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
The BP is about to get flamed to all shit right now. Julie's gonna pop out of belt if we let her.
Ooh, impressive. Hey guys, can I be included? Can I press Q? Can I be included?
No, I mean now would be a perfect time in comparison to like
Yeah, I know. I know.
Everyone push up except for Luna.
Come to me. I'm about to ult. Come to me.
Yeah.
I was about to ult nothing. Death would have screamed.
I'm used to you doing it.
What? What is that supposed to mean? Hold on, I'm ulting them. Gambit's one. Oh my god, they didn't die.
Now we're back.
Watch out for the Hawkeye.
That was 1 HP.
Fight back. Keep fighting back. They're gonna down. Yes, I got a shot. Yeah.
Okay, well, I mean, you're the healer. You're supposed to be behind us, not in front of us. Like, no one told him to push up that far.
It's fine. They wasted ults to try and retake, so it's fine.
Oh no. Retreat.
They're low.
Just avoid that because we can't live it.
Oh.
Oh my, he's one. He's one.
Too big.
He's
Fuck. This guy was shooting me because my head was
He was like poking out the rock.
Yeah.
Kill this guy. Like, I'm about to ult. Walk with me, team. I'm about to ult. Holy balls, that Hawkeye one-shot me. I tore my head off. Hey guys, can I ult too?
Got that bubble?
Big ass bobblehead. What the hell? They still make bobbleheads?
There we go.
I don't understand how they didn't get you though, Death, and they got me. Am I bigger than you?
Yeah, you're floating, so it's kind of hard to tell.
True.
I ult. Okay, they just ate my ult like it was nothing. This ult is so bad. Dude, that shit was a sandwich. They're low. Nice.
Got Gambit.
I got Rogue. I mean, not Rogue. Whatever her name is.
Where's Hawkeye?
3 on 3.
I got him. I said Rogue because his name is Rogue's Touch. I meant to say Invis.
The current score is 3-2-0. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. The right heroes could make all the difference.
Victory is in my sight.
Thanks.
Who do I play now? This character is too sorry. I'll play Magic.
And a little demonic magic too.
How to put him in chains, chat. Tap in.
Tattoo.
How many tattoos do you have?
Death, where you at? Oh,
Just
I
the
am
one
big.
right
I'm
now.
way bigger. Okay.
You only have one
Never
tattoo?
mind.
Yeah.
Did you get more?
My forearm. Oh yeah. I'd love to. I designed this one, so I'd like to continue designing like the rest around my forearm, but like
Cool.
just haven't had time.
I don't know if I would ever get
What's the
one.
design for your current one?
It's a One Piece moment from Nico Robin.
Are you caught up on One Piece?
Yeah, on the anime, yeah.
Holy shit. I'm not. I'm at like episode 700 something, which is Luffy versus Katakuri.
It's
I've not started Wano or any of that.
Wano's pretty good. There's a couple parts where it kind of drags on, but like Wano's good, Egghead is good. It's crazy when like you're behind and you binge watch it and but then you get all caught up and you're like, well, now what do I do?
Yeah, I know if I binge it, I'll definitely catch up easily.
Yeah. Lure them up. Yeah, just poke at max range. Lure Magneto up to a bad spot, and I'll push him into us. Yep, stay alive, stay alive, stay alive. Too much.
Are you good? I could have bubbled you. Oh shit!
Okay,
It's that Hawkeye, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, what? Okay. Oh, I got whatever his name is, and I got charmed. God damn it. God damn it.
That's your portal. Do you have time for portal?
Nope.
Probably not.
Okay.
I think we're touching.
Are
you guys touching?
No, it's fine. Just come back. Oh, I guess not. They're here, everyone. Yeah.
That's all good. Yeah, just treat Mag like a hit scan where you just like poke in your cover or whatever. Max range.
Oh shoot! I ended up dying.
It's okay. It's okay.
There's an Iron Mantle and there's a Punisher.
Okay, yeah, I have to fucking play a better character. This character is not good enough for this. I gotta kill the Iron Man, so I'm gonna go Star-Lord. I got him. I'm Star-Lord now.
Oh, the guy just sat there and died.
You guys are drone.
Just funny things.
Yeah, literally.
Oh, nice.
Oh my god. Okay, that might be my fault.
What the? I just rubber banded. Oh, I was lag is bad. What the fuck was that? I'm trying to get the Iron Man, but he's playing so far back. You blame me in spirit.
Yeah.
I know you want to say it.
Jesus Christ.
They have no support ult, so this is actually free for you, Infernasu.
I'm doing it right now.
I don't have a bubble.
No need. They're trapped.
There's a C&D right there.
Are you getting there?
Hell yeah.
Oh, well, oh yeah. She's getting bullied in there too.
Sorry, I totally forgot about the mag ult. I should have used mine on him first.
That mag doesn't counter Star-Lord. That ult doesn't counter mine.
Silly Spark, thank you so much for the raid, my friend. How are your games? I'm just chilling it out with friends now. How are you enjoying the season, man? Because like, I'm real, I haven't.
Oh, thanks for the bubble in the sky.
Gloomy. Big fan, thank you. Oh, I'm going in on that.
I'm in there. Oh my god, I got laser.
I can't get in there. Fuck.
Jay, y'all saw that beehive?
Custom viewers. Oh, that's way better. Right now, I'm currently on an ult, just having fun with Alai as she wins tank, and Infernasu here as he off-rolls DPS.
Oh no. Punisher has a free ult.
Thank you for the follow, AB illustration.
Hun? You scared of the Punisher?
Oh no, I ulted for Iron Man. I thought he was gonna get our. Oh, that's
we have a Luna.
We
We still have Luna ult, so it's fine. Woo! that guy was lighting my damn body up.
We need to kill Punisher.
Alright, I'll do it. Or not. Hey, I got stuff out.
Cut it out.
I'm here with you, Def. I threw traps down. Going traps down again. Cloak is in my trap.
Watch out for ooh.
I got Hawkeye.
Stay slow.
I showed his bubble for you.
Are you kidding? Stupid ass reload.
What? He went for me? Oh, loser.
Y'all need a portal? Or you guys got it?
Nah, no portal. No. Well, yes. I don't think we have anything to touch with, though. I mean, I can touch, but we don't have anything to contest with. But still do it.
Start now. Go.
I touched, but I died. That sucks. Now we'll go. Do I go punish her for this dumb dino? Or do I go? Yeah, sure.
Okay.
No, I just don't want to deal with the mag, but it's better I get the mag for one of you guys anyway.
Shit.
Oh my god, that guy's
one
one.
guy's won it.
That was Hawkeye.
Watch out for Punisher behind you.
He's so
That
low.
guy's one hit all the time.
He's dead now.
I'm so fucked. I'm so fucked. I'm so
Oh,
fucked.
yeah,
smoke.
get behind me.
That's fine.
Hawkeye's just free up here. He's one hit right now.
Judge, jury, executioner!
I am ready to put on a show.
He thought I was aiming at him. I was aiming at the cloak. They only have one healer. They only have one healer. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid to push. Oh, you're fucking crazy. Why the... What the... What was he cooking? Punisher zipping in.
Judge!
Oh, I have a free ult. or not. Never mind. I didn't even get to use it.
Those are 67%, but I have to fill over our time because I can't be active in the game. I do this over 70%.
I just streamed
Dude, that's
better this
crazy.
time?
Yeah, maybe that's what it is. I just like fill for you or something.
Victory.
I just like, I don't know. My last day of playing ranked was so toxic that I was like, I don't like I know you know who Serbian King is. When you get a game on Serbian King, even when you win, you lose because you're not having fun.
Stream was way better. Oh, that's good. What were you streaming? We saw Hawkeye ult. It means Luna ult is non-existent because he can easily KO
You know,
through ult.
what that guy see?
So your goal should be to
Dude,
live
that-
and respect the dino. Your instincts with Punnel is right, but at the wrong time.
Everyone knows who Serbian King Serbian King is, yeah.
I don't
Yeah,
know who
polar
that is,
opposites.
but I never heard good things. So.
What do you mean live and respect the dino?
I just need to just prioritize your survival. Back up and just like give up space. Hi, Leon.
Yeah,
He's silly
too
compared to
much
that
going
dude.
on
Yeah.
OBS. Well,
No, he's just
the
angry
game's
all the
good.
time.
98.
What's crazy is like in the
unlucky.
game I played with him, we fucking hard carried his ass and he was still bitching the whole time. Like, bro. Rank are y'all? What rank are we all now? Like GM3, GM2 right now on these accounts?
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the matchmaking got a little bit better the more this account deranked and they started to average out a little bit.
Hmm. What's your next tattoo gonna be?
I want to continue the Robin theme around my forearm on my left arm, but there's a
cool.
I want to do a tattoo of my dog on my right arm at some point.
Hmm.
But the tattoo artist I want to use is in Germany, so.
Oh damn.
Once an Avenger, always an Avenger.
Wait, you had a dog? You have a dog?
I did have a dog. I had one. She passed away a few years ago.
Oh,
she was a big old
sorry.
northern Inuit. She was a great.
A northern Inuit.
Mm-hmm. Did you see Game of Thrones?
Yes, I have.
You know the dogs they use in the first
those
seasons?
ones.
Oh, those
Yeah.
ones?
The dogs.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. I'll find a picture and send it. Got anywhere rank? Keep the content I do. Thanks, Gallows. I gotta carry you? Nah, dude, you don't want to be carried. What? I can hang with a magic. What is a magic band? If you, truth is,
Tractor
like,
band?
I've slowed down on making videos because, like, everybody, for the most part, people watch my videos and they're like, oh, I reached Celestial or One Above All with your videos. It's like, fuck, man. So now I've just been kind of like playing because I've been having fun, but I do need to make more guides. I've been slacking. Well, I've been slacking on making videos. I've been doing more in terms of like streaming.
Hmm.
Did you win last game? We did. Drinking wine, watching this. Nice.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
We did win last game. DPS, how are you doing, DPS? This is gonna be my last game too.
What? No, it's so early.
I know. I know. It's always early. I want to play more.
This is legit early this time. This isn't me like fucking around. This is actually like.
I told my sister I'll play around like 10 p.m.
Love you, sister.
Right. Valid.
Yeah. You gotta cancel this predict. I don't have one up.
Time to give the old
Never won a game with that guy on my
sword
team because it
workout.
just debuffs my teammates' mentals. Oh yeah, Silly Spark. I hate playing. Every time you see him on your team, you're like, fuck.
Get ready.
That's the problem with like high elos, that everyone's got a fucking ego, and they're not bad players, but like they just absolutely destroy your
Always
mental.
an Avenger.
So are you doing your plays in your game? Oh, thank you.
I had to learn the editing switch. I think so, yeah. Turned it off though.
I guess I'm gonna have to find something else to do. Hi, Mouse.
I decided to see. We played for it earlier. We played it earlier, Reggie. Just we were on the stream.
Whoa!
Shylock as well.
Maybe that's on me. You go and throw a little to no account, but it's so fun, Celestial. Yeah. She don't live.
There, have you died?
Like, she is way overextended.
They're vulnerable.
Nice.
Just what the doctor ordered.
Bro, how are you supposed to play this character? What the fuck? I can't see shit. There's so much visual clutter.
Invis
Like,
is one.
impossible to play this character.
Heads up, back guys.
Invis down.
Oh my god, I'm so bad. So bad.
What the fuck? How did that miss?
Too easy when you never miss. Sonic boom!
Get back.
Just what the doctor ordered.
Shylock in the back. She's like half.
Dude, how do I keep missing these punches? Rip.
Never
Oh, what?
Oh.
Oh, man. God, this character sucks. Oh, God. Fuck that. That character's awful.
A little healing in the midst of all the damage I caused.
Ah, here they are now.
Mother.
Back.
Thanks for the follow, Fox. Sorry I missed that one.
I got Psylocke.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, kill me.
What's going on right now? We just staggered really heavy at the front.
I went electric before it was cool. Count their accuracy percentage!
Only 60 seconds left.
Swiggity swooty, I'm coming for that booty.
Who the fuck is shooting me?
D&D's down.
Another dime farm ammo, start low on the left. Give me that. Get back in there.
There's a hood back here.
Kill him. Only had a DPS to handle that.
Star-Lord is probably gonna have ult next.
They have a, oh, they do.
I'm nowhere close to getting my ult though.
Yo, Silly Spark, have you been punching people?
They're going around. Oh, I'm fucked. I'm not fucked. Best double in the world. I love you. Thank you. Thank you.
I have, oh! Damn, bro. Support pool is ass. This character don't heal for shit.
I'm so fucked.
I don't got anything though.
Nah, you're good. We have support. Fucking ults, man.
Like, use the fucking ult, please.
How much regular seasons I hate she plays next to the hood? Oh, that's valid. She's just too fun, man. Like, I can't, like, I've played the hood a little bit. I just get so bored. Yo, give me that.
You wasn't being here to begin with?
Emma's so free. She was so free.
Yeah.
Maximum pulse.
I just faded my ult. This character is so
bad.
Feeling good again.
My Iron Man's trolling.
She just faded that shit. She could have faded it. She could have iced up. Yeah, it's like unplayable in this scene.
What? What is this fan club? Yo, also, what is this Psylocke? It's just like always like on our side.
Can we use? Oh,
How do you know we didn't need to use that? Invis is one.
I don't know where she's at though.
I missed.
What the fuck?
He's so low. I needed to hit that. Never mind.
We're good. Why do they all have a fat shield in the back?
Do you want another DPS, Emperor?
No, it's fine. We just need more heals.
Shit.
Fucking healing is abysmal.
Because you're the only DPS right now. Right.
Oh, Ari. Oh, yeah. Yeah, hell yeah.
Sit down, buddy.
I don't know, it was only
If your
DPS.
hood is your second tank, that shit is fried from what I've played. Yeah.
Oh.
No winner yet. Going to overtime.
Bro was using
he's almost dead.
you're using the wrong ult, Deadpool. You gotta use the sword one.
I hear Silas.
Sheesh.
Like Magic's been so fun, dude. I wish I was as good as you were on Magic, man. I love that hero so much. I'm just so bad at her.
The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the
But like, you don't even get time to even play DPS in Celestial, so I never even play DPS anymore because the game is just filled with DPS players. That's why the only way, if you want to play DPS, you legitimately have to stack in GM, and even then, there's a decent chance you people are gonna do it. You just EQ it. Smart. Oh. Yo.
Oh. I died in front of both our healers. Was that too much damage?
Bro, this all is so bad. Oh god. I don't have a Q button. Oh god, I don't need it.
Where the fuck am
I wonder if he's tired of me doing that.
Oh, no one.
Yo.
Like, I clearly don't need the Q button. Like, what? That shit is so bad.
You gotta be bad before you become good. True. Swap unless we have no one to swap. I wish I played more supports. Rocket had his kneecaps broken, so I don't really like playing him anymore. Otherwise, like, I don't mind like doing it. I just need, like, I've been trying to find, or the deals I have had lately have been like supports. I need that.
Donald's dead. Oh, where'd our healers go? Oh, where are they?
And
why? We have ult.
They're hiding from. Oh, I don't know.
Like, I killed one and I'm okay. Whatever, it's all good. Don't be afraid to use Jubilee ult. We're really at the end of the game. Can we match? Where is Jubilee? Jubilee, come up here and ult, please. Oh, holy shit.
I know you have ult. Starla.
Oh my god. She was just sitting on the staircase down there just shooting us. We're dying.
3, 2, 0.
If I tried Jubilee, only like one game. I was really bad at it.
Up, including which side you're on.
I couldn't tell if I was bad at Jubilee though, or if like it was just a team diff.
I love Jubilee, man. Just fun character.
But on Rogue, thank you. Rogue is fun.
Now we could do triple
I don't care what
team.
anyone says.
Yeah, we can now.
Yeah. I don't know though. I kind of.
If you don't feel comfortable on it, just keep playing Elsa. If you want to play Elsa, play Elsa.
Yo.
Just keep listening to me crash on this fucking character.
Oh, I lose my
This
team.
character drives me insane. Like, I love Iron Man, but his ult is so fucking ass. It's so bad.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
So Tony, now that I've proven myself,
I don't think there's a single character I complain about more than Iron Man.
sorry, Wade, it takes someone with a bit more.
Not great this season. You say she's not great this season, but Otaku Knots took White Fox to one above all and Eternity multiple times.
I love White Fox too, man.
Like,
I think those two are the funnest supports, personally. White Fox and Jubilee.
No.
Who's more fun? They're back on Hawkeye. They have a Gambit. Wow, he headshot me. Oh, blame we're not. Nah, I don't complain about Blade no more. I've accepted it.
Hawkeye's down.
Bro, this. Oh my goodness. Okay.
I saw Salah going in the back.
It's just annoying because he's using the wrong support pull ult, so I just keep dying in his ult. Because he's using the gun one and not the sword one.
What? Everybody ready? You can make your reticle like that? Chat. We're down both healers, so we should just regroup.
Oh, it's all good. Yeah, I think we just give up the first point. I don't think we can make it in time.
Gambit is not
Oh
banned.
shoot, I should have portaled. Shit.
Nah, you're good.
It happens.
Now might be a good time to stop them.
He canceled his ult.
Bunny pills.
Just Psylocking our backline, just killing our healer. Yo, whatever. Like, she's been holding her off for so long. Like, just, I don't know. Like, she has to do it before Mag gets ult. That's the thing about Jubilee. You have to ult before her, before Mag. You have to, or else you're just gonna die to that guy.
It's not even that they're playing. It's not even that we don't have like a support backline that can work. We're just literally not playing it correctly.
They're just holding it for way too long. I don't know. I can't really help them. I can't keep telling them when to ult every time. Okay, that guy's right there.
I mean, I can only hold down that part for so long.
They hit a checkpoint.
Alright,
Yo, you
I'm
play anyone
switching.
else other than Iron Man?
Yeah, switching right now.
Alright, thank you.
I have not hit
That
a
ain't it
single.
though.
This isn't a problem though, I'll tell you that.
Well, no, it's just like...
No, I know. But like, we have got to use these support ults and use the right Deadpool ult and not the gun one.
Damn, I got 2 people somehow. Hold on, I'm trying to heal you. I got you.
Thanks.
I can't get you a death.
That guy's one. Oh, what? We're not pushing? Oh, my bad. I thought we were gonna walk up with that.
I was there with you.
You can only do so much though.
Can't see in that corner.
That guy's one.
We almost have Jubilee ult.
Having it's one thing. The question is if she's gonna use it.
Oh no.
Oh no. That's both
I
our
ulted
supports.
early so she could get her ult. She died though.
You cannot afford to die.
Stalling. Another one in the game. Oh my god, that guy's getting healed so hard, bro.
Who? Hawkeye?
Yeah, I tried to kill. I didn't get healed. Oh no, I'm dead. I tried to kill him, but he was getting healed like to a crazy ass degree.
Oh, there's no one here? You fucking kidding me?
2 people back here. No, we gotta stagger these guys like now. Oh, this Hawkeye is doing so much fucking damage.
Oh my god,
There, Hawkeye's dead.
Yeah, deflect that.
Alright, I will.
Well, I would have died if I hadn't used my ult, so it's fine.
Did Yam get his ult back? I don't know. Mystery. Flat one, I'm afraid to keep playing. Nah. Who cares? It doesn't matter. It's all just video games. Fake internet points.
They have anti. Watch out.
I got yeah. Get down one.
Don't anything, just walk him down.
Kite that. Just kite it.
I can't get you down.
It's okay. They have no supports right now still. They're coming back from spawn. Gandalf should be back now. There you go. Surely you wiped them, right?
They're low, but I died in Deadpool. Oh, it was a headshot. Okay. So annoying. Oh, that's game.
Oh, I'm the only support. Oh,
That's
shit.
game.
I'm dead.
that's game. Wait.
Wait, we got this. We got it.
We're winning. Wait. Hold.
Nice, Death. That was good.
Nice. They pulled it. Oh, let's go.
Do you know who I am?
Let's go.
3, 2.
Oh my god, I don't know how we survived that. We should have died there. Holy.
Because you take me off a rogue and put me on an easy tank like Meg and fucking... Just gonna delete their backline.
Nice.
But why play Meg when you can play someone like Rogue who's infinitely more fun?
Ooh, promo. Let's go.
Does Kobe confirmed? Yeah, let's just ignore all the other dunks I missed. Although the dunk on Psylocke was... that one was... I would have been so pissed. Because, like, who does that? That was just honestly a lucky shot. I threw that back there thinking that someone was back there. That was fucked up. Oh, bad.
Whoa.
It's a good stopping point. GG's, guys.
Guys, for the game.
Yep, that was fun.
GG's.
At least you didn't hit the...
Bruh.
Oh.
Bruh.
All right. I'm gonna head out. Thank you, guys.
Yeah. Anytime.
GG's. Fun playing with you.
GG's.
Oh man. What do we do now, chat? What do we do now? What do we do now? I would play Tokon, but that shit is gonna fucking drive me insane. I might just go at it. Jeez, bro. Oh, my page crashed. What the fuck? Son? Yeah, PC for they're dropping a new patch this week for Tokon, so I think I might just wait till then. Ooh, man. I don't know what I want to do anymore. Bro, I want Iron Man to be good so badly, but I know if he's good, it's not healthy for the game. I know it's really bad if he's good. I just want his ult reworked. It's so bad, bro. Like, it has like 200 frames of startup, and then you shoot the damn thing. It's like, bro, what are we cooking? It's like, oh man. Give him the fucking Hulkbuster, bro. Stop trolling. Do y'all want Khazan or what else could I play? I guess I could just do Khazan. Yeah, sure. Give me a second. I forgot to put the thingy on the vertical thing. My bad. I didn't realize the vertical thing had it blank. My bad. There we go. Oh, okay. Come on now, race. All right, hold on. Before I start this, be right back. Okay. Okay. We do have to finish Khazan. What does that say? That say toes? That, oh. I was about to say, why does that say toes? I'm about to say, why on earth? Ain't no way that shit says toes, right? Okay. Let's fucking continue on this game, but we gotta finish this game. Signature, there's no way you guessed it right. Nah, you did. Play silhouette. Silly Willy. Bro. Bro, you stole my guess. You can't do that. That was cheating. I told you the word. You stole my shit. You can't do that. Yep, damn thief. Oh, let me just think of Khazan. You can't do that. That's cheating. Bro stole my guess. It was a thief. What was I doing last time? I don't even remember. We gotta beat this game. We gotta beat this game. Whirlwind Tempest. Did I unlock that? Oh yeah, I did. Let's see what the story. What loadout am I using? Whirlwind. That. Ruthless. I'm using Gust. Blowback Vengeance. This game is a Souls-like game. Okay, I remember what I'm using. About Berserk. The Khazan's getting his revenge. Betrayed by the Empire. They tried to execute his ass. Falsely blamed. Of course. Which one am I supposed to go to? Unrequited love. 88. Which one's story? $94. I guess I should go in whatever order. Oh wait, I did this last time, didn't I? Oh yeah, I beat this girl last time. The water girl. I'm supposed to do this next, right? I think I'm supposed to do this next. I mean, I'm at the end of the game. I think. Yeah, was that on this game? 24? Yeah, we're close. I mean, I have to be close. Level cap's 99. I'm level 87. Yeah, we're close to beating it. What are my stats? $40, $24, $20, $42. What was I doing? Oh, I think I was pumping endurance last time.
Phantom. Back again, I see. Have you forgotten your mission? Chaos should be your top priority. Stop wasting time searching for Lacrima.
Don't lecture me on how to keep strong for battle, scholar.
Lord Charon is watching, Phantom. And hoarding too much Lacrima might start to look like you're planning to rebel against him.
Leave us, lapdog.
Mortal, can you sense Lacrima? Lack absorb.
I already know that.
Are they really that important, Phantom? Absolutely. A being like us from the netherworld. Consuming Lacrima is the only way to gain strength.
Oh, I'm out of stamina. Yeah, I really do need to put more in endurance. Who the fuck are you? The fuck? What is that damage? Oh, fuck no. Why did they do that much? Oh, I'm a hardest difficulty, aren't I? I'm like, what is this damage? This shit is egregious as fuck. I forgot, bro. Like, that's not normal. Soul Eater.
The Lacrima
Oh, is that the set I need? Someone told me that set was good, right? I also thought that set's really good. The fuck is wrong with him? I'm plagued. I have nothing to cure plague. Yeah, GG's. Oh, whoa, I was about to jump down there. What the fuck? I was told Soul Eater was good.
Looks like the plague came after the water receded.
Netherworld mineral? That's pretty cool. Whoa. Why is he so tanky? Good question. Hold on, I'm responding to this text. Good question. Oh, man. Was it the rot? Bro, I can't, bro. I can't, bro. I'm literally like, okay, bro. Can't even respond to text messages no more, bro. That shit is ridiculous. Okay, sorry. I lost a lot of money. It was 88K. Oh boy, we gotta go back for that. Where is my shit at? Oh, was it really this much enemies I just ran through? Wait, what? Did I just go in circles? Holy shit. It's a fucking party. I'm dead. Is he healing? Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh, that health bar. You. Well, I'm dead. What is that? I'm actually dead. I have nothing for that. What? Is this some sort of joke? What? Oh, fuck that. What is that? I don't have the thingy that cleanses everything, do I? Oh, I have this. What in tarnation is that? Oh, fuck. My lantern not on. I'm getting trolled. Like, this is ridiculous, bro. What is that? What's on here? Oh, this was the normal way to go. Never mind. I know we hit the Dark Souls 3 so well. I don't know if I'm going to do that immediately after this. I said I was, but I think I might get Souls fatigue if I do it immediately afterwards. Oh my god, he fucking ended my ult. Well, I'm fucking dead. This motherfucker does so much damage. Bro, what? What? Oh, my fucking camera unplugged. Oh my god. What the fuck is this game? What is this area? I'm just dying. What is... I've never died this much in like a matter of 5 minutes. Like, what is this game? Even if it's endgame, what the fuck is that? I can't even like exist down there. Anything for plague? Plague resist. Okay, there you go. We don't need more than that though. What? You guys are tripping. Lost ever loving fucking minds. Cause what is this? Do I play with those potions? God, bro. Like, what is this fucking area? Fucking damage, bro! Holy balls! Yo, the next checkpoint gotta be nearby, no? It has to be. Bro, I did that shit like 5 times. Like I was in an infinite Tsukiyomi or some shit. No, I'm not fighting that. No. They've lost. These devs have lost their fucking minds, bro. Not fuck that. Go get this checkpoint. Get this checkpoint. Get the checkpoint. Oh, the boss is here. Oh, this stage is short. Wait, is this not main story? Or did I fuck up? I don't know. Very fucked up. I thought this was main story. Maybe it isn't. Okay, who was the big chungus? Fuck is that? Have I fought that before? The floor is plague. Bruh. What? It's not even like they do a lot of damage. They don't. It's just... okay. I mean, it's not that bad, I guess. Like, I just have to kill this thing fast. Oh my... oh yeah. First try. It's just status effect city, literally. Like, what? It's a damage check. You gotta kill him before you fucking die to plague. What do you want, Blade Phantom? What do you mean already? Bro, we restarted like 4 times.
The more lacrima we consume, the more we crave. For us, lacrima is power in its purest form. And above all, yes, it's delicious.
Okay. Okay, I mean, I guess. Interesting. Then my pants aren't unique. Pants are not unique to your... I need to make some unique to your pants or upgrade this. Okay. Man, I got good EXP for that. I'll tell you that. Or souls or lack or whatever the fuck you want to call it. I got 63k. How much does it cost? Oh, it costs 68 to level up. Conrad the Swift. Dodge cost. So if you're dodging, Maximilian Impenetrable. I have 2 of these. Was this not where I was supposed to go? I could have sworn I had it. I like, hold on. I guess it wasn't. Is this story then? Which one's story? Let me check the other one. I have no clue which one's story. I'm just doing them. I mean, the side missions are short. Like, I think the one I just did was side, but... hold on. I didn't do this one yet. Let's do whatever the hell this is. Should be quick. He's level 77. That's gonna be free. It's gonna be free. What happened to your face? What happened to your face? What are you talking about? My character's face? Did you get stung? What? What on earth are you talking about? Bro, schizo? You get your eyes checked. No, you. Yeah, you need to get your eyes checked. You cheek puffy? What? I have no clue no more. You need to get your eyes checked. Potent blow damage. Max stamina, receive damage. This one has more stamina, so I'm gonna use this one. By humans. Cheeks kind of puffy. I want to blow my cheeks like this or something, or what? I don't get what you mean. You get your glasses, buddy. Wait, no, it's me? Are you watching in like your monitor? What the? Are you watching in like 1080p or something? Well, not 1080, 180 or some shit. 240. How do I get down from there? From here? Because my streams are pretty good quality, so I don't know.
General, I can't believe you're alive.
Oh, the boss is right there. Oh. Oh, this is gonna be quick. How do I get down from here though? What the fuck? Oh. I guess it was a mission I missed. Because I don't know. Oh my god, they still do big damage, even if.
We're all going to be executed. What should we do now?
Oh, these are his subordinates. Oh. 720p, I am poor. You know, I'm using 720p. I watch streams of 480p all the time when I'm like not home on my phone or stuff. Over data. What the fuck was that damage? You have a quick draw? What the fuck is that? I've never seen. I ain't never see them do that. What the fuck? Almost died? Nah. Trust. What's up, Sammy? That should have blown you up as well. If we're being realistic, he should have got blown up with that. Yeah, like that. This game is so beautiful. Oh man, one of the more better looking Souls-like games, that's for sure. But then again, this game is pretty new, so I guess. This game came out what, last year? They cooked. Oh, it's a jar one.
General Khazan would never betray the Empire. It's a misunderstanding, is all. One that'll be cleared up soon, I'm sure.
Yeah, last year. How was it? 11? It was way later than it actually is, but then again, I started pretty early, huh?
General,
well,
you came for us.
When did I start? 5 hours ago? Oh, I guess I did start early. That sense of time is probably fucked. Let's do this boss. Over on a predict, but I'm pretty sure I'm gonna murder this boss first try. Because I'm trying to figure out where to go. I don't know which one of these missions is the main mission. This one definitely isn't though, because it's level 77. I should have been done this. It's one of those things on that yellow gate though, that's for sure. Oh. Oh wow.
Look at Khazan's dogs now. Help us.
It's fucked up.
Don't you dare insult General Khazan. Loyal to the end, eh? That's why you're going to die. Traitors. A lot of them. Kill them all.
That's crazy.
You dare come
Oh, it's two of you guys. Oh, y'all about to get bodied.
done.
Oh, I have no stamina. That's awkward. Damn, I can't parry. That was easy. A bit too easy. Who? Who the fuck are you? More skills. I have a lot of skills to use. I'm using the same thing over and over. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Let me giant cheeks this. Oh, I didn't mean to do this. Damn, why am I not able to parry this guy? Am I just mistiming these? I tried to parry him like 5 times. I didn't hit a single parry on that guy.
We managed to save quite a few men. They're all waiting for you, sir.
They can't see me like this. Everything that defined me is gone. Seeing me like this will only dismay them.
You're the great General Khazan, sir.
No. I want you to deliver my final order. Disperse. Return home. And live happily.
General.
Bam.
General.
I cannot face them like this.
Damn. That's fucked. Well, his men.
As you ordered, we've sent everyone home. I want you to know, General. No one blames you for what happened. We'll always be loyal to you.
That's all his men. Okay, is that everything on this gate done? I think. There's like nothing left. Yeah, it's everything. There's a check mark on everything. Alright, this gate is of no use to me now. Let me upgrade my gear and then let's continue. Oh fuck. I keep forgetting. Actually, no, I can do it here. I was gonna say, I keep forgetting to, where is it? Oh no, I do need the blacksmith. Fuck. Yeah, because I'm using beast slayers. I need to upgrade my beast slayer thingies. can't upgrade equipped gear. That's so whack. Give me a second. In for what? Yo, somebody ban that kid. Over deadlock is crazy. Over deadlock is crazy. Over deadlock is sick work.
Oh.
Okay, craft set. Oh, so this is a Soul Eater set. Phantom Judgment. Ooh, what does that do? Can I see it? Ooh. What move is that though? So you can only use that on an exhausted enemy? Attack damage increases in proportion to willpower. Attack damage increases in proportion to strength. I don't know if it's worth it though. Netherworld mineral? Oh, wait, so I'm doing this for a reason. Because I need the netherworld materials to make gear. Oh, I see. And the gear in this game looks sick. Damn. This game is so cool. Where is it? Oh, it's in the all. Where is it? Any keen shards and a beast job. Oh yeah, I'm not doing that. I don't feel like fighting that guy again. Alright, let me take my pants off. Oh, you can't even tell my pants are off. Huh? Random attribute. I got defense. It's not bad. It's not bad at all. Wait, so what do I use to level up them? Augment. Upgrade gear. Equipped gear can't be upgraded. Whatever, bro. Sure. 79. What level am I? 90. So I want to upgrade my pants. Wait, no. I want to... Is it augment or which one is it to... Oh, it's this. Wait, so how... What? To upgrade a dual wield weapon, you have to have other of the same weapon, I think, or... Oh, it has to be of a higher tier or higher level. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Huh. So if I want my pants to be a higher level, I need something else of a higher level. They have to be pants as well. Okay, interesting. Let's do this, I guess. Can I select multiple? Oh, I gotta be careful with my money. Oh, no, it's the highest. Damn it. So I guess you would combine it with the highest possible so you get the highest EXP, I guess, or something like that. It's just annoying. You gotta keep unequipping your weapon if you want to upgrade it, though. That's so weird. Okay. feel like that takes ages. So you have to keep going back on equipping it over and over and over and over. So I don't know why they did it like that. You should just be able to equip or upgrade whatever you have equipped. Finishing this game to stream, I don't know when this game ends. So I can't say yes and I can't say no. I'm leaning towards no though, and I think the next time I play I do. But it depends on how long I play this for today. I'm not tired, but I did want to relax a little bit. Tristan? Where the fuck is Tristan at? Where and who the fuck is Tristan? Where you at? Give me this damn quest. Where are you guys, Tristan?
Osma.
What you? Give me this damn quest.
Beloved Lydia is dead.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And I must find out what happened.
Wasn't it me? I just killed her.
And Aldevir's a mess.
Oh.
And I didn't get a chance to see her. I need to know what happened.
Aldevir, a dangerous plan. If that's your plan, then I'm going.
Wait, I know what happened. I just killed her last stream. Am I crazy? Or am I thinking of a different boss? Oh, I am. Okay. Level 90. Alrighty. I'm level 90 as well, so this is perfect, I think. Oh, this place doesn't look that bad. Oh, are we at the boss room?
General. I'm afraid of what we might find. Lydia was always in good health. As soon as I heard she had fallen ill, I rushed to be with her, but they kept me away. They didn't even allow me to attend her funeral.
Damn.
The last time we spoke, I asked her to marry me. I was still awaiting her answer, and she died.
That's pretty sad. Can't talk to her? That was depressing. The fuck? Bro just tackled me.
I'm scared to even go anywhere now. Did you hear they found bodies in the annex?
The hell? How'd you get over here? What, are y'all spawning in or am I crazy? Okay. Yeah, y'all got it. Oh, my camera getting so white. The fuck are you? Oh. Fuck, I ran out of... Oh shit, you got beams? That was easy. Can I open this? You know what I miss playing? I miss playing Metaphor. Metaphor was fun. Even though the fucking dragons drove me insane. But that's because I didn't farm enough. I definitely should have farmed off camera. Playing hardest difficulty, fighting them damn dragons. Some dudes took like no damage. And it's a turn-based game, so like if you underleveled, whoo-wee. You already know how that go. You know exactly how that goes. What the fuck? We're so clean. It was so fun.
Thank goodness for Guido and his protection of Miss Lydia.
Okay. What does Chaos do again? Doesn't that shit just insta kill you? Oh, there's two of them. Oh, this has to die. Oh, okay. Oh, I thought it was gonna extend this fucking tail. Nice. Goes down your HP bar? Oh. And close enough then to killing you. Get the fuck away from me. Freaky ass guys. Damn, I gotta hurry up and start Cage 2, huh? I gotta start that soon. Well, I guess there's no rush since it's late 2027 for 4, but I do want to play Cage. Drowned Witch's Scroll. Drowned Witch set. Oh, boss are here. Yeah, it's a fast stage. I love how the side missions or whatever are just like about 5 minutes long, depending on if you're not ass. I mean, I'm on hardest difficulty and this shit's still fast, no? This shit's still pretty fast.
Sure, it's good that he's looking out for her, but to keep Tristan from seeing her, I don't know.
Who else is boss?
How dare you disturb us?
The fuck are you? Oh, you have a fucking crazy long combo. Oh. Fuck that. Okay. He fainted. Whew. Oh, that's a grab. Oh shit, that hurt. Three-hit combo. What? Wait, I just realized using 4 fucking swords? Ain't that too much? 4? Jesus Christ. What does that do? It pulls. What the fuck? What does lightning even do in this game? Bro, what lightning even does? He's healing. Oh my god, he's in a fuckload too. Okay, I definitely buried that last one, but whatever. Why'd I do that? What? Hey, that's what's that other guy's move? Most of his moves are reused from other bosses. I feel like every move on this guy is from a different guy. Damn, is anything yours? No. Oh fuck, I keep running out some fucking grab. Oh my god, look at that healing. I'm fucking dead. What? He heals so much. Oh my god, the dodge. Thank God.
I'm coming to you.
I love. Oh shit, she cheated? Wait, what? Huh? Let me see what happened here.
Guido was my friend since I was a little girl. Then he suddenly kidnapped me.
Oh, this.
and locked me
Oh,
away.
okay. Yeah, this motherfucker's weird.
He was desperate for my love.
Oh, wow.
Hoping I'd see him as more than just a friend.
What?
But I couldn't.
You tied her up. Oh. Who gave you that?
He even took the engagement gift Tristan gave me.
GG.
He couldn't stand the fact that I still loved Tristan. So he got angry and hit me.
Tin woman is
He
crazy.
killed my parents. I'm so afraid. What if he wants to kill me too?
What the fuck is happening?
Oh, how I miss Tristan.
Well, that took a dark turn.
Damn it. Guido, he killed Lydia. My poor Lydia.
Guido, you might need some time alone.
Oops.
Lydia.
That her? Hell yeah, that's her. Yikes. That was pretty dark. Oh man.
Ozma. The real traitor. It's almost unimaginable. We need to find whoever Trocker was searching for. She'll know something, I'm sure.
Child behavior. Damn, that guy's an asshole. Oh shit, we gotta do the Arby's thing, huh? Oh my fucking god, I forgot. We gotta do the fucking Arby's Philly steak. Oh god. Oh god. It's a fucking Philly steak, bro. There's no way that shit tastes bad, bro. Like, Arby's better lock the fuck in. I mean, the reviews are fucking ass, but like, there's no way it's that bad, bro. It's maybe it's just like no seasoning or something.
General Khazan, I need your help. My father went in there days ago and hasn't come out.
Oh, GG's. Wait, hold on. Who gonna tell him? Bro, it's a fucking Philly steak. It's a Philly cheesesteak. There's no way you fuck up a Philly cheesesteak. That's like... a fucking Philly cheesesteak. Like, what? That's so easy to make. Just use seasoning, bro. The hell, what type of seasoning are you using? Fucking moose ankle seasoning or what? Just put some seasoning. You been playing this game since last year? Okay. Relax now.
He insisted I wait in the safety of the camp, but too much time has passed.
Valors. I don't see whether.
Good night, dude. That shit's Arby's. There's no way it's that bad. The fuck is this? That has got to be some sort of like assault. What the fuck? It's a literal grab. Okay. When they die, they drop a skull that tracks to you and explodes. Okay. Okay, bro. I've seen it all. Oh my god, it's a grab as well. Fucking everybody here just uses grabs. A mission with a bunch of grapplers. Arby's gets rid of burgers. Grilled cheese, it's ass again. Oh. Forgot they do that. There's a lantern I can buy that makes sure they stay down, but I didn't buy that one. I should have probably though. Okay, I don't know how I fucked that up. What the fuck is that? What are these things? Why is that one shooting a fucking Beyblade at me? What is that? Am I even going the right way? This is where I came from, I think. I upgrade my thingy. Damn, only one? Damn, slacking. There we go. Fuck. Not well, I'm gonna need another checkpoint. This is ridiculous. Oh, great. I gotta first time try this. Oh, so I'm fucking cooked. Okay, that might have been overkill. Oh, I'm dead. Venom's gonna kill me. Oh, you're shitting. Where the fuck am I at? Where's this lead? Is that where I came from? gotta be. That not like insane. Like, do you see what they're trying to do to me? Oh my god. Wait, what the fuck? I just went in circles. Okay, I'm lost. Wait, what the fuck? Didn't I go over here and then over there? Yeah. Where'd it go? Oh, it died. Want you badly? I do. That they do.
Alice, come on. We can't save Worthy. Let's just get out of here.
I trust time and during the Dragon Wars. I know he wouldn't abandon someone.
Is that so? What? Fuck is this, bro? Oh, you're still alive? Okay, well that wasn't worth it. What it turned off? Oh. I'm about to say, if it didn't turn this off, what the fuck was it turning off? Let's see what this is about. That was easy. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, okay, I died already. Oh, so they both did it at the same time. I'm about to say, I was surprised that one's not shooting his laser. Catch the unyielding, max level, let's go. Phallus axe.
Werther, don't go on alone. Where do you think you're going?
Werther.
Where is he? I know I heard him.
The fuck? Ew.
I can't bring myself to fight you. My friend!
Valis, you stay true to yourself until the end.
Father, you said you'd be out soon. What good is this axe to me? I'll never be the warrior you were. I wanted to follow you wherever you went, but I knew I'd just slow you down. General, you should keep his axe.
That was interesting, I guess. Damn, I have not done a main story mission all stream, I feel. Or maybe these are mandatory. I have no clue. I'm just doing everything it has listed. I'm pretty sure these are mandatory though. So I'm just doing it the way I usually do it. I just go down the list. That's everything over here. I guess this is next. Oh, yeah, this is definitely it. Yeah, this should be a story. Unless I'm getting trolled. Which hopefully I'm not. Where the fuck am I at? Misty Canyon. Whoa, this place looks so cool though.
Based on Trocker's letters, this dark elf might be hiding in these ruins. I saw a large cave not too far away, General. And there's a good chance the dark elf is hiding there. If we want to learn the truth, we have to find her before Ozma does. We're with you, General.
Sounds good. Oh, I got something for plague resist. Max health for max stamina. Let's get stamina. Oh wait, I have a purple. What tag damage? Ooh, I like that. The fuck is this? Okay. How long am I alive? 5? Okay. Which way do I go? What the fuck happened to my spin? Okay, that's weird. Transmutation shard. Was that a portal?
Strange magic inside the cave. There's something powerful in there.
Oh, hell no. Hold on. Let me check over here first. Oh, I can't go up this. I thought these were steps. Oh, it is, but they're blocked off. Damn it. Never mind. Well, over here. Have we checked over here already? Oh, we did. This isn't gonna come down on me, right? Why? What the fuck? I'm not fighting you right there. That dude did half my health and that shit barely hit me. That shit grazed me, what? Bro, I have to heal after every hit. Bro. Oh my God. Okay. Could be worse. Let's go in this freaky ass cave.
Dark elf is somewhere in here.
Hey, monkey? Fuck was that on his back? Should I be doing more of these reverence thingies? I don't think I need it. What is that symbol? Is that no potions? Mink? Oh, this is annoying. Oh, my controls are inverted. What the fuck? Oh, that's annoying. Where'd all my heals go? Oh, okay. Oh, they blow up after they die. Wow.
We feel 3 magical auras concealing a space in here.
3?
Find the source.
3? Okay. Oh, let me put that scope one in. What do I want now? There's more damage now? Can never do too much damage. Where do I go? Oh, there's 3 ways to go. What the fuck? Let's go to the left first, I guess. Will GTA 6 when drops? Yeah. I will. I don't know how much of I'm gonna stream though. So I doubt it'll be my main game or something like that, but yeah, I'm gonna definitely play it though. Oh shoot. No, I'll play it on stream. It just where the fuck is this taking me? Just not my main game type of game. Okay. Am I dead? Can I like get out this square? I'm actually stuck. Can you guys move? Holy. Yeah, this map area thingy is huge. Hallucinations? Oh, that's why. I was say, am I hallucinating? Do you think it's not? Hold on. Do you think it's something to actually make DD a Daredevil game? That'd be sick. I'd play it. Another portal? Oh, okay. I have no clue if I'm even going our way. I'm just exploring. I definitely probably missed something. Oh well, there's like 4 or 5 different paths. Like, can't expect me to explore everything. Where does this take me? Where the hell am I at now? Blue crystal dual wield. Sounds cool. How'd I go to a cave? To a forest? What the fuck? Oh shit. So those things block your heals off when they throw that thingy at you. Okay. What's this? Frozen Mountain Ruler's Horn. What's this? Oh, they trap me? Ever get bored? I don't like ever get bored of doing the same trick over and over and over. Like, damn. It's kind of like maybe it'll work once or twice, but damn. Monkeys. Where the fuck do I go? Yeah, well, I can't go down there. Can't go over there. Is my game bugged or some shit? Shouldn't this be open? Oh, there we go. They gave me a prompt the first time. The ice bear? What the fuck am I looking at? This? Oh, this is a big stage. Oh.
It's returning.
1, 2. The one was literally broken. But that's why I say just so big. I dead ass have to fight. Oh, that's a lot. Oh, that's a lot. Okay. Chop chop, I guess. Okay, so that was the left side, right? Let's go to the right now. That was over there. Let's go over here. Oh, fuck, it's plague. Oh, no. All the annoying ass enemies is over here. Okay, bro. Yeah, it's yeah, bro. Like, whatever, man. Literally all the annoying enemies is over here. Oh, it's a seller shop guy. Oh, you gotta do X again, okay. Works be square. Okay. That didn't do anything. Wow, this place is just as unfun as I expected it to be. I think I'm just gonna always have plague resist on my toolbar. Like, it's so stupid, but I have to. Because this status effect keeps popping up over and over. Okay. I'm dead. Okay. Okay, not sure how I survived that, but I'll take it. Let's Scarlet Rot. It's basically is the same thing. Might as well be. Where the fuck am I at? Whoa. I killed the guy on the floor? How'd that work? Ooh, Guardian Hooves. I almost fell on there. Bro, die. Okay. All right, let's do 2. That dude does damage. Oh, that sucks. Alright, let's do. Okay, one more. Now it's the middle, right? What level am I? Saw it. 95. Ooh, almost level 100. I'm pretty sure 100 is the cap unless I have to uncap or something. This game is sick? Yeah, this game is sick. And I'm only using dual wield. Like, I could be using other weapons. Spear and great sword. Spiders? Oh man. If you get here, I don't think Shine likes spiders. I don't think Shine can play this game. Thankfully, there's no like insect or animal that terrifies me or anything like that. And they're still gross, but like I don't have that, thankfully. That is disgusting. Oh shit. Hold on. I thought I can just pick that up for free. I have 100K. I gotta spend this. That does so much damage with this moveset. So you keep seeing me spam this. That does bonus damage, and I have stacks. You see that number 20 down there? Caps out at 20. So the more I hit people with that, the more damage I get. Up to 20% damage for a duration. I keep spamming this whirlwind thing. It's a set bonus I have on with this gear. Ghost hammer. I'm at 12:53. Okay. Oh, I think the checkpoint was right there too, bro. Fuck. Oh man. It kills you? Yeah, bro. Shit's brain dead. I have to run all the way back. Sheesh, bro. Well, that was everybody's day. It's gonna be a long run. Oh man. How's everybody's day going? Where did I go? I don't even remember which way I fucking went, bro. This shit is tricky. That did so much damage to me. Oh my god. Is there a new command? New command for what? Oh, exclamation point games list. Oh, that is old. Yeah, I gotta fix that command. Oh, what's over there? Was your day? It's not bad. Wasn't bad, wasn't bad. Not bad at all. Got a lot of work done. Okay. Wait, where's the boss at? Wait, this isn't the boss room? The hell? I guess it wasn't a white door. What was the last boss I did? Majors boss or like? Depends on what you mean by that. You mean major boss or was the water girl? Okay. The water ice girl. Man-eating spider leg. What the fuck type of name is that? I'm dead. Well, I technically did die. You've got to be shitting me. Okay. Okay.
Force inside.
That was too close. Oh man. Oh man, oh man, oh man. Definitely cutting it close with some of these, I'll tell you that. Oh wait, no, I need to do that. I need a do I have any of these? 31. I have one skill point. Guess I'll level up Gust. Okay. No, I don't want to enter it yet. Fuck. I wanted to put my buff on. Okay, what is this boss? This is the next main story boss, so this should be something. It could be anything. I just fought 3 mini bosses to fight this. So what is this? What?
Cannot be.
Oh.
A life brought back by that power. Ozma, you finally succeeded.
Oh, what? Oh, fuck?
That stone, the same chaos stench from El Ravnica.
Oh, skulls. We don't have to fight. We could like talk about this.
Another of Ozma's assassins. Come, see what happens.
Why is she walking like that? Oh, you use every element or what? They're gonna run away the whole time? Oh. Wait, so how do these marks work? Oh, she pull them back? Oh, that shit has a fucking... Okay. Fuck does that do? Oh? What? Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Damn, how many times? Can I play the game? Oh, what the fuck is that? Oh, she doesn't get stunned after that? That's Mickey. Oh. Oh, man. I'm dead. I have no heals. Oh my gosh, she keeps fucking running away. I'm dead. She keeps running away. Oh my god.
This message back to your master.
I was not bad for her first try. She's just fucking running away though. Okay, well that's annoying. Yeah, I think we're at the wrong lightning resist. Oh, that lowers my stats a fuckload though. Oh god. What was she's weak to? Maybe poison, maybe? She's so tanky though. Oh god, I'm definitely have to use these shards. Is this even good? I don't even know if that's even worth using. Wait, where'd they spawn me? Oh. I'm about to say, where'd y'all spawn me? Yo, yeah, like, are we trolling? Oh. Oh, back shots. Oh my god, I did so much fucking damage to this girl now. What happened? Where'd her health go? Wait, wait, what? What'd I do to her? I don't even know what the fuck I did to her. I just gave her like crazy back shots. Where'd her health go? Where'd my health go? Oh, where'd my health go? Oh my god, he does another one. Oh my god. The fuck is that? Oh, she teleports to it? Jesus. If you use break from behind, it does more damage, does it? Wait, what break? Break? You talking about the red circle thing? Oh.
I think there's been a misunderstanding.
There has been a misunderstanding. I'm not trying to kill her. For reasons.
You're not here to kill me. Ozma didn't send you.
I'm here because of Ozma, but not to kill you.
I thought you were dead. When I saw you alive, I assumed Ozma used that power to bring you back.
Then Ozma did want you dead. Why?
You don't know. About his research into forbidden secrets.
Oh shit, she's tall as fuck.
We worked together. I was researching necromancy, and Ozma was studying magic. This mysterious new power. To him, it was the only way to defeat the fury of the Berserk Dragon. It changed him. corrupted him. It was too powerful a temptation, even for a great mage like Ozma. I knew how far he had fallen when he started using it on innocent test subjects.
The fuck?
His power. Could it be?
The hunger in him. For more knowledge, more test subjects. And I knew that eventually he would sacrifice me in his quest for more understanding of this terrible new force. Then he asked me to deliver a letter to the Dark Elves at the borders. A demeaning task, but I was too afraid of him to refuse. I should have guessed it was all part of his greater plan.
Everything I suffered, it was all Ozma's doing.
Damn, his own best friend.
I couldn't bear it anymore. So I escaped, and have been hiding here ever since. But now you've found me.
They were supposed to get executed together.
Maybe it's for the best I go with you. It's probably the safest thing to do.
Cool.
Bringing the dead back to life.
He can bring the dead back to life?
Obsession for a long time now. That's what brought him to me in the first place. I think there was someone he wanted to save. That's why, when I saw you, I thought he had finally succeeded.
Bringing the dead back to life.
I took this from Ozma's laboratory before I escaped. It amplifies the flow of magic. He often used it when experimenting with chaos. I almost succumbed to that power when I used it in my work. But seeing how it corrupted Ozma soon changed my mind.
He's not locked in.
General, our scout has returned from the Vizar Gate. He reports that people there are killing each other. As if possessed by some kind of madness. Scalpel is posted there. And this madness sounds like the same affliction we saw in Aldavir.
Fuck is Scalpel? Who the fuck is Scalpel?
It is chaos. We must stop it.
Scalpel's a good friend. And loyal to you, General.
Ozma, must you destroy everyone who was loyal to me?
Heart of Pelos. Vizar Gate. Look, got a new gate? Oh, wait, where's the gate then? This? Whoa, 101. Fuck, I'm gonna get rocked. I want to do it, but I'm gonna get rocked. Oh shit. Should I do it now or should I call it? Where is she at? I think I'm gonna get my shit tossed if I try to do that. Oh, she's here.
It seems we're partners now. You watch my back, and I'll watch yours. Deal? Khazan, I need your help. Atlante, a spirit I was close to.
Wait, no, I'm not crazy. She's
He's
just
been eaten
actually
by the
tall.
Reaper.
It's not the heels.
You need to save her, Khazan. That Reaper's hunger is insatiable. She's a powerful spirit. If you save her, I know she'd be in your debt. But you must move quickly.
Fine, I'll do these last two and I'm out of here. I'm actually pretty hungry. I need to eat. So speed this up. Let's do this, and let's do this Vizar Gate, and then, or is the Vizar Gate long? If it's long, maybe I don't. I just next time I get on 99. Holy shit! Blow my mind. I'm 97. I'm scared for no reason. Hold on, this shit free. Maybe just do Visor Gate now. Is that crazy to do? I don't know. I'll go back with Visor Gate, me butcher. Is it long? If not, I might just go eat. I am pretty hungry. Shit free? Bro, every time I've said this shit free, I've won, bro. That's facts. Ranged attack damage. Oh, well. A little shorter. Oh, that's not that long. Plague again, bro? Oh my fucking god, bro. Fuck. I'm not healing. Ooh! Clutch. I refuse to heal. How the fuck did you just shoot me from behind? What was that tracking? Bro, hit him. Oh my god. Oh, sorry, dead. I was about to say. Oh, that's a bomb. Oh, that one shot me. Okay. I mean, okay. I mean, you got it. My bad, OG. I'm not fighting you again. That's dead. Ooh, what's this? Ooh, another road energy. Oh, I'm dead. That motherfucker do damage. Oh my god. Damn. Dude, what? I mean, I understand he's a white HP NPC, but Jesus Christ. I can't afford to get hit once. Bro, oh, I'm fucking dead. I'm actually dead again. Bro, how do I fight that? This guy's stronger than the last two bosses I fought this stream. What the fuck is this? One, he takes no damage, and two, he just one or two shots me. Bro, stronger than the last two main bosses. What? Oh my god. He won't leave me. Yo, this guy is aggressive as shit. I tried to go behind him. He's dead. Holy shit, that motherfucker was tanky as balls. Oh my god. What did he give me? Necklace of Charity or Bishop set? Defectors. Get more stamina and health. I do want the stamina. Oh, but the set with us. Bring dodge stamina. I'll use a set bonus. Yeah, where am I even supposed to be going? Up here. But I literally cannot move. Okay, well that wasn't the right way to go. Oops. Why are you guys like this, bro? He fell to the damn thing. What the hell? Where did my health bar go? What? You telling me I was about to skip this level and do the level 101 one? Oh my god. I got murdered. I need a hero. Oh fuck. I need a hero. I need a hero, bro. What the fuck is this? When death lingers. Bro. More damage. Maybe I have to get more health. Maybe it's actually about to come to that. We're going to play on this difficulty. God damn. I need a hero. Oh, what the fuck? Why do you take no damage? Dude, what is wrong with the fucking enemies at this place? Oh my god, he fucking killed me. That form won't turn on unless I die. I have it set to that, so I don't really use it a lot. The Reaper? The Grim Reaper? What? Is Persona 3? What? Is that the Grim Reaper? The fuck? Oh, those that take no fucking damage. Oh, bosses are here. What's up here? Where on earth does this lady send me, bro? Like, where am I? In the middle of fucking nowhere, bro. The boss is a Reaper?
Still you try to defy us.
I'm not parrying shit. Oh, this motherfucker takes no damage. What? That did. Where did my health bar go? You gotta be. I fucking died. No, man. Okay. Oh, what? That came out of nowhere. I fucking sold. Ah, how do I do that? Totally would have killed him right there. I should just fucking parried it. I tried to dodge it instead of parrying it. I literally would have just killed him there if I parried. I don't think status effects works on this guy. I have to parry this fucking spin move, bro. I don't know, I'm not parrying that spin. I gotta parry that spin shit. This shit's such an easy parry and I'm not doing it. What? The fuck was that? What? He just delayed it like crazy. What was that? Trying to get a few of parrying that move, but I'm getting killed trying to do it. What? Bro! Okay, I'm getting trolled. Oh, you can't block that. All right, I think I got it now. Wait, there's two more after the end of that. Okay. Oh. Fuck is that? Oh, that is so much damage. What the fuck? God, that fucking shield makes me take like no damage. Oops. Okay, well these archer guys are gonna get me fucking killed.
Our pact is formed. From now, we are one.
There's just been one from the start.
Conforming to Charon's command, Blade Phantom accepts a new soul.
You saved Atlante.
The Reaper. Did you summon it?
Yes, that was my fault.
Yeah.
I was summoning new spirits as research. I didn't summon that Reaper intentionally. It was far stronger than anything I had ever summoned.
Bruh. And you tried to kill me with it.
Contain but I wasn't strong enough.
Bruh.
And in the end, Atlante was devoured. Don't look at me like that. You deemed her worthy enough of a contract, did you not?
Mm-hmm. I'll do one more. Then I'm out of here. Should be Ooh. Have enough for a level up. 100. Hundo. Boom. We are level 100. Damn, we made it so far. Made it so far. Damn, we have so many of these now. I need to get this next thing for Kesh, so I gotta figure out where to get the last thing for the upgrade for that. Alright, last mission I'm doing. Let's go. Oh, actually, I'm gonna go talk to the pot thing. I'm gonna go buy that thing that makes it so that when I kill a skeleton, they don't get back up. There's a lantern for that. Here it is. Costs 100k. Prevents nearby undead from reviving. It's pretty expensive, but I'm tired of these motherfuckers getting up. Like, if I kill you, stay the fuck down. These motherfuckers are too annoying. Oh, well, let me see if I have anything used to.
Now you are strong enough to tell me. What do you desire to gain from the soul stones?
More health.
You require more soul stones to unlock more effects.
What is this? Oh, it's for the summon. I'm not using this shit. Quite flame, but not flame charm. Okay. Corruptor's Fortress. Alright, last mission to stream. Oh, bad. Blah. Let me do a predict for this one, for this boss, because I should have done a predict earlier. You guys 15 minutes. I think I can get to there in like 15 or 10, depending on how big this dungeon is. The fuck? Now that's the main story mission I'm doing after this. I am out of here.
Something's wrong. The gate should only be closed.
100k on loss? What the fuck?
And see? Where are all the guards? This feels wrong. Scalpel would never have willingly let this happen.
Oh, chest I can't open. Name is Scalpel. Lieutenant Scalpel. Captain Scalpel.
Scalpel. Please be safe.
What's his name? Scalpel. There's lots of exhausted enemies. Ah, I see. So this does more damage if they're exhausted. I didn't know that. Whatever, votes on yes. Well, no one voted on yes, so I get my bet. That's crazy. Bro saying no one vote yes, so he can get more from the predict. Should have put 5. Prove these doubters wrong. I absolutely fold this boss, bro. If I fold this boss, you guys are cooked, no? Did I ever put my what is lemons? Contamination effects? I'm gonna say, what the fuck do lemons do in this game? Oh yeah. Yeah, you can't get back up. I got this lantern, boy. Nice try, buddy. You are not getting back up. Hold that shit. There's a trapdoor. Oh, this place is fucked up. Oh, that was a sieve. Whoops. I just cut a sieve set off on mistake. Oh, what the fuck? I can't even see this shit. Oh. Wait, so how am I supposed to... How am I supposed to cross here? Oh. Oh no. Whoops. That was a mistake. Noobs. It's on, not able to get back up. Whoa. Tarnished gem. Fellow tarnished. Where are my fellow tarnished at? Wait, you're not staying dead? Yo, my lantern scammed me. It doesn't work on projectiles. Oh, I have no. What a loser. What a loser. Oh, hell no. I'm not fighting you. Oh, shit. You crazy. Where'd he go? What? What is that grab range? That was some Geef shit. Some Zangief ass grab. What was that? I stepped back, that shit still snatched my ass. Oh, who the fuck are you? Oh wait, I can do this. I'd be forgetting I have that move. Would it have worked on the last two bosses? What was the last boss again? It only works on like tall bosses, so I don't think it would have worked on, but definitely would have worked on a girl. But I remember that I can do that. to say, why is that guy still doing that? You're free to go. This is so gross. Holy shit. Get out of here. There's 2 ways to go. Why did it do that? I don't know why it overshot the corner. I mean, the hole, but whatever. I don't know how that happened, but all right. I mean, I guess. It like, I tried to go in the hole, but then like, whatever. Bro, okay, that pushes me. Okay, I mean, I guess. Oh, Bob's out and Tekken. Oh, cool. Fuck, I forgot. I have no thingies. I gotta wait. Come on, come on, come on. Where's it at? What? Okay, it's weird. I guess I just have to throw the spear at his head. There's just no other way. You have to throw the spear at his head. God, bro. Oh, this was here. Oh. It was a waste of time. Like, I don't know. Wow, did that thing just cuck my... Okay, bro. Oh my god, this mob is so annoying, bro. It just pushes you off the map, bro. It's like fucking fighting a Spider-Man player. Just keeps pulling you or pushing you off the fucking map, bro. The 4th time? This is the most I've died in this game. And of course, by just getting fucking cheesed. Or I have to just wait. Like, there's just nothing I can do. I have to just wait. Maybe I can just do this one. Bro, that's literally his head, bro. We got a shifting hitbox on his head, or like? What? Oh, that's insane. Am I too fucking accurate for my own good? I'm getting trolled so hard, bro. We'll go the other way. I just got the shortcut. So we jump down. Critics about to unvote. Where are they? Are they on the sides? Oh, they are. Okay, I think we're almost done. I think. Castle can only be so big, no? Yep, I think definitely almost done. Massive gate. Oh, it won't work. Can't do it on this guy. Not tall enough. Damn, I want to test it and see what the slam at least is like. Oh, okay, this motherfucker wants to actually box. I don't know where that damage came from. Wow, he actually killed me. Why are you not dead? Oh my god. This just takes me around. Oh, okay. Quality gem. Is it up top? Oh, it's up top. Why are you missing? Are you fucking serious, bro? I didn't even like hit it. Look at this pot. What the fuck is happening anymore, man? Okay, bro. Like, oh my god, the bonfires in this place are so far. It's been like ages since I got a refill of heals. Holy shit. Wasn't been that long, but everything is so far. But that's where I came from. I was not gonna make climb this thing. I had to kill him. What's that power? Fuck. Wait, wrong way. Holy shit. You're going the wrong way because this place is fucking confusing. This photo is 16. Okay. Oh man. Flaming? How the fuck do you have armor while casting a spell book? You have a whole book in one hand. How the fuck do you have armor? Oh hell no. That dude got bodied. Where even am I supposed to be going? Over here? Oh, that's a sieve. Well, it'd be like that. The fuck? Did that try to kill me or like what was that? Bone greatsword. What does this open up? I can't use it. Oh, it just opens this up. Limestone? Alright. Watchtower? Damn, okay. I think the next checkpoint should be the last one. Or the boss room, I'd like to say. Unless I'm wrong. Not from this side. Can this guy shooting the cannonballs like chill? Like just for the one time? Just chill out, bro. Oh, what the fuck are you? How'd you miss? Awkward. Gotta keep moving forward. I think we're almost there. I think. I'm gonna die to this kid? Wow. Wow, I can't believe that did that. Where's the boss room? Huh. Stage is longer than I fucking thought. Oh, great. 2? It's kind of evil, no? Bro could not fight back. Oh, what? How did? Okay, whatever. Oh my god, bro. Ah, god. This game on hard difficulty is so annoying. They do so much damage, bro. Oh god, I missed one parry or dodge. I just lose so much fucking health. This ungodly amount of health, bro. Like, fucking lackeys will actually beat your ass. Like, I ain't never died as a lackey, bro. What is this? Why am I dying to lackeys? You shot your boy? Oh my god. Nah, that's fucked up. Your own boy? Damn. Oh shit. Oof. What was that damage? What the fuck was that? Oh, rivals are on. No, that shit takes 10 years to do. Oh god, I hate doing those. Every time I do that, it takes me like 2 to 3 streams. It didn't used to be that bad when it was level 10, but oh man, they made it worse. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to do that. The Civ. You a villain? No. I didn't mean to do that. I'm dead as fuck. What? What hit me? What? Oh man. A fucking cannonball or something hit me, bro. What the fuck? Was I over here? Yeah, it was. Damn. My man does not want to swing back. This map is way longer than I thought it was gonna be. Fucking hell, I'm so hungry. I need to fucking end stream and go eat. This guy's a fucking loser. I'm sorry. Oh my fucking god. For the love of God. Alright, what do you got, bro? This might be some fucking special grade cheese. I know it. I just know you about to do some dumb shit to me, bro. You're standing on fire, you idiot. Oh, fuck no. What? I parried that. Oh my goodness. Whiff punish of doom. Whiff punish of doom. What else I got down here, bruh? Oh, there's civs. Never mind. I was about to smoke these dudes. Go back and check the top first. His job. Fuck his job. My job is to fucking end his job. Why the fuck are you right here? Oh my god, did I just unlock another area? Are we dead ass? Oh, I ain't never eaten. Holy shit. Food is never seeing my stomach. Bandits, spoils. Is 100 is not the level cap. Interesting. We'll try to run. Where's the cannonball? Oh, fuck. Okay, where do I go now? I gotta be almost there, right? I'm fucking moving, man. Almost there, I think. I gotta be. What's the point of hitting it and making noise if you can't break it? The fuck? Can't go in there. Let's put this. Or, oh, we don't have to do this? I guess gate's already open, yeah. We gotta be close, right? We gotta be close, right? We gotta be close, right? Are we there yet? What's this?
Commander Scalpel always protected us. But where is he now?
Where is he now? Yeah. Where's Commander Scalpel? Dragon scale. Where's Commander Scalpel? Save us. Where's Commander Scalpel? What do I want to buy? I don't fucking know what I want, man. Cover stamina from dodging? Sure. Well, brink dodge. It has to be a perfect dodge. The fuck? Vampire gate. This gotta be the final gate, right? There's just no way. This level is long as hell. No, this has to be the boss. There's just no shot. 3. Yeah, diminishing return still hasn't hit my willpower.
Shit. I'm going to die here defending this crappy gate.
Who are you?
General Khazan? Shit. Is that really you?
Hmm?
Aren't you supposed to be dead? What are you, a ghost? You remember me, yeah? Lantimos, Squire to Commander Scalpel. Good work getting here too late. There's plague inside the gate and all these madmen on the loose. Don't bloody touch the corpses. Not unless you want to catch that body rot disease. Here, take this. It cures the rot. So now, you owe me, and you're going to get me out of here, yeah?
Sure.
Commander Scalpel. Ever since he came back from rebellion, he's been holed up in his study. Won't come out to deal with this situation no matter how much I beg him.
He won't listen to me, but I bet he'd listen to the high and mighty General Khazan, who once killed a dragon or something.
Princess Alina has been in and out of here a couple of times. There were rumors about the two of them having a fling.
Ooh, interesting.
People talk crap about them being made for each other, but there was definitely something else going on.
Oh, there's plague, so I mean, yep, you know how that goes. You know exactly how that goes, I guess. It said don't touch the bodies. Ooh. Oh, I was right. This is the boss room. The fuck? Blood everywhere. Okay, here we go. It's time to sit up in my chair. Oh man. What is he cooking now? The fuck is that? That's him? Why is he so tall? He is tall as shit. A coffin shield.
Scalpel. No, not you too.
Oh, that's not a shield. Big ass claymore. Oh, he's one. Oh, why is he dripping blood from it though? The fuck is wrong with this guy? This guy's tweaking. Oh, that I didn't think he was gonna do another one. Okay, he spams them. Okay. That was like a grab animation. That one shot's my posture. Oh, I'm dead. That killed me. Wait, what the fuck is that? Have a fucking what the hell? Oh. I guess I can use the upgrade. What was that? Oh, that is a... I'm dead as fuck, no? I'm fucking... Wait, was I play? Oh, fuck, I was plagued. I don't know what's going on. I don't know when to parry anything. It's the first time seeing this shit. Okay. Wait, so can I really not step on these bodies? Oh, no, I can. Okay. Was it coffin time or... Oh, you've lost your mind. Dude. Okay. Oh, that was fast. What? Hey. Okay. Oh my fuck. They really outdid themselves with this boss, I'll tell you that. We had fucking fatigue IRL. Huh. He does so much fucking damage. Oh, I'm plagued. Fuck. Okay. Okay. Oh. Who the fuck does that? You're so weird. What the fuck? Okay. Yo, you better be fucking dead. No. There's no fucking way, bro. He's not dead? Oh, okay. What was that? Let's have to stall. Oh my fucking god. I'm dead. You've got to be kidding me. You have got to be kidding me, bro. Oh my god. Oh. Oh. I was literally about to pay out the predict and he got back up. Oh, hold on, I gotta buy more thingies. Oh. You fucking kidding me, bro? I just got fucking trolled. Oh. Oh, I'm in the wrong version.
Wow.
Where do you craft consumables at? I don't even know where you do that at.
Scalpel was out there.
I don't even know where you craft consumables. Who the fuck crafts consumables?
Oh.
That dumb.
Oh, you gotta be shitting me, bro. Wait, she didn't extract the document from all this.
That dumb.
Wait, what rarity is this called? Epic? You know, this is unique. What? Include sets. Oh, there we go. Bro, where do you craft consumables? I don't have enough fatigue thingies. Like, I mean, not fatigue thingies, resist thingies. Oh, did I never do the mission to unlock consumables crafting, or like what? That doesn't. I actually just don't know who does it. Okay, I'm looking this up. I don't know. Oh, the blacksmith? What the fuck? Huh? How does that work? The blacksmith? The what? He does it? I didn't know that. This whole time the blacksmith does it? Where is he crafting shit at? Oh, I guess like the table right here. I don't know. Whatever.
Ever hear rumors?
Wait, where? It doesn't say any. Oh, it's all the way over here. Fuel. Wait, but he doesn't have the fucking... Bro, what? He doesn't even have the plague resist things. What is the point of this? Earth enhancer? That's cool, I guess. I mean, I don't even know what earths even do, but I'll take some earth enhancers, sure. Wait, but I gotta look up plague resist. There's a specific enemy I have to go defeat. Are you fucking dead ass? I'm not doing it. That's too much. Y'all asking for too much. That phase 2 is BS, bro. My fucking goodness. What does Earth even do in this game with Enhance? I have no plague resist left. That was literally my last one. I'm looking it up. I don't know what Earth Enhancers do. Inflicts petrification, hitting after continuous effects, hitting them leaves them vulnerable to free damage. Okay, I guess. I think the poison one is really good. The poison one I used on that last boss, I think I should get that one. That poison one is goated. I'm gonna look that one up actually. Where do you get those ones at? That's a fire ass consumable. Yeah, I'm gonna go get this real quick. This shit is goated. Yeah, I'm gonna go get this real quick. Give me a second. That burst, the damage the poison does, it's like bleed in like Dark Souls. That shit is fire. Which teleport do you want me to do? Just keep sleep schedule going down the drain? What you talking about? I'm ending after this boss. My goodness. That still hits me well. Where am I going? Over here, press this crystal. Now we're talking. I'm dead as fuck. What is this? I have one of these? I only have one. Okay, if I can't beat it with this, then I'll go get the resist thingies, but I don't think I'll need it. Might as well be 3 AM. Don't do that. Wait, what? We're not. My sleep schedule is fine. I'll overreact though.
Oh.
Nice. Oh yeah, making like 20 of these. These things are broken. Oh yeah, that boss about to get smoked. You can only carry 10? Fuck. I got scammed. What? That was the second try, right? God damn, I gotta beat in this one, don't I? Fuck.
I'm going to die here in this crap.
Wait, can he give me more? Can I get more, bro?
General Khazan. You remember good Commander People. Princess
Fuck, he doesn't give me more.
People,
Fuck.
Princess Alina. People.
Smoke this fellow real quick. Oh my god, I'm not carrying shit. Damn, that was so delayed. Come on, man. Wasn't even working on him. Don't tell me he's immune to poison. Yo, Huntress, thanks for the raid. Oh my fucking god. I think he's immune to poison, chat. Oh, brother. What the fuck are you even doing? Oh my god. Bro, so unlucky. I made all this poison shit just for him to be immune to poison. That's so unlucky. I think he is. It's not working on him. The fuck was that? Wait, what was that? What was that? I think he's immune to poison. Oh, it gave me it back? Oh no, put it back in my inventory. Oh, damn. I think he's immune to poison. Hold on, let me respond to this text. That sucks, bro. I'll run another predict. Oh my goodness. Next predict's up. I'll give you guys 2 minutes. That's what raid hunters. What were you guys up to? Well, I guess I might as well go back to Earth because he's definitely, that poison definitely didn't fucking kick in once. Should I try fire or lightning? I'll use these 2 lightnings. If the 2 lightnings don't work, then I'll do fire. RB's warrior is crazy. Oh, fuck, that happened. I didn't... Yo, can my controller, like, or... What the fuck is wrong with my... What? I tabbed out. Sorry, wasting stamina. What's today? The 20th? Break ends in 20 seconds. 20 seconds. Oh my god, not have any resistances. Actually probably biting me in the ass. Okay, if this doesn't work, I have to go get the resistance because not having plague resist is not good. For boss that spams plague to this degree. Oh my goodness. Dang, he did it again? Oh, that lightning. Hold on. But he's not weak to lightning. I mean, he's not immune to lightning, that's for sure. That lightning fucking him up. That sucks, cause I... Bro, why is that so delayed? Oh, this shit again. Oh, fuck. Oh, I'm dying to plague. Oh my god. Oh, this plague shit is so ass. I gotta use this form more instead of using it as a revive. What? I dodged it. Oh, I'm dead. Okay, I think I might have to go get it. Dude, it's so much plague. It's so much plague, bro. Holy fuck. Okay, lighting was fucking him up, but I ran out. I put this too. What's this? First spirit. Oh. Okay, I dodged to the right. It still catches me. Roll catches. Oh, this move is literally such slop. What? I parried that. Again. I'm actually dying because I'm fatigued. I mean, plagued. Okay, I'm dying to plague. I have to get the plague thing. I literally don't win unless I do it. He's doing way too much plague. Oh, that shit is actually so stupid, bro. You have to actually get that shit if you want to win. You can't beat it without it. There's just like no way to beat this shit without it. Like, that's way too much fucking blade. I'm about to go buy that shit. Fuck that. It's way too much fucking. Nah, there's just no shot. I can't even play the game because if you're played, you can't run. And then my character just does that stupid pose where he just like, I don't know. Necklace of sealed. Yeah, undead summoner for single strike. Bonus chain rewards. Wait, so I have to do this? How the fuck do I defeat it with a single strike? The single strike? This? Define single strike, like I don't. Huh. I don't get what I mean by that. Oh. They want me to go. That's fucking crazy. Oh no, wait, maybe I'm not doing this. Ooh, spear. Lightning summon scroll. Oh, that gives a lot of plague resist. I'll at least give you random rewards, but there's no claim all button, sadly. I think the key is lightning, I guess.
Oh.
I think lightning's gonna be the key here. I gotta put plague resist things on as well. Plague resist. Which one has more plague resist? Wait, they have the same amount. Max health, max health. That'll be this one. Wait, what? Why does it show? Oh, it's stats. What's different? Wait, what? Why did it do that? It's the other plague one. This one's better. Do I have anything for plague for this? Nope. What an annoying ass boss. Holy. Holy, bro. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that could help me. don't think so though. I think it should be fun. I don't think there's anything else I can think of that can help me here. What do I do when I phase 2 though? Like, do I just eat shit? Like, holy fuck. I have to just fight him. Like, I don't think you can not fight him. You have to kill him. The only issue is that the fucking entire room is full of plague on the floor though. So like, if you fight him, you just like... I had no stamina. Oh. That did so much. Bro, use the... Oh, I had no stamina. Make no skill points. Oh my god, what the fuck is that move? Oh my god, why is my lock on fucking broken? Oh my god, my thing just fucking whiffs because he's in the fucking sky. What? The fuck was that? Bro, this phase is fucking horse ass. This phase is horse ass, bro. What is that phase, bro? Why does he do that? Yo, this phase is fucking horse ass, bro. What is that? What? Dude, what? Should put that in. Oh my fucking god, bro. Bro, I don't even want to imagine farming this boss, bro. Oh my god, that move is so fucking fast. Bro, lock onto him. doing, bro? He OTGs too. Oh my god. He OTGs. Oh my fucking god, bro. His moves can OTG in second phase. What the fuck? Why does he do that? His moves can OTG in the second phase. Oh my fucking goodness, bro. Like, what? Why does he need that? Oh my god, that was a fucking combo. Oh my. What? What? Why is it not doing it? I'm so lost. I don't get why it's not doing it. Bro, do the fucking combo. What are we cooking? Oh, now it wants to work. Once my fucking status effect is, I'm dead. Okay, I'm not dead. I don't know why my ultra skill wasn't working. That was so weird. I kept spinning in the air and I was holding triangle and that shit did not come out. My fucking Tempest. It says hold triangle to use well. It did not come out like 4 times. That's so annoying. It literally did not come out like 3 times. It's not like he was moving. He was standing still. It just, I don't know. It just did not come out. That one's so delayed. Oh, you gotta be shitting me. What? Okay. Oh my god, that move is ungodly fast. What? Oh. I was like, where the fuck did my thing go? Oh god. Like, this phase is so stupid, bro. Like, do I just run from his ass? Like, I don't even know what to do. Does he take damage? What the fuck was that? Is this worth fighting in this phase? Like, actually though, I think I do better when I just don't fight his ass. Because like, I don't like. Okay. I parried that game. Oh my god, that's so annoying. Oh god, this guy is so lame. Jesus Christ. That second phase is so stupid. Why is that a thing?
You know what must be done.
Let's see what happened.
Scalpel, do not try to resist me.
The fuck?
Traitor! I know what you did to General Khazan. You don't. You have no idea
idea how much I care for him.
Care? Sending him into exile? Is that your idea of caring for him?
You will understand better when you embrace my new
No, it's over.
reality.
Oh my guy's fucking crazy. The hell is that? The fuck is that? Who the fuck was that?
The source of the chaos taint. Chaos has a master. He binds it to his will, controlling it.
It was Ozma?
Tell me, Phantom.
It's gotta be Ozma, no?
Ozma.
Oh, yeah.
It was him all along. Rejoice. Our missions are now the same. That's better. So, we're now mortal.
Our missions are the same as well.
Find this master of chaos.
After all, our missions are actually the same. He wants to destroy chaos because it's fucking up the underworld. And chaos is in Ozma.
A good man. Or so we
The host of chaos is Ozma.
It was messing about with that princess that did it. Ever since he met her in Rebellion, everything changed. I overheard them talking sometimes, and they were definitely plotting something.
Oh, God, dude. Oh, man. All right, chat. Jesus Christ. Oh my fucking God. What a boss, bro. What a boss, bro. What the fuck was that? I'm fucking gassed. That's it for this stream. Next stream, I don't know what we're gonna do, but I will probably finish Quarry next stream. Oh my God. What the fuck was that? What the fuck, bro? Oh, anyways, I'll catch you guys later. Hopefully you guys did enjoy that. Oh, the payout. Yeah. Yes, that's a W right there. Dub. That is a dub. That is a dub. God, dude. Oh, man. What a headache that boss was. But it's all good. All done. All done. All right. I'll catch you guys later. See ya, chat.